India, the semifinals arrives and the Grim Reapers already knocking on the doors. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023, where I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro. And as usual, my co-caster is going to be Salty for the first game. Salty, we saw yesterday, things are getting quite complicated now in the overall standings, especially the teams that are on the last page of the overall standings. There's a chance some of them might be eliminated today.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the point standings as well, you will find out that there are multiple teams who are almost at the brink of death. I'm specifically speaking about Enigma Gaming, specifically speaking about Newman Gaming as well, and even Blood Rose Esports, as a matter of fact. They have to get their things together. They have to bring their A game today because otherwise they're done.
A lot of the teams also got pushed all the way on the last page of the overall standings, right? Speaking about Marcos Gaming too, a team that we did not expect to be there on the last page of the overall standings. WSB Gaming too, they haven't really seen any type of improvement so far in the semifinals.
Exactly. I mean, for WSB, it's just been inconsistencies all around the place. They need that one good game. We know, as a matter of fact, that these teams will have 3 more opportunities. One good game, 25 points, 30 points, and they're back in the competition once again, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, WSB, all they need to do is just keep on performing up to the mark because we know what they're capable of. We know how much they've got in the back as well. And speak about getting things on the back, we've got the big prize pool as well that you need to carry on your back, considering it might as well be a big burden or can be a big uplifter in your performance inside the tournament. 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, from which champions team's going to get 75 lakhs all to themselves.
Absolutely. The second place team with 37.5, the third place team with 25 lakhs as well. And then, of course, every team who actually qualifies for the grand finals will still get something. But that's not it, Necro. We still have special prizes. You've got the MVP of the BGIS, whom we're keeping a track of. Ninja Jod has been performing very brilliantly. I think he's still at the very top. What do you think? Is he going to be at the top till the very end?
It's really tough to say, man. God's Green isn't really doing that great so far in the overall standings. They're on the 3rd page, if I'm not wrong. So even for God's Green, today's day has to be a really good day, considering you've only got 3 games per day in your hands. So that means 3 games today as well. 3 opportunities to try and make yourself in the first half of the board, or at least in the top 16 somehow.
Exactly. At the 3rd page of the overall standings, we were discussing about this off broadcast as well. It's extremely stacked. There are so many good teams on that page. You've got Team Soul, you've got God's Reign as well, you've got OR Esports, as a matter of fact. In terms of the undergods as well, you've got 4 aggressive men who has been performing brilliantly, but it's just been the consistency on board. Even Troublemakers, as a matter of fact. Now, Troublemakers, I expected them to be inside the first top 16, to be honest. But I don't know, inside of the semi-final, they just feel a little less confident.
I mean, look, Troublemakers is one of those teams that has had quite a weird journey.
Yeah.
It's tough to say how Troublemakers is going to be playing inside the games, but recently they're trying to take care of business. They're trying to play as serious as possible. They're not really pulling out any type of weird shenanigans inside the games anymore, just like how we saw them in the past stages. But for now, let's focus on the points distribution as we've got it in front of us. The first spot getting 15, the second spot getting 12, the third spot getting 10, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards until you take a look at the special thing on the points distribution, which is each finish equals 1 point.
Pretty sure like our viewers are very accustomed to this particular points distribution throughout this competition as well. Now, to sort of explain this a little further, let's just take a case study of Troublemakers as well, right? They have been mostly focusing on the positional part of it. Majority of the match scorecard that you would see, they would try and focus themselves, put themselves in the 1, 2 and the 3 spots. They're not really going much for the finish points, which might actually be a big drawback.
Exactly. Before now, let's move forward and take a look at the teams qualified for the semifinals. We have divided all these teams into groups. Group A and B is in front of us, from which Team Soul is actually quite a big upset so far. They're currently on the 3rd page in the overall standings. Even they need to perform massively.
Massively, of course. But speaking of massively, I think the team right next to them, Gladiator Esports, what a journey they've had. I mean, in this phase of the competition, they're looking ruthless. They're looking very consistent. They're looking absolutely sharp, and the rotations are perfect as well. They're getting good games on their board every single time.
Exactly. MICI Esports too has to be a part of the conversation. Still inside top 16. They're doing a great job maintaining that consistency. And we've seen quite a lot of improvement from the side of MICI Esports. Brave Esports can be a really big part of the conversation, considering we have seen a bit of a dip in the performance. But once again, it's Brave Esports. All they need is one magnificent game. And once again, they'll be back in the race. But as we do move on forward towards the next page, Group C and D now in front of us.
I mean, look at this, right? Team Night Owls, Team Insane as well. These are the teams who we have to focus on. Now, Team Insane hasn't really been in the best of form lately. They are supposed to be ruthless inside of the lobbies. They are supposed to be dominating the competition, but that has not been the case. Even Night Owls, as a matter of fact. Night Owls, as a matter of fact, they've been performing very brilliantly. They are inside the top 16, but to maintain that position, they will have to battle against multiple Goliaths that are coming their way.
Exactly. Let's move on forward and take a look at today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, we're going to kick things off from Erangel, where Group A and C this time are going to be the one to join us inside the entire fray. Then Miramar as well. Group C and D will be the one to duke it out. And then Sanhok, Group B and D will be the one to join us. As usual, Sanhok is something that brings a massive smile on everyone's face because, of course, it's a small map and it's quite aggressive.
Well, of course, right. For Group D specifically, you've got teams like Enigma Gaming and Bloodrose Esports. We talked about them. Their position is going to be extremely important on the maps of Miramar and Sanhok. Huge responsibility on their shoulders. Vikendi has to be played by Group B and C. You've got A and B on Miramar, and then again A and D on Erangel. Like we talked about in the first line of the pre-show as well, every team getting 3 opportunities today. They have to make the proper use of it, especially the ones who are on the last page of the standings.
Exactly, and there's quite a lot of these teams that I had massive expectations from that are currently on the last page of the overall standings. Newman Gaming is one of those teams Johnny had so many expectations from, but so far Newman Gaming's been on a massive struggling spree. And then speak about another team, which is Enigma Gaming. This team's been there on the last page since the start of the entire semifinals, so that's a big point of concern. Then Marcos Gaming, I do not know what just happened to them, but yesterday they were just propelled all the way in the back lines, which is on the last page of the overall standings. In general, for every single team that is currently on the last page, they're just going to have so much pressure on this day 3.
The experienced teams you talked about, right, be it Enigma Gaming, be it Marcos Gaming, or even Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact, the pressure is certainly on their shoulders, but they know how to handle it. They've been in these situations before, and like we talked about, one good game, the points difference isn't much, Necro, if you actually talk about it. We do have the overall scorecard in front of us, and we will, as we transition to the last page, we'll find out how big of a gap there is. But let's just talk about the first page as of now. CS Esports, what a beautiful yesterday it was for them. 2 chicken dinners, a massive climb from them, and now they're at the second spot.
They pulled out 230 bombs yesterday, 2 30-pointer games. That's a massive performance in one single day, but that in itself can also be a big point to look up forward for all the other teams that are currently on the latter half of the board, right? All they can do is just look at CS Esports' performance. All you need is one nuclear game to be back inside the fray once again, to be back inside the top 16 and have a chance to qualify inside the entire grand finals. But then as we do look at Revenue Esports too, this team has shown so much of an improvement inside the BGIS itself. But let's move on forward to the second page, where we're going to see MICI Esports and Growing Strong right next to each other. Now, speaking about Growing Strong, this has to be a big part of the conversation, considering at the start of yesterday's day, Growing Strong, they were in top 3.
They certainly were, right? And their performance yesterday was not really something which was you can actually boast about. Now, they have actually taken a big dip on the overall standings. If they can't really perform today, there might be other teams who are chasing for their spot. It's not just Growing Strong as well. I feel even Team Mayavi, even Team Autobots as well, considering that they're right at the edge on the 15th and 16th spot, their positions are under a huge risk and a big question mark on them.
Yeah, but still, compared to yesterday, they've shown a massive improvement, and I think so today as well. The same thing's going to keep on repeating. Team Insane as well, they have shown improvement yesterday, and I just want to see them keep on improving even better inside the semifinals. As we move on forward towards the third page of the overall scorecard, we're going to see Brave Esports a little bit on the downhill. God's Reign 2 not really doing that great. Tyne FDW as well on a big struggling phase. Majority of the teams over here, they aren't really doing that great.
Not at all, right? I mean, look at Lucknow Giants, just 30 points from their 6 games, which is like averaging 5 points per game. They will need that big chicken dinner to actually propel themselves. Now look at this, right? The last page, we were talking about it so much. We saw that the cutoff was right about 44, 43, right? Team Empire with 30 points. We know that they're just barely trailing by 14 points. They don't really have a lot of troubles to work with. But right from the 29th point onwards, I feel like that is where the problem lies. Nest Esports, Enigma Gaming, Bloodrose, as well as Newman Gaming. These are the teams who need to pull their socks up, Necro.
Yep, they at least need one single chicken dinner today. They need one chicken dinner and more than 25 points in that game to sort of propel themselves at least on the third page of the overall standings, and then another good game to sort of get themselves back inside the race once again in the top 16. Now, that might just be too much to ask, but hey, you've got nothing else to lose anyway, so you might as well try to give it all you've got. Now, as we do move on forward towards the top 10 Rebels of the entire BGIS 2023, as usual, Ninja Jot's going to be the one to lead the race. Then Blind Esports, Knuckles going to be there. Ronnie as well from the side of Blind's going to be there. Team X Spark Sarang's over there, who has been performing consistently well for Team X Spark. And then Night Owls Cleo.
I mean, we've got to talk about Cleo, to be honest. For Night Owls, it's sort of a matter of a pride. We've talked about Cleo time and time again. This man is a machine when it actually comes to finishing off oppositions. But as we transition to the other half, the second half of the top 10 Rebels, you've got Zeref from WSB Gaming. And the only problem is, Zeref is the only one who has sort of been carrying the mantle for WSB, and that is one of the reasons why they're struggling on the overall standings. You've got Destro from Gladiators, you've got Godbot, who is again an insane young talent, Necro.
That is true. Godbot in general has been carrying his entire team on the back when it comes to the elimination aspect. Yeah, of course, teammates have their own dedicated roles, support, IGL, assaulter, and then the secondary assaulter. And Godbot, I think so, is supposed to be the primary assault, and that's why he has gotten the most amount of elimination points so far on the team. And he's been doing a great job in that role too, right? Glitch X Reborn Roman OG is another one of those players who cannot really overshadow.
I mean, Glitch X Reborn, as a matter of fact, their journey inside of this competition has been brilliant. They came in and they just absolutely outshine the competition. Now they are on the first page. They are possibly going to be the first underdog team who might actually make their way to the grand finals. It's a huge matter of pride, especially like you mentioned, Roman Oji is still in that MVP standings and has sort of transitioned to be one of my favorite players right now after Cleo probably.
That is true, but let's move on forward and take a look at the matchup of today's day. Group A and C will be the one to join us inside the first game of Erangel as usual. Soul's going to be the one to kick things off. I really want to see how Team Soul's going to be performing in the first game of the day. They need to perform. They need to start things off on a great note. Team Insane, the same thing can be said. Even their positions on the line. In general, the teams that are going to be on the second and the third page, for them, there's so much to lose.
I mean, we've talked about it, right, Necro? Day 3 is always a day of chaos, and I just want to witness the chaos in person. Now, who can actually bring in the chaos? Autobots, right on the 16th point. They're right at the edge of elimination, to be honest. Even for aggressive men, you've got troublemakers. All of these teams who are sort of there just have one foot inside the grand finals, but still have a very long journey to make.
That is true. Speak about making a very long journey, right? Now, there's quite a lot of these teams. They have traversed through a long journey. Losers bracket, then now over here all the way inside the semifinals. Those type of journeys have sort of made them even more stronger inside the semifinals. That has helped them. But the teams that have qualified all the way from the round 4 itself, even they're showing quite a lot of signs of struggles.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, you talk about WSB Gaming, you talk about Night Owls, right? These are the teams who are going to be playing. They're certainly not in comfortable shoes. Night Owls, as a matter of fact, inside of the second page, yes, some people might think that they have like one foot inside the grand finals, but it's not really the case. We saw who are the teams on the third page, right? And they are going to be shooting today. They are going to be shooting to actually progress forward. Night Owls need to have that consistency, need to have that position and the finish points considered as well.
Exactly, as we've got the first map of the day in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel begins as the plane's going to hit the skies and the plane flat path starting all the way from Milton Power towards Primorx. Now, this plane flat path is completely tilted down south. This is going to be quite interesting.
This certainly is going to be quite interesting. I mean, honestly, majority of the teams will try and move towards the military base and the Novoripnoi region. There might be certain teams going towards school, ruins, as well as Gatka, but that is it. Yasnaya, as well as Georgopol, and the entire Northern Hemisphere, Necro, is completely out of the picture, and I want to witness what are the drop clashes happening right from the get-go itself, especially for the teams who are on the fourth page. Maybe just to try and eliminate a team right off the bat might just be the game plan for them.
I mean, a lot of things are possible over here. Considering it's the day 3, we might see a bit of a targeting as well. I would like to see that, especially if the teams that already know that, okay, it's really tough for them to qualify, maybe just try and go for a little bit of targeting. I would be down to see that as well. But still, there's a bit of a chance for every single team right now in the overall standings. Even the team that are currently in the bottom 3 of the overall standings, even they've got a chance. All they need is one good performance, one single good 25-pointer, and they might just be propelled all the way back inside the top 16. I mean, Gladiator Esports, as usual, just going down south. At 4 a.m., going up towards the northern side. Newman Gaming towards Lipovka. I just want to see where the circle's going to be forming.
And the circle actually forms on the right-hand side of the map. It does cover a majority of the chunk where the teams are actually. The flight path also sort of complements the circle really well. But this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity of a lifetime, especially for Newman Gaming. But look at what is happening right now. Adi just rotating quite close. He wanted to go in for the buggy, but it seems like Night Owl just dropped in right next to them.
That is true. Team Insane right next to him. And Night Owls. These guys are on a move. They do not really want anything to be done against the players of Team Insane, so it's better to just move away right now. Still, it's the early phase of the game. No one's got any type of loot on their hands. So yeah, just start things off a bit passive, and then later on, maybe just kick things off on an aggressive note. Night Owls, no issues over there whatsoever. Speak about Team Soul towards the Gatka side, even for them, there's no issues. WSB might just be next to him, including the players of Autobots. Quite close to the players of Seal, close to the players of Soul.
Yeah. You've got to give it to the flight path as well, right? We witnessed Team Insane and Team Night Owls dropping extremely close, but then they took their individual vehicles and just going their merry way, right? This is what happens when the flight path is very tilted. This is what happens when the flight path is sort of inclined towards one part of the map. Teams whose drop locations are completely alienated, they will have to sort of get themselves those intermediate vehicles, try and move up, try and traverse that particular direction, but it seems like majority of the teams are in their peaceful drop locations. Even Team Soul, as a matter of fact, they have proper control of Gatka and WSB. They're not even nearby.
Team Soul's on a move. Even they do not really have a lot of good loot. No vest, no helmet, no utilities to back him up. Team Soul, considering they know how much is on the line for them, they're currently on the third spot. They're currently on the third page, of the overall standings. Things can be worse, and that's what Team Soul realizes.
I think for Team Soul, the primary objective today is to try and get themselves that one good game. We've talked about it. And teams will know about it. We've seen them inside of round 3 and round 4, how beautifully they know how to make a comeback. And it's always been on this later phase of the competition or the later phase of the round where Team Soul just suddenly breathe life back into their game. So that is something which I'm willing to see. If they have some different motives, if they have some different strategies as well. I mean, look at this, right? We still remember inside of round 4, Team Soul finished day 1 with just 9 eliminations on board, and then they completely transitioned to a different set of gameplay. I think this is something which they're trying out in the semi-finals as well. Might be.
I mean, in round 4 in general, how Team Soul was playing was really passive, right? Just go in the center side of the circle. Just sit down over there. The circle was just shifting right on top of the players of Team Soul. Or even if it was not shifting, Team Soul knew how exactly to enter the circle without any troubles. But so far inside the semifinals, the same strategy hasn't really been working for them. So they need to figure out a new way to sort of make themselves work inside the game. And so far, I think the Team Soul are trying to find that, but they're just not able to find it.
The first 2 days might have been experimental phases, Necro. Of course, a lot of focus towards on Team Soul. We'll also have to talk about Gladiators, right? Gladiators are the ones who've sort of established that particular playstyle, right? Coming in from the edges, just playing in passive as long as it's not necessary for them to take a fight. They've sort of mastered the art of deciding which fight is required for them and which fight is not. And their gunpowder as well. They're firing on all cylinders. You saw how Destro as well as Delta, they were inside of the top 10 rebels. Delta, of course, has dropped down, but Destro is still there. Justin, we know he is like termed as the universal MVP right now recently. And even Shogun, as a matter of fact, the man who's supposed to be in the backlines, even he is firing on all cylinders. This is a team which you should actually learn from on how to progress further.
Oh, before now, speak about progressing further. Maybe WSB could have stepped in the enemy territories this early inside the game. It wouldn't have been that great for them. But still, WSB looking a bit better. Now moving back towards that initial city, which is Pochinki. They will try to start things off on a slow note. Get a bit more better loot on the hand, considering he's only got a level 1 West so far inside the game. Metal Esports has to be part of the conversation, considering they're currently on the first page of the overall standings, in the top 8 somewhere. And they're doing a phenomenal job.
Especially yesterday, Metal Esports were absolutely ruthless. Their gun game was top-notch. Their positional play was top-notch as well. And we mentioned how Team Soul could actually predict the circles. It probably was Metal Esports and their day where everything they did just came out perfect. Even the zone started to form on top of them. The hard shift started favoring them as well. And I feel like if Metal Esports can keep up the ante, maybe they're going to be the team to actually watch out for. You don't necessarily consider Metal Esports to be one of the most aggressive teams, but when they have a good position, they know how to rack up a lot of numbers on the board.
That is true. Metal Esports in general, they're a really good mixture of passive and aggressiveness.
Yeah.
They know when to play passive. They know when to play aggressive. They know how to play defensive as well. And Middle Esports has some of the best defensive stances inside the game. But sometimes, as usual, it's always going to come down to the duels. It's always going to come down to the firepowers, where maybe they can end up losing as well. But considering these players have got so much experience to back him up, recently they've been performing pretty nicely. They're firing on all cylinders. They're playing pretty good. MICI Esports, this team, their main slogan is just go for the heal strat if it's working.
I mean, who can forget that game on Vikendi Necro? Yesterday, it was a blockbuster. The final circle, nobody predicted or nobody saw Sanchit coming. Nobody expected that man would heal himself up to actually go in for that victory. 20 points from that particular game. They did not really focus much on finishes. They only had like 5 finishes on board. But MICI, how beautifully they have divided their attention between both positioning as well as their attacking gameplay. It's all been working really fine, and courtesy to that, they are inside the top 16 right now.
Yeah, it's been working for them. Tying FTW in front of us, though. Now, this is an interesting part of the conversation. This team, for me, was sort of like the wild cards. I did not expect them to be here at all.
Exactly.
But they've came in out of nowhere, and they have been astonishing a lot of people. Be it in good ways or bad ways. And Tying FTW right now, they're not really doing that great inside the tournament, but I'm pretty sure we will witness a bounce back today.
I mean, for them, Titan FTW have just focused on consistency. You look at Six Sense, you look at Sparky, you know you're going to find these players inside the 5th and the 6th circle, just pulling some shenanigans, utilizing their nades and Molotovs really perfectly. Titan FTW has sort of always been one of those teams whose utility usage is really brilliant, and that has sort of helped them propel themselves forward.
Look at the center of the circle, stacked up with so many teams, and it's actually going to shift down south. Now this is interesting.
Wow.
Middle Esports might just have a chance to sort of just move up a little bit closer to the bridge lines and rack up as many eliminations as they can. They can go for the bridge camp if they want to. CS Esports as well now is going to be looking for to move down south. It's a massive wave of vehicles just trying to move down south in general from the northern side.
Look at how many vehicle symbols start popping up on the map itself, right, on the mainland. And gladiators who had dropped down on military base, they kind of predicted that this is going to be a mainland circle. They crossed all the way, they swam all the way, and now they're right in front of Team Troublemakers. I'm not really sure if this is a good plan or this is a good strategy as well, because right on the shorelines, it's completely empty. Shogun, still inside of the gas station. The rest of the gladiators as well, quite close to each other. But it seems like TMZ are also not interested in a fight. No early collision whatsoever inside of the semifinals, the first game.
Early collisions denied.
Oh no.
Things looking pretty smooth up till now. Guri spotted out. Oh no, he's going for the tires, man. It's quite cruel. Finally, now Guri steps out. Unfortunately, Delta, though, is missing a lot of shots. And that's a bit troublesome for them. TMZ in the front lines, still just moving around. Now, one thing is for sure, for a lot of these teams, they need to make it down south somehow. But considering there's a massive stack on the northern side of that bridge, it's just causing so much problem up till now.
It's a huge stack, to be honest. I mean, we do have the map feed, and we can see that there's literally like 5, 6, 7 teams right outside that bridge, and they all want to cross it in tandem. But of course, only a few are going to make it the other side.
There's 8 teams in total near that bridge.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's still the second stage of the game, and that's why teams aren't like forced to make that move. That's why it's still quiet. But had it been like the 4th or the 5th circle Necro, we would have seen an absolute bloodbath, because so many teams in such close proximity, this is not usual.
That's what the crazy part is. Considering the circle is still big, but still these teams are so close to each other. Skrill's going for the resurrection onto the fallen comrade. I think so they've got a decent amount of meds as well, so I do not really know why the knockout came in there in the first place. MICI Esports 2, the late breachers inside the circle. Team Soul, the same thing can be said for them. They're playing on the northern edge. Now imagine if the circle moves down south. Team Soul is screwed, MICI Esports is screwed, Night Owls is screwed. There's so many teams that are pretty much going to give up on their entire journey of this game And Night Owls, they're going to catch a bit of hurt, as Roxy was peppered down a bit, but still no issues just yet.
MICI rotating just underneath them. Look at this Draco just risking his dear life to try and spray down the opposition. But thankfully, he does have the first aid kit to heal himself up. Night Owls have to be very wary. We talked about it, you mentioned it appropriately, that these are the late breaches inside the circle, and these mid-rotation collisions are going to happen right now. Team Soul might as be a part of it, but seems like there's quite a lot of difference in between them.
Oh.
And now look at the circle. This is such a big gamble for these teams. Where do they go? Do they go towards the military base, or do they rotate up towards the mainland?
No, the intentions are now pretty clear from this circle. It's going to rotate up north. So now Metal Esports is screwed up massively. Because if they try to rotate up north, it's going to be a bit of a problem. WSB, they've got the best spot they can ask themselves to be in. CS Esports as well. A solid spot around the farm. Team Empires too inside the farm area themselves. And now look at the entire wave of vehicles that's just moving inside the safe zone.
Look at how contrasting Metal Esports and Gladiators, their approach is, right? Metal Esports, they dropped in towards Nova Opener. They have got the bridge all by themselves. Now, they control who is passing through, who's not. Gladiators, they decide to rotate towards the mainland, and now they have such a tough entry inside the circle. Possibly just complicated things for them, but look at this team inside. They've been hit really hard. 2 players have been knocked down, Dark Lord as well as Adi.
Yeah, having the bridge control is not really going to give you a lot, though, Salty. So, Metal Esports, I think so for them, it's just like a temporary spot for now, considering they know they need to rotate to the main island anyways. And they're probably thinking out or figuring out a good pathway to make it inside the circle. Team Insane, they've lost out on one of their players out in the open. It's not really good news. MICI Esports against the players of Autobots. Mr. Spray's out in the open. He's only got a Shack to play around with and his Weekle. And MICI Esports, they've got a really good compound to play around from. The shots are definitely taken. Mr. Spray's now a bit too low. Moves inside the Shack, killing for the patch-up. And that's the only first aid he's got left over.
It's going to be a really hard entry for Autobots, to be honest. There are multiple teams, just like you mentioned. MICI is there. There is Night Owls as well. And all of these teams, multiple teams just shooting at each other. Adil George just on the finish feed. We witnessed him bow out of the competition. 3 players have been eliminated so far, but I'm thinking there are multiple other bodies who are still going to hit the deck right about now because, like we said, the player density inside of the mainland is just way too high. Even Gladiator Esports are now starting to make a move for themselves, but look at this. Oh my goodness, Optimus.
Now look, the circle is still pretty big, but considering there's not a lot of land that is playable,
yeah,
that's why so many players are right next to each other in that close proximity. And Optimus, he's got the players of Gladiator Esports in his sights. He's just waiting for that execution. He's waiting for at least one player to stand still. But Gladiator Esports, they're not going to do that. They're quite immobile in that spot. And finally, they're going to make that rotation happen once again inside the safe zone. Shots taken. Shogun knows there's someone in the front. TMZ. Those shots do not really connect, but Justin gets knocked out from the back lines. Optimus is the one to pepper down a lot of shots against the players of Gladiators. And Gladiators now, it's going to be a bit tough for them to rotate out from that spot. The circle shifts right on top of the Milta City that's left over on left side.
Yeah, but look at this now. This is beautiful positioning from Team Troublemakers as well. 2 players up front and 1 from the back lines. Optimus and his impact has been absolutely fruitful. And Gladiators, they have nowhere to go. They're completely pinned down. Kuri, of course, will try and nade him down. Just 1 player who is still quite healthy, and that's going to be Delta PG. This nade might actually seal the deal, Necro.
Oh, no. The nades are a little bit of an overshoot. Delta PG is a bit too low. From the back is Optimus closing in. And Optimus is, of course, doing so much damage. But Kuri pulls out that Badger and nails them both down. Gladiator Esports out and over. They're going to vanish into thin air.
I mean, this is something which I wanted from Team TMZ as well, but we'll talk about that a little later because Team Newman Gaming, they are in the midst of battle against Team Midwave Esports. Might just seem like a 1v1 against Aru up close and personal. Rex in the close quarters, but it seems like Newman Gaming want to invade into the compounds of Midwave. That is their only entry point inside the circle, Necro.
Now look, these individual compounds that are next to Milta, they will be tough to grab.
Yeah.
It will be tough to have a control of those compounds. But if you do have a control, it's going to be one of the best compounds that you can ask yourself to be in. And already those compounds are occupied by some teams. And that's why you see Newman Gaming being so assertive right now. They want to assert their dominance against the players of Midwave Esports, but Midwave, they're not really willing to give that entire compound away. Utilities being traded from both the sides. Atanki in the upper lines. And this nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Atanki, though,
nice.
He gets knocked out. Good find. Obi walks inside an unknown territory and gets dealt with Aru with those 2 returns. What a way to return back inside the fight. That's a swift return from the side of Midwave Esports. And now Newman Gaming in a big world of trouble. The utilities are being tossed in from the side of Aru. Midwave, they've got their own troubles to deal with from the backlines. It's the players of Seoul knocking on the doors. It's not a good news at all for the players of Midwave, considering another nade sails in, another man gets knocked out. Midwave Esports down to just a 2-man squad. The same thing goes to the players of Newman Gaming too. Even they're quite screwed. It's all down to Aro now. He needs to make a massive play happen. Look at Team Seoul crossing on over on the opposite side. They know one man from Midwave Esports is just isolated all by himself, so there's a chance they can't take him down.
Yeah, and Dionysus, his approach was simple to try and smoke out the entire territory, but utility usage from Team Seoul has been absolutely perfect. And now look at this, of course. Oh my god, Aru! He just stepped down from the 2nd floor using the shotgun, but immediately as he did that, Team Seoul just coming in and wiping the floor with them. 2 teams have been eliminated, Necro.
Akshat's nades finds Aru. And then over here on the map, even WSP is on a spree. Even they wipe out the entirety of Team Empires. Autobots rolling out against the players of MICI, and out and over. MICI Esports, they get eliminated so quickly within a flash. Autobots, they do a fantastic job.
Absolutely. Now this is the chaos that I was wanting to experience inside of the semi-finals. Every single team just hungry for blood, hungry for those finish points. Autobots, as a matter of fact, it's not like they're unhurt. They've also taken a big loss in terms of losing their comrades, even Big Brother Esports as well. This is very wise decision making because they're right at the northern edge of the circle. They do not really have a lot of teams. They want to be the late rotators inside. They know, as a matter of fact, multiple teams are fighting against each other. It's just safe to say that they want to preserve their numbers right now, Necro.
Middle Esports towards the bridge lines. Top Dog and Kyoya right next to each other. Paradox and Kyoya a little bit split out. Look at this replay. This is how the action really unfolded inside this compound. The first man got taken down from Newman Gaming, stepped inside an unknown territory, and Aru himself took down 3 players. That's a magnificent return inside the fight. Then Aru wipes out the entirety of Newman Gaming within a flash. But then this nade from Akshat was tossed to perfection, and even Aru gets dealt with.
It was a 1v4, Necro. He got the first knock with the DBS when the opposition had no clue about his position. Someone else stepped in his crosshair as well and one tight slap. And then in the end, how beautiful was that jump? We'll talk about that in the highlights as well. But look at this right now. Autobots, they have a solid position. If they are not challenged by Big Brother Esports, of course, great utility usage. And it seems like Sarvit has sort of taken a big hit. And Saf as well. It's done. Big Brothers, they're dug 6 feet under.
Yeah, Big Brother Esports eliminated from the game. Team Seoul now getting pounced on by the players of Tyne FDW. The man who tried to move up close and personal, Team Seoul, they've dealt with that threat successfully. Sparky OP still in the opposite lines. Tyne FDW trying their best to fight back. Night Owls is going to be the one they're fighting up against. And the entirety of Night Owls has been eliminated from the game. But Team Seoul still, they've got a bit of a trouble to deal with. That's right next to them in the name of Tyne FDW. So even they're going to be quite anxious.
Six Sense wanted to push Team Seoul and their compound, but an instant strike back from Team Seoul just discouraged Titan FTW from pursuing their opposition. And now Titan FTW, they know, as a matter of fact, just 2 players still alive. It's not worth it to actually try and move up and challenge Team Seoul from their position. But another 1v2 that we witnessed. And now look at this. Team Seoul just chasing, but they had no intention. They had no clue where exactly Punk was.
Yeah, Punk had the X Factor in that fight. He had a really good position. Sparky just slaps him down. Hector gets knocked out. And now everything's in the hands of Sparky. He's trying his best to fight back inside this fight, but Goblin's going to be the one to clutch it out and saves the day for Team Seoul. And this is where Team Seoul's going to make a comeback inside the entire fight. Once again, Goblin now needs to get the resurrection back up on the fallen comrades.
The northeastern part of the circle entirely is in chaos right now. It's in shambles. Team Seoul just struggling to make their way out of it. Autobots, as a matter of fact, as well, just completely caught in that track. And amidst all of this chaos, there's just one team who is so comfortable, and that's going to be Team Insane. They are right at the smack center. Look at the radar. The brown dots, of course, on the radar. It's Team Insane as well as Team CS Esports. Those are the two teams who have the smack center of the circle and the utter control of it. They're the dictators right now.
Yeah, but look at CS Esports. They've got all the 4 players alive.
Yeah.
As usual, they managed to preserve their man number once again. And you know, if CS Esports, they're alive in full force inside the game, there's a high chance they're also going to win the game. The same thing can be said for the likes of WSB too, considering even they've got all the 4 players up and alive, but let's see. It's so tough to say who's going to win this game. WSB, they need a breach inside the safe zone, so that's where they might just be screwed up. Team Insane, a really good spot. Autobots in the front. So many of the teams that are just hugging the wall of death. They need to make it inside the safe lines. To make it in, it just sounds like a next to impossible daunting task. CS Esports, they're just constantly applying a lot of pressure. WSB, now they're starting to get picked out. Metal Esports in the front lines of CS Esports, even they need to take care of Metal. There's just way too many teams to look at the same time.
It's still a very good problem for CC Sports to handle, because this is a happy problem. Multiple teams coming in your direction. You've got complete control of the circle as well. A little bit of a high ground for Sanhok to play around. So much information that they're gathering. And Team CSE Sports, this is time for them to wrap up on those finished numbers. Multiple teams, just like you witnessed, right? WSB as well as Metal Esports just trying to traverse an open ground. The only piece of cover can be their vehicles and the smoke grenades. And I think Metal Esports want to take that last-ditch entry inside the circle. It's not going to be very healthy for them, though.
It's not going to be healthy indeed. Top Dog moves out in the open. That's the only option he can see. That's the safe enough. And Top Dog now is catching a bit too much hurt, even from the back lines. The buggy's going to get blown up. It's better to move back inside the cover. He needs to be away from that blast radius. Metal Esports slowly and steadily starting to make some moves on the board. They want to make it inside the safe zone. They have barely. And one of the guys from WSB's out in the open. His position's compromised. Steps are taken. Bikyoya misses so many shots. 4 AM 2 alive on the edge. The wall of death now starting to close in. Every single person at this point in time inside the game is just so uncomfortable. The wall of death is from the back, just moving in slowly and steadily. The smoke walls created from the players of 4 AM to try and close on up to the safe grounds, but once again, it will be tough to breach the compound in the front lines, and now the nades start to stay in. The wind is in the sails of WSB, and they wipe out the entirety of 4 AM.
4 AM had no clue that WSB was approaching them from the back lines. This is why the awareness inside of the final circle is so important. But even WSB has been hit back, like I said, completely out in the open. They were hit by multiple targets. And now Scream is the last one who still has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. 4 teams and 12 players.
Scream in the bush. He's taken off everything that's on the back. Be his backpack, pan, everything. And now the game strat is completely clear for WSB.
Yeah.
Be the one with the nature, be the snake.
But how long will they survive? That's the question. Team CS Esports on the other side. The circle has sort of dished them right now. They're trying to lay up the smokes to close in on Insane. It seems like they have the manpower, but do they have the grounds as well? That is the question. Adi, of course, will be ambushed, and it seems like this fight is going to break up pretty soon, Necro.
Oh, Team Insane get bounced on by the opponent, CS Esports. They're losing out on their patience, and I just love it. CS Esports being so aggressive in these moments. They did lose out on ParaBTC, but once again, it's just knocked out. The Resurrection's going to be back up on his feet soon enough. ParaBTC should be back up. Metal Esports would want to take an advantage of this entire fight that's going on. Metal Esports will be looking for a third party. But Team Insane, they've got a world of trouble to deal with.
Just 2 players alive for Team Insane, and look at this, TS Esports, they have the numbers advantage. But amidst all of this chaos, Metal Esports from the back lines, just like you said, they're starting to chime in their numbers. Harsh, of course, is going to reap in all the benefits. Get all those finished numbers on board. But I think this is Metal Esports and their hunting turfs, because they know that this collision means that they can make the entry inside the circle. But Encore has been knocked down by Scream.
Oh, it's all down to Ranadeep. It's a 1v2 scenario. CS Esports left out in the open. Ranadeep in such an uncomfortable spot. Being pinned down in this spot too. Ranadeep nowhere to go, but he's got a nice little closet position to play with. He might just be choked to death. He might just be suffocated to death. But Ranadeep, man's trying to pull out some parkours, but the DBS in the front is definitely a weapon to be feared of. Skips, all he wants is a clear shot against the opponent, and he finds that shot. Team Insane, they nailed down the entirety of CS Esports. The table's being flipped, and now Metal Esports looking forward to pounce up against the players of Team Insane. One man's out in the open going prone. That's the biggest mistake you could make. One man gets knocked out. Now it's all down to the second guy, which is Skips. The nade's being tossed to perfection,
Wow.
and the nade's gonna find the connection. That's it. Even Team Insane gets eliminated in the end. It's the players of Metal Esports. Once again, the consistency thrives.
The consistency on Metal Esports is absolutely insane. Their calm and composed nature inside of the final circle is something which is a truly phenomenon, to be honest, because you witnessed that entire chaos that was happening on the northeastern part of the circle. But Metal Esports, they were like, all right, fine, you guys let it actually happen. We're going to sit in the back line. We're going to backsit this entire fight. And when the opportunity came, especially when CS Esports decided to push up on Insane, that is when they covered majority of the grounds, which is perfect timing.
That is true. Remember when I said Metal Esports, they've got a good mix of aggression and passiveness, and that's what Metal Esports showcased in that final few moments. They were playing so defensive till the end moment right there, and when they knew that, okay, now it's our time to pounce on, they pounced on in such a great fashion. They know when to aggress, they know when to play defensive, and even their defensive stances are so good. When they rotate all the way outside from the military base, they showcase so many patience.
Exactly. I mean, that is what I talked about, right? Their positioning in contrast to Gladiator Esports. If you remember, Gladiators just actually made their position really difficult, trying to enter from a different angle. Metal Esports just held the bridge. They were like, all right, fine, we know exactly this is where we have to go, but let's just delay that push.
Exactly. I mean, in general, Gladiator Esports getting picked off like that, it's something that I did not really see coming. But unfortunately for Gladiator Esports, sometimes the games do not really go in the way you want to. For a lot of these teams, they've got so much to look forward to as well. Metal Esports, once again, just starting things off on a great note. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Push, left, ठीक है
पीछे आ रहे, पीछे आ।
वो यूसी कितना है? जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश, पुश, चल, स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा।
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिन ते तकड़म भगड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर। देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था। अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। अच्छा लो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that first game of the day. And of course, it was quite a phenomenal game from the side of Metal Esports.
Yeah.
I had a full-blown conversation about this with Salty as well, with how good Metal Esports are in switching that switch between playing aggressive and playing passive. They know when to play aggressive. They know when to play defensive.
Exactly, and especially that last move of theirs running into the open field with nothing but haystacks for cover. That was actually brilliant because the other teams, in the end, when they were trying to push for the center, did in fact get a little bit busy, too distracted with each other. And Metal took advantage of that. And I think this will actually build them a little bit of a safety cushion, this win of theirs, because we started the day, Metal was on that 8th position, and now they'll move up in the rankings. They will be in a much safer position than before.
Yeah, that is for sure. I don't think some Metal Esports do have a lot of elimination points, but still, even if they do manage to get like 20 points in total, that should still be pretty good to keep themselves somewhere in the top 5 anyways, right? Because there were not really a lot of points that were separating them and the teams that were currently inside the top 5. Now, let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights of the previous game. CS Esports, as usual, once again being able to preserve that man number as usual.
I think CS, there has been a brilliant switch from CS, because if you remember, day number 1 wasn't that great of a start for them, but from there they took their breathing room, they gained a little bit of breathing room for themselves, took their time and have recovered quite nicely. Midway, we are still seeing signs of life from this team, but I know we have witnessed a lot of incredible moments, but I'm still waiting for them to actually break into the top 8 for once.
This was a 1v4 from Aru, and then a third party came in from Team Seoul, and they just destroyed the hopes and dreams of Midwave Esports. I feel so bad for Aru. He did not even have time to celebrate that 1v4. He just got done with it for 1v4, and then a nade sails in, and Team Seoul, they just claimed that final elimination point.
If you can do this every single game, then it's fine. Can't like pull off 1v4 in the 10th game out of the 10 matches that you played.
That is true. I mean, consistency is something that really matters, and that's why I said, right? Metal Esports, once again, the consistency thrives for them.
I mean, perfect example of this is actually Metal Esports, as you mentioned, and a couple of other teams in the top 8. I mean, we talk about Glitch Reborn. They're also one of those teams that you never see them pop off. You're not going to see them pull off these 1v4s, 1v5s, or maybe just take on 2 fights at the same time. But they're consistent. Metal Esports, same thing. Consistent in their games.
That is true. I mean, speaking of the consistency, even CS Esports have been quite consistent recently. They were on the 2nd spot in the overall standings, and after such a big game, once again, there's a chance they might just propel themselves on the 1st spot in the overall standings. Now, speaking about things, WSB2 seen somewhere in the top 3. I'm quite happy for WSB. Slow and steady race is something that WSB is going with.
Exactly, and we have discussed this in the past as well. Right now, you get absolutely nothing for being on the 1st position of the leaderboard. It's just that you will have the momentum going into the finals. As you mentioned, I mean, WSB, again, another incredible team. But CS Esports, I mean, I think CS in this game in particular were hoping to have that 3rd chicken dinner on the board, because right now they are the only team with 2 to their name. Everyone else is sitting there with just 1 win each. Majority of the teams who have won the games are there with just single chicken dinner to their name. CS Esports the only team with 2. I think they could have actually just set a benchmark for how to consistently win matches, but it seems like it's going to take a while for that to happen.
That is true. Speak of troublemakers, though, one of your favorite teams, Johnny, actually, and they were causing a lot of troubles for Gladiator Esports. Now, look, all of that is understandable.
It's not
but
enough.
What is one guy from Troublemakers doing all the way back in the blue and taking shots against the players of Gladiator Esports? Now, if I'm Gladiators, I would be super pissed.
Listen, someone has to be responsible for the chaos, and Troublemakers will always be the team that will hold up the mantle. But here's the thing about them, right? The playstyle of theirs of just being in the backlines of everyone, they are the literal backstabbers for a majority of the teams because of how slow they play and how slow their rotations are. We see them charging into fights, but the timing of those rushes is so awkward that they always find themselves running towards clusters for some reason.
Yeah.
And they need to slow it down even further. They need to sort of build up a play style just like the Gladiators themselves. I mean, you don't see Gladiators push for fights beyond that 6th or before that 6th zone, before that 7th zone. In the extreme late game is where the Gladiators actually take their fights. Or otherwise you just turn to the other side of the spectrum, that is Team Soul. Early center control, and then you just wait.
I mean, Team Soul was definitely trying to get the central control, but all the time the circle just kept on shifting away from them. And sometimes they just got so hungry to get those elimination points, and that's why things just did not work out. Now, as we do move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Spider Shard from 4 a.m. with 5 elimination points wrapped up and only 71.4% finish contribution. Now, once again, that's not only. The only reason why I said it's only is because he's the only one who's contributed majority for his team.
In this matchup, I mean, he was very impressive, but still 4 aggressive man. I mean, there's a long way to go for them. Yesterday, we did see signs of recovery from this team. Today, I think I would hope to see them within that top 8 bracket if they can actually make it happen. 2 more matches left to pull it off. 1 win, and I think they should be in the top 8 bracket. And with a little bit of safety cushion to work with as well. But top 5 Rebels, we do see Kyoya from the side of Metal Esports. 4 finishes. That's 100% of the finishes on the team.
That is true. Even Armstrong from the side of WSB's over there with 4 finishes. And then Sparky OP's over there too with 4 elimination points. And then Aru with 4 himself. Now, look, all these players, they have been performing pretty well in general inside the game so far. But now let's move on forward and take a look at the point standings of that entire previous game. This is where we'll be able to find out how many points exactly did Metal Esports accumulate. I think so, not a lot, but still should be enough to keep themselves somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah, 19 points. It's not a bad game. I think the main problem for Metal will be the fact that now even the teams on the second page of the rankings are catching up to them, and if they do not perform consistently, find that space within the top 5, then they might take a tumble a little bit down on the rankings. And it's going to be a stressful scenario, by the way, because tomorrow is the last day of the semi-finals, because there will be so much pressure on these teams to protect their spot and also move forward. Apart from that, I think CS Esports, they did well, but they were already in a safe position. WSB as well. 4 Aggressive Man is going to move up in the rankings. Team Soul. Now, this is something interesting. I mean, we did in the first day itself, we noticed Team Soul in a position where they were trying to go for those placements, wasn't really working out too well for them. They did bring in a little bit of aggression, just a smidge of it, but the combination also wasn't enough. Yesterday, they just went full in on the team fights. They racked up a lot of elimination points, but still the position points were lacking. And even in this game, I think the conversion that we wanted wasn't really there.
That is true. Another big point of concern has to be Newman Gaming. Now, as we know, they've only got 2 more lifelines left inside today's day, and they're also all the way on the bottom of the board. And considering, as I would say, today is pretty much the last day for them to establish a comeback. They need at least 1 chicken dinner so that they can bounce all the way back on the second or the third page. And then they need another good performance to sort of topple themselves inside the top 16 in a comfortable spot.
They need 2 wins. 1 win is going to get them to the third page of the ranking, and the second will just barely keep them in the fight for contention. They will be on the second page if they get the second win, but still they'll be in a position from where they can be kicked out just because of how unimpressive the performance till now has been. I mean, again, we can't really shy away from the fact that 7 matches have passed and still on the 16th position with, I think they ended yesterday with just a single digit. Even in this match, if I'm not wrong, they were like at 6 or 7 points, and 2 points from this match, that's going to be either 8 or 9 points on the board overall.
I mean, Newman and Enigma Gaming, they've got their own problems to deal with. I do not even know what exactly is going on with these teams. And the best part about these teams is that they're supposed to be like the well-known teams inside the community. They're supposed to be the old dogs in the community and still not being able to perform, still not being able to put that experience on the board. It's just definitely quite concerning. But for now, let's move on forward and take a look at the upcoming teams that are going to be performing inside the match 14 of the entire semifinals, which will be the Miramar game. Group C and D will be chiming inside the action. Team System, Enigma Gaming, Blood Rose Esports, Newman Gaming. For them, this is a massive wake-up call.
Majority of the teams from Group D have actually recovered quite nicely on day number 2. Today, day number 3, I think from this particular group, my eyes will be on System and Blood Rose, because these are the teams that have struggled all the way through the, a few through the in-game qualifiers. A few of them, Blood Rose in particular, has been a team that has showcased the prowess in the previous rounds as well.
Yeah.
But this round, in the semi-finals, the downfall that we have witnessed is just unexpected. Same goes for Team System. And in the semifinals, you can't really hope for last-minute miracles.
That is true. Now, isn't it sort of weird to see God's Ring on the third page of the overall standings? I did not expect that at all. God's Ring is currently on the third page of the overall standings, Johnny, and they are on the verge of getting eliminated if they do not perform once again. Now, as I said at the start of the entire segment as well, things can be worse, and God's Ring should realize this, and they should try to play a little bit more serious.
Exactly, and this becomes even more weird when you start looking at the individual player stats, because God's Reign is the only team, if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because they are the only team, I believe, with 2 players in the list of that MVP ranking that we have for the BGIS MVP. Ninja Jord is there, Aquanox is in that list as well. Ninja Jord, in fact, leading the charge of that list. Aquanox is there, I believe, on the 6th or the 7th position, maybe. It has gone down or up in the last few matches that they played. But still, players are doing individually well, but it's just that even after getting all of those finishes in their matches, their placement is consistently on the low end. They take an early exit even after winning one fight in game.
I mean, it's an interesting conversation to have, right? Now, those stats that you're talking about, they're the entire stats of the BGIS 2023 so far, right? But in the semifinals, Godspeed performance has been on a tumble. They haven't really been able to perform that well compared to the previous rounds. Now, yes, it's not really that bad. They can still easily establish a comeback. All they need is a decent game, maybe 2 decent games, and they will be in the top 3, maybe hell in the top 8 easily without any problems. But still, seeing them in that position is something that I never saw coming.
I mean, no one did. I mean, if you talk about them, it's the same position as Enigma or Newman. Biggest names in the lobby. These teams have, like, one of their players alone has more experience than some of the teams combined together. And even after all of that experience, it feels like they haven't really broken the code to all of these undergods and their strats.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I genuinely saw Newman Gaming coming on the last page. I'm not going to lie. I had a feeling when I saw Newman Gaming entering inside the semifinals, and I saw with how they were playing. Look, I just genuinely knew with the way they were playing inside the previous few rounds and even in the losers bracket, I knew the confidence isn't really looking all-time high for those two teams. And we are currently seeing them on the last page of the overall standing. Speak of the stats have been phenomenal, but playstyle inside the game just really showcases a lot about you as a team.
I mean, that is quite true. You, especially from a team with a lot of experience, when you're going up against newer players, you would expect them to dominate the fights entirely. I mean, even if you lose out on one player, it is fine, but you have to at least consistently win those team fights. And that is, I think, one place where Newman has been struggling quite a lot. Just not winning those gun battles, not winning the gun fights inside of the game has been a main point of concern for them. Because, I mean, it's a game of survival. And it will be, like, literally Darwin's law will apply inside of the match of BGMI, where the toughest will survive if you show signs of weakness. If you have that chink in the armor, everyone is just going to lob a lot of utility on it and just blow it up to make it even bigger. And that is what has happened to Newman. That is why every single time you see them run into a team fight, they are usually the ones on the receiving end of the aggression and never the ones initiating it.
And now speak about the chink in the armor, right? Even Godbot from the side of Growing Strong, even he's not been able to perform, especially yesterday.
Yeah.
Godbot wasn't able to perform that well. And because of that, the entire team's performance has been impacted now. They're currently on the second page of the overall standings, considering they started things off yesterday in the top 3.
Yeah, and this is a wake-up sign for the rest of the team then.
Yeah.
I mean, if your entire journey was reliant on one guy doing well, then that was a flawed plan, because no one in this world can consistently just perform throughout the year. Everyone is going to have a down day, but you have to make sure that when Godbot is not there, the other players at least step up a little bit, or at least bring it to a damage control position right now in this point.
That is true, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Miramar is on the way, as the plane's going to be starting all the way from Impala towards Minas del Sur. Now, this plane flight path, once again, is just tilted down south. What's going on with these plane flight paths recently inside the semifinals?
Why are you complaining? These are so fun to look at.
It is fun.
I love the early game struggle, the scramble that is there for the vehicles. We see so much chaos.
I mean, look, the crazy part about this map now is only 50% of the map's going to be up for grabs initially. And then teams will need to lay their hands on the vehicles and then maybe start traversing through the no man's land type of deal. But for now, a lot of these teams will need to adjust on the fly, because El Pozo, El Azahar might just be out of reach. Even Water Treatment's going to be out of reach. Cruz del Valle is not going to be over there too. So many of these cities will be so tough to grab.
I mean, the cities are going to be, a few cities on the northern part will be off limits, as you mentioned, but then again, one interesting thing that has been happening in the semifinals in particular is a lot of these teams are going for this Los Egos drop. And that Southern Island, Los Egos, Minas del Sur, Prison, I mean, it is quite a decent position. The only problem is usually the kind of trends we have with the circles in Miramar, it tends to be a little far away. It tends to be a little bit longer of a rotation for you to make. Plus, if teams are dropping towards Valle del Mar or Minas Generales, they will have a brilliant opportunity to actually gatekeep you. And even in this game, oh wow, we're seeing insane drop towards Prison Island.
Yeah,
wow.
That's what I was pointing out as well. I mean, Team Insane just dropping towards Prison. This is a bit weird. I guess the criminals do deserve to be in the prison.
What is the crime?
Criminals, Team Insane, they have been insane inside the lobby. They've been out of control. Even in the previous game, they performed so well. And speak about the previous few rounds, Team Insane was just going all guns blazing inside the lobby, not even respecting anyone. And for that disrespect, there should be a lawsuit.
Wasn't Insane on the third page of the ranking at the start of the day?
No, they were on the second. There's been a bit of an improvement.
Just a bit.
Yeah. But at least slow and steady steps are over there, right?
True.
Compared to all the other teams, right? Just for them, the performance has been downhill. WSB is a prime example of that. They've been shifted all the way down on the third page now. And speak about the third page, we've got Titan FDW up against the players of God's Reen. Titans are out in the open. This is not really a good sign. The nade sails in quite close. Scarrail pulled out by Equinox. And the man's still looking around. Those two players behind the tree are pinned down. And Equinox, it does not really have any type of a sight, so of course it's a bit too tough for him to spot out the players in the front, so he will need to be as precise as possible.
But it's going to be Night Owl securing the first finish of the game. Kira, the man responsible for blood being shed in the map of Miramar. But coming back to this fight, I mean, Titans, I believe, have an advantageous position. They have pinned Robin and Equinox. We do see on the radar one of the players from the side of God's Rain squad has a flank available. But it's going to be extremely difficult to actually gain a lot of value from this unless the Titans are held off in a position. But it's going to be based from the backline starting things off. Spray committed, but a lot of shots being whiffed.
Blaze not able to find the ideal connections. That's indeed a problem. And now looking forward to toss the nades out. Wanting to find that initial connection. Even Robin gets taken down. This is not a good news for the players of God's Reen. Pulls out the shotgun, up close and personal. Equinox knocked out as well. God's Reen on the verge of getting eliminated from the entire game.
I mean, we're talking about God's Reign before this match began, how the performance has been one filled with a lot of struggles in the semifinals. Not the turnaround the team was expecting to have. But Blaze, the retaliation is going to be there. 6 cents dropping to the floor. Numbers equalized. HP advantage on Blaze as he pushes inside the factory.
Blaze, it's got the AKM up close and personal, and we know this weapon deals out a lot of damage. Need to watch out from Blaze. He's a walking red flag right now for the players of Titan FDW. Punk gets knocked out. Ninja Jaw doing a great job from the far fray. Finding that initial connection. Blaze now, finally this battle breaks out. But still, both these players are just so ignorant. None of them want to go for a full commit, considering they do not really have a lot of meds to back himself up. Blaze finds a beautiful connection with that Mini 14 in the close range. Pulls out the DMR, because it does not really have a lot of bullets on the other weapon. But a quick peek from the opponent to shut him down. But in the end, it's completely okay. Ninja Jot from the back lines has got his teammates back.
Now, this is what support is all about. He was covering the right angle at the right time. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to actually run towards another fight, which is in an awkward position. MJ, you brought it down to 1v1 against Cleo, I believe, from the side of Night Owls. Runs forward with his weapon and actually gets the finish. It's a one. He got all of them.
Wow, it's a 1v4 from MJ being executed against the players of Night Owls. But hey, I mean, the damage is already done, right? Revenue Esports down to just MJ. This is not a good sign at all. But still, Revenue Esports, they're on the first page of the overall standings.
Yeah.
They're
Night
quite
Owls as
chilling.
well.
Yeah, they're chilling over there.
Both these teams are in a safer position. I think in Night Owls, even if they walk away with a few points every match, they should be able to keep their spot within the top 16 unless someone in the latter half of the rankings has an impressive pop-off. But let's see. Revenant Esports, so as you mentioned, the damage has already been done. And I think midwave, they have control of Los Leones as well. So it's going to be quite difficult for MJ to move around.
Oh, look at this. This is how the situation really escalated. And then MJ closed in, and he got the last man down. Nicely done. Revenant Esports pulling things back in their court. But as I mentioned, the damage is already done, Johnny. So for Revenant Esports, the survival for the upcoming future stage is going to be a little bit too tough.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a very awkward game of Miramar because Blood Rose Esports, we've always seen them just holding on to their positions for so long, but this time it seems like one of their players has been caught out in the open by CS Esports, and look at how they show up to secure the finish. They see Pasha OP in the distance as well in that golden Mirado.
What am I watching?
I have no idea as well, buddy.
Wow. This is what you call bloodthirsty.
For who? CS or Blood Rose?
I mean, considering Blood Rose, they've got blood. CS Esports is the one that's bloodthirsty. But now, A genuine point that we need to mention over here, all the teams that have been looking for the points in the initial phases have been taken out of the game, be it the players of Night Owls,
True.
be it the players of Titan FTW, Blood Rose Esports too. For them, the journey is now cut short.
But
Things are not looking too good. Even God's Reign should be an example.
it's only for a few teams though, I mean, because if you think about Night Owls and Revenant, safer positions on the leaderboard, do not really care if one game goes bad, they can hold on to their spot, especially Revenant. Blood Rose, Titan and God's Reign, in fact, for them it's actually very important to convert their matches. Team Empire, OR Esports, there's also an interesting fight because Team Empire, the performance that we've seen in the semifinals, not really up to the mark, the benchmark that they themselves set during the previous rounds of the matches, but now they have isolated 2 players from the side of OR Esports. They have the opening to work with as well.
Oh, that's a tough cut. Jelly all by himself, isolated in this compound, tosses out a utility. The Molotov's on the floor. Jelly gets knocked out. One of the biggest mistakes that this man can make. And then the confirmation follows up to Team Empire. This team's on a flow, and they're feeling themselves right now. And for them, they need to make a swift return back in the overall standings. So even this team is quite hungry when it comes to getting those elimination points. They will try to get anything that they can lay their hands on.
That was brilliant scouting done by Team Empire, realizing, all right, it's just 2 players from the opposing side. We have the numbers advantage, and them closing in and finishing them off is just phenomenal. But look at this, Viper waiting to strike. Doors open, opposition in his face. That's a tough one.
He got the first one, but still the second man in the back line is trying his best to fight back. Sanhok has got him pinned down, and that's it. CS Esports, they're like a pack of wolves just hunting down the foes without even any trouble.
Yeah.
No fear being showcased inside the lobby. CS Esports at this point, they know that they are the one that are the table toppers in the overall standings. They've got nothing to lose. All they need to do is just keep on going on a spree.
They're challenging some of the best teams in terms of performances and consistencies. I mean, we've always talked about how Gladiators were one of the heavy favorites to win it all in this BGIS, and CS Esports delivering on the same level now. This is a new team that we've seen for the first time in this tournament, coming all the way from the grind. An impressive journey, a long, grueling journey, but they managed to survive all this time and still are firing on all cylinders.
Look at the map. Robin from the side of God's Reign. I mean, the 2 players on the side of God's Reign were knocked out and taken out of the game. And we just had a conversation about God's Reign too, right? A full-blown one. That God's Reign, how they're on the 3rd page in the overall standings. They desperately need this game. And then they get eliminated. We spoke about Blood Rose Esports too. Even they get completely wiped out from the game. Or now we've got WSB Raiden taking shots against the foes. Few connections found, but not enough.
CS getting a little complacent, tunnel visioned on the long distance information that they had about the position of Team System. WSB Scream took advantage of that. Shots fired, did not connect though. Not enough anyway to secure the knock.
Nice.
Well, all of that was happening. Sarthak just... that was a brilliant move. I mean, he just cut off that backup from the side of Blood Rose Esports, isolated the fight.
I don't even think so. He meant to do that. It just happened when he vaulted inside the window.
I think that was the plan. They knew both the players weren't going to hold the same position in the house.
But actually, if they would have done that, that would have been the better way to play that entire scenario. Imagine a crossfire being set up. That would have been a really good one. Maybe they could have at least got 2 knockouts. Once again,
a lot of hypotheticals can be said about it. I mean, both players in the same position also means like once the door is open, both of you are vulnerable.
Yeah. There's like so many ways to look at a point, right?
Yeah, it's very situational. Like depends on what the other person has, what you have to work with, how they look at a particular scenario. Quite a lot of variables.
True that. Look at Nano Baby too. This man was just running down the opposition.
Yeah.
Like they do not even mean anything. God's Reign at the end of the day, at least they flipped the table against the players of Titan. Once again, Sparky in the end, I genuinely thought as soon as he takes down the guy in the front, that might just be it for the players of God's Reign, but then no. the man from the back lines, which was Ninja Jod. He did a perfect job in providing that cover fire towards his teammates.
Exactly. I mean, you have to follow your teammates, always be in a line of fire. Even if you are at a distance, you will make sure, and your teammate also needs to make sure that they are within your line of sight. Just in case something goes wrong and you are not visible to them, they can't do anything to bring you back or just deny the finish to the opposition as well. But let's see. I mean, TWM on our screens. I want to talk about TWM. They have been so phenomenal in the semi-finals. It's a brilliant turnaround by these guys.
Their name is, it's the World of Mafia.
Yeah.
And they are the Mafias right now in the lobby. And as you mentioned, inside the semifinals, yes, their performance has been quite decent. And they have directly qualified from the round 4
Yes.
in the semifinals. That's another big point. In general, TWM, they haven't really lost their form. And that's what I like to see. If you have qualified all the way from the round 4, you need to keep on proving yourself. You can't just stop over there. You can't just be too complacent. And TWM, they haven't been complacent at all. I think right now from the side of Midwave Esports being pinned down. Now moves out in the open, wants to cross on over. Inside that compound, skips. Looking for to skip the opponent. A really good entry inside the fray, but I think he's still in the front lines. Now the man's pulled out the MP45 for a close and personal combat, and he knows, I think he's in the front. I think he himself being pinned behind that truck. The players of Team Insane know exactly where the man is too. Really good nade from the side of Athenki to start things off. And now would want to get the things confirmation. Another nade tossed in, skips. The confirmation follows up, skips out of the game. Team Insane making such a big mistake inside this fight.
A brilliant move by Midwave Esports. Athenki, especially the way he has just managed to bait the entirety of Insane, and Insane, another game that's not looking good for them. Even Dark Lord is going to fall. Just one man left standing out in the open. There is a distraction for Midwave as well. Players are growing strong in the distance. Dionysus is knocked out.
Oh no, the players are just getting blown up one by one. Team Insane trying their best to fight back. It's all down to Hirsch now. Can he pull off an insane clutch to save the day for Team Insane? Can he keep the flag high in the sky? This can be a tough situation to defend from. A really good Molotov going to limit down Hirsch's movement, so he can't really move around anymore inside the house. Now also catches himself on a bit of a fire. Aru knocked out from Midwave Esports. Now Midwave, if they really need to make it quick, they're wasting a lot of time inside this scenario. Hirsch is just wasting so much time at this point in time. And Team Insane, they're getting the lifeline that Hirsch really wanted.
Still, due to that third party that happened earlier, Midwave have lost one of their players. A brilliant dive from Hirsch secures one more knock, but that will be it. And Midwave, they come out on top, wiping out the entirety of Team Insane. 4 eliminations secured. Just lost one player, Dionysus. That was due to a third party as well from the players of GS.
Did you notice one thing?
What?
We did not see a single shotgun in that fight.
Yeah.
That's the first fight inside BGIS, I think so. That we haven't seen a shotgun being utilized. And now I speak of the shotgun, and the shotgun strikes. MJ is the one to shut down the first man. Revenue Esports, MJ is all by himself against the 4 players in the front lines, and MJ's trying his best to find out the second opening as well. It will be a tough one. MJ's pulled it off once, and now he's looking to make sure that he's going to repeat the history once again. But what a jump shot that was from Sams, and TWM without any problem. They eliminate that threat.
It was just one last remaining player from the side of Revenant Esports. And TWM, the slow rotation tactic of theirs helps them catch this individual completely off guard. A 1v4 for MJ to pull off, but man can only do so many clutches, pull off so many clutches in a single game. MJ's quota for this match of Miramar was already done.
Yeah. MJ was like, I got my 4.
Yeah.
My teammates got nothing. Newman Gaming in front of us. So far, 0 elimination points wrapped up. You know what? Newman Gaming's been playing so safe, so slow inside the semifinals. It's actually a big point of concern. Oh, look at Skips. He walked. He thought, oh, it's just a normal stone.
Yeah.
And then he realized, oh no, it's an 8.
You're going to pellet stones at you in a game of BGMI. That should be enough.
Yeah, imagine it would be really fun. I mean, sometimes as a team, you just use every single thing that's in your inventory. You just throw everything that's over there.
Be a good challenge in game though, one of these days. Like just play an entire game with nothing but utility. No weapons, just nades.
That would be a fun concept, but it wouldn't be fun for too long.
Why not?
No. If you run out of utils, you're screwed.
Yeah, you look for more.
I mean, interesting concepts. We'll need to see that in action. But for now, speak of seeing things in action, Max is going to spot one man in action. Vikendi knocked out, confirmed from the game. TWM from the far face, just dealing constant damage against Max. He's got the buggy in the front lines, but it's smoking hot. So it's better to not use it. And now also this man's getting electrocuted a little bit slowly and steadily.
He's done.
A lot of HP is being chipped out. He's got no first aids. He needs to loot the body in the front in order to survive. He's keeping on bandaging himself, but the HP slowly and steadily deducting. And now Midwave Esports on the verge of getting eliminated completely from the game. I think out in the open from the front. It's the players growing strong from the back. It's the players of Team Empires.
Empire and TWM actually also in the distance, causing a lot of trouble for both these teams. TWM initially started things off by forcing Midwave to move towards the southwestern side, and they were concerned with Midwave only. Max from the side of OR Esports, he had secured one finish, but he also ended up signing away his own life to the blue zone just because he got pinned down behind that ridge. And then Midwave moving and in fact getting sandwiched between Growing Strong and the players of Empire. Might just be the final nail in the coffin for them. Another game being blundered by the lads of Midwave Esports. Middle pack finish for once. Well, they can't deny this, in fact.
Yeah.
Atanki is lucky. This is the only time you're going to hear me use this word luck instead of a game of BGMI. But he needs to be lucky for Empire to think, oh, this is a much bigger priority for us. Focus on Growing Strong and then forget about him entirely.
Let his inner demons click in. And Team Empire on the ridge, on the highest ground so far. OR Esports in front of us. WSB Gaming up against them. And WSB now looking for to eliminate the entirety of OR. Admino gets knocked out instantly from the game. And the entirety of OR, now they're going to follow up this fray. They have been eliminated and back to the lobby. WSB Gaming on a move inside the save zone. Still not in a good spot. And considering the circles out in the open too, already all the hard compounds are being taken away. Good ridges are taken away. Now WSB needs to move out in the open.
Two teams with the perfect spot to actually play the endgame from are, in fact, TWM and Team Empire. Both of them have a high ground advantage to work with, and if they can just hold on to their positions, this should be an easy chicken dinner for either one of these teams. But Team Empire, they face their first challenge in this matchup in the form of Growing Strong, and they're dealing with it in a very nice manner. They've secured the opening. They have the numbers advantage to work with. I believe Growing Strong now down to their last two players. Last three players, in fact. Only one guy has been finished off completely. But still a lot of pressure on this team. And there's going to be more befalling them.
Yeah.
Because the zone is about to move away in the next 60 seconds.
Sparky, Godbot, and Faith. Look at Sparky in the back. Stool over there. Enigma Gaming pushes up. It really wants to cross on over on that other side of the ridge.
Yeah.
Oh, this nade's being tossed in so close. Rex almost could have been the casualty, but no, from the back, it's Enigma Gaming knocking on the doors. What's going on? So much back and forth. At this point in time, it's tough to keep track of what's going on the feed. Newman Gaming out of the game with 0 points accumulated so far.
Yeah, in this matchup, you're not seeing teams dominate at any point. Teams win one fight and then instantly they are getting kicked out. Everyone, it seems like, is making a lot of mistakes and constantly getting punished for those. But I guess it is fair to say, we are heading towards the final few matches of the semi-finals. And you can see the desperation in how committed these teams are to securing those points. We see CS Esports making a push towards WSB. Scream, I believe, is the last man standing.
Yeah, WSB, that's the biggest blunder that they could pull off. CS Esports 2 losing out on Sarthak. This is not a good news. Leo Whitey as well gets shot at from the sidelines. WSB now looking so good inside this entire fight. They're back in red-hot form. And WSP, they're looking for to keep the charges up against the players of CS Esports. It's a 1v2 scenario. Scream, he definitely does have a chance to press up against the players of CS, but the last man, Darken, saves the day for the entirety of CS Esports. And because of that, Scream is now going to be disappointed in himself. WSP, they could have pulled off a miracle.
Yeah, that would have been very impressive if he got that finish, but the push came in at the wrong time. He thought there was just going to be one man standing in the corner, but no, the revive had come in just a few seconds ago. There was another man waiting for him. That extra bit of damage from that second individual, plus him tanking the shots, changed everything. But not talking about making changes, it seems like there's been a change in pace for the side of Team System. They are looking quite decent with their position as well inside the zone. Have spotted out the players of CS Esports rotating out in the open. And that's the opening knock from Insane.
A really good shot taken by Team System. Insane OP. CS Esports now on the verge of getting eliminated. Look at this compound. It seems like an entire market now. A nightclub. But instead it's on the broad daylight. TWM, Ninsei gets knocked out too. So many shots being taken from all the different directions. It's tough to keep track at this point in time. And TWM, they're screwed up massively. Even growing strong. They want a bit of a piece of this pie. They want to be the part of this conversation. And now growing strong, they start to close up slowly and steadily. Godpod back up on his feet. Growing strong. All they need is one initial knockout against the foes.
They need another opening, but it's not going to be easy for them to find it. Empire have built their empire inside this factory, and it's going to be difficult to challenge them, especially with that one outlier being present in that situation in the form of the last player from the side of TWM. But look at this, a waste from Enigma Gaming. Has managed to secure a knock on Kaliuk, but that will be it from his end. Instantly traded out. System still standing strong with 3 players. In fact, make it 4, because the recovery is going to be an easy one. They wipe the floor with Enigma Gaming.
Enigma Gaming being eliminated from the game on the 5th spot. And now growing strong, and Team Empire, this will be the battle of the century. Team Empire, they've got the hardcover to play with, the best one to play with so far. I like the adaptation that's came into play too, right? Storm in the outskirts on the compound walls. He will try to play the information game. If someone slips out in the open, Storm will try to catch him. But still, the majority of the control is being held by the players of Team System. It's Team System's game. No one's going to be stealing that away from them.
Yeah, the zone just took a shift right on their ridge. Had it been on Empire, Empire would have stood a massive, massive advantage in this fight. But we're down to the top 4 teams, and all of these teams are looking to make a leap towards that qualification marker within the top 16. Growing strong with every single finish that they secure. This nade, lining it up. Godbuff, if disconnect System, they are out of the match. Oh, and he sees him, runs upstairs with the DBS, wraps things up as quickly as possible. Growing strong showed up to this compound with just a single finish on them, and now they have 5.
Team System 2 now going to be looking forward to close on up against the players of Growing Strong. The last guy from TWM, Destiny. It's going to be next to impossible to pull off a clutch against the entirety of Growing Strong. And yes, Growing Strong, they have successfully eliminated all the foes in that compound, and now all they need to do is march inside the circle, and that's where they will be screwed up massively. Yush to OP on the left lines and the sidelines, now is trying to create an off angle. Growing Strong might just be screwed up massively. Godpod needs to pull off a miracle once again. He's got 4 eliminations on the board for himself, and he's also on the MVP runners list, but a really good nade from Yesh2OP. Now going for the spam inside the smoke. Pulls out the DBS up close and personal. Going for a couple of spams with a DBS too, but not able to find the connections. Godpod versus Yush. Who's going to come out on top? Whose DBS will be able to strike someone down? And this time, it's going to be Godpod who comes out on top in this fight. And now the entirety of Team System awaits. In the front, another man gets knocked out in the back lines. This is not a good news for Team System at all. Growing Strong, they do have a chance to make a swift return inside this fight and inside this game. Godbot patches himself up. The second knock found. Growing Strong, looking forward to flip the table.
Yeah, an incredible win coming in the hands of Growing Strong. Now just the last man left from the side of System, and that's going to be hiding in the corner. Godbot still looking to go for the push. DBS, he's running out of ammo, but it's not even going to matter. It's a 1v2 situation, an easy fight for them to wrap up, but Bad Boy bringing it down to a 1v1. The DBS on him, DBS on the other player. and only one of them can win this game.
High ground advantage in the hands of Bad Boy. Now it's isolated down to a 1v1. A beautiful Molotov.
Oh,
So at least going to give him the clearance that there's no one on that side, but still Godbot now peeks out, gives his position away. Team system, this guy knows what exactly is going on. Bad Boy too. Still just playing the patience game at this point in time. Even Godbot is not really forcing it just yet. DBSs are clicking in slowly and steadily, but Godbot has pulled out the M416 in his hands. Only 6 bullets left over in his hands.
11 on Godbot. Oh,
Throws in the melee
it landed
too.
a bit short.
Yeah. It's tough to connect those melees in these type of moments.
But
With
almost
Godbot.
had it.
Still. Now also pulls out a pan. He's going to go for the pan throw as well. Imagine if he connects. It would have been such a big meme. But yeah, team system. Both of them are just playing so safe, so passive. The DBS is, of course, going to win this duel without a doubt. But what? Godbot, he comes out on top for the first time. We see DBS being out-damaged by an M416 in a close quarters engagement.
Yeah, I don't know how it pulled it off. You're so quick, didn't even see it.
He ADS'd, and he just connected all the shots, I think so, on the opponent.
Yeah, he did, but we did see the opposition go down with still some HP left. I think it was just the last bit of hip fire that he just pressed the trigger on the weapon and got lucky enough to connect a few shots. That is just incredible. But still, that build-up between Godbot and the player from the side of Team System was absolutely incredible. System, although that was a scrappy fight, they had a numbers advantage, they had the positional advantage. Growing Strong had to step out in the open in order to take that fight. It should have been System who should have walked away with a comfortable win towards the end.
And that's what you call over-aggression. That's what you call greediness, and that's why Team System almost lost that entire scenario in that spot. And they, pretty much did lose out anyways. And now this also brings Growing Strong in a decent spot in the overall standings anyways, Johnny. We were having a conversation about Growing Strong dropping down on the third page, and now because of that entire chicken dinner, once again, not exactly on the third page, on the second page, and now because of that chicken dinner, once again, Growing Strong is going to be in the top 5 without any doubt. But ladies and gentlemen, so much to figure out. But after this short little break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
पुश लेफ्ट पीकेएम यूज कर
पीछे आ
तो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था। अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
Battlegrounds चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ Get ready to play pure
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And this was a pretty interesting game of Miramar, we just got to witness, Salty. I mean, it was an intense fight in the very end, coming down to the 4 players of System versus the 3 players from the side of Growing Strong. And ideally, you would expect the team with the man advantage to win, but not this time.
Growing Strong, you've got to give it to them, right? They know when to actually get their big games on board.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like they were struggling on that second page of the overall standings, possibly would have jumped down further as well. But this game was quintessential and it came at the exact time.
But I think so me and Necro were having this conversation that it seems like the only time we see Growing Strong and there's going to be a lot of limelight on them because of the good win will also be the game where Godbot performs. And those are the only matches, it seems to be, where they do well.
All right, let me just put this straight. I think Godbot has been the best player of the tournament so far. I am not even kidding. He understands the game at a level which he shouldn't at this experience.
Yeah.
Growing Strong is supposedly an undergod team. But that mental composure in that final 1v1, to have that level of calm and collective nature, to throw those pieces of utility, whatever you find, to unsettle the opposition, and then pressing the trigger at the right time, this is absolutely impeccable. He is on a different level altogether.
See, we get to see how much ammunition the opposition has left.
Yeah.
Imagine if that man ran out of the DBS ammo, the bad boy from the side of System, I'm talking about him right now, because he only had 6 rounds. And we know DBS, there's the double shots that happen, then there's a mini reload, then it goes for 2 shots again. So, could have actually been much worse than it was for Bad Boy, but Godbot, you have to give him props, as you mentioned, realizing, alright, Machete, I can throw this. If it does even just a little bit of damage, gives me the advantage. Throws the pad as well, then in the end going for the M4. And again, I mean, we're going to notice this in the replay. I think all of us are just waiting for that last one. We want to see exactly what happened and how it went down.
I mean, to be honest, apart from that, Midwave has sort of had an upward curve as well. You get to see this team taking those constant fights technically, and that is something which you want. Midwave, they know how to take their 4v4 battles. It's just been, they have been very unconfident about their approach, and I feel like that is something which they are fixing it right now. If done at the right time, maybe things can actually go in for improving their position on the overall standings, but I don't see anything happening for Newman Gaming.
I mean, Newman, yeah, I do agree. It's a tough spot if you are a Newman fan, and it's a tough spot for the team to be in as well. Recovery is going to be very difficult for them from here on out, but another team, I mean, not just one more team, but specifically in this particular game of Miramar, it felt like to me that everyone was just tunnel visioned on one objective. Not really necessary of looking at other things, other aspects of the game, thinking about third parties, thinking about covering their surroundings, watching their backs as well, something as basic as that. Because we saw a lot of teams, a lot of individuals just get third partied so much, but building up to that final 1v1, finally in the replays, and here we go. Godbot against Bad Boy.
This was drawn out. This was like a Mexican standoff, and everyone was just waiting, right? And that final bullet connection, that was something which was very important. We kind of felt like, oh wait, where did that final bullet connect? But it was a hip fire.
It headshot. He connected headshots, and right after he was done ADSing, that last shot also connected. So it was an impressive, like, never give up, die attitude put on display from Godbot, and it was an impressive win. But here's the best part for Team System. They will get that opportunity for revenge later on in the day, because these two teams play in the same group.
I mean, of course, right? There obviously will be an opportunity for revenge. There will be an opportunity for revival as well, because Team System need that.
Yeah.
But speaking about Growing Strong, and I can like go on days talking about Godbot, because I've been constantly saying it's been either Godbot or Cleo. And Godbot specifically, why? Because the way he leads the team into fights, even in this one, right? He led his team into taking that fight against Team System. He was the first one who was charging in. His movement was so precise. He had accurate information of where the players were stationed. There is a revival going on.
Yeah.
Charging in on him first and then climbing back up. That movement is so good to watch.
Exactly, and it was quite impressive as well. That is why we do see one of these players from the side of growing strong. Godbot, in fact, himself becoming the rebel of the match. 8 finishes secured, 80% finish contribution in this game. This is an absolutely phenomenal run. A majority, in fact, I believe all of his finishes actually came from that final few fights. First with Team Empire and then, of course, with the players of Team System. It was very impressive, but we still have to see how this will impact the team's ranking in the overall.
I mean, of course, there will be a little bit of a shift, but I think for Team System, they really need a couple of more of these performances, to be honest. Look at this, right? Insane OP with 5 finishes, 55.5% contribution, which approximately means they've got somewhere about 9 or 8 finishes overall. You've got CS Esports as well, who's been sort of consistent, and MJ.
Yeah, exactly. I was just coming to that, because MJ and Kira right behind him. Here's the best story of this game, ladies and gentlemen. The first fight in the match that we saw some of it, in fact, was in the city of Los Leones. A drop clash, in fact, in the city of Los Leones. Revenant versus Night Owls. Kira picked up 3 players from the side of Revenant, and MJ ended up picking up the entirety of Night Owls as a return favor.
And they, of course, both are on the top 5 rebels, very deservedly so. But look at this, on the match scorecard, growing strong, being very strong at the very top, 25 points. This was important for them, I think. This kind of reassures them that they're still ahead of the race in terms of qualifying for the finals as much as it is concerned. Team System, 21 points. They need a lot more of these performances to propel themselves. They still have, if I'm not mistaken, 2 more games left today.
Yeah.
So that means that they still have the opportunity. And we were talking about it, teams on the 4th page. They have to perform now, or otherwise tomorrow would be just way too late.
It is definitely going to be late if they end up waiting for tomorrow. But System, I think, again, an impressive run from System, Empire teams we are seeing from the round 1 of BGIS. I mean, again, an impressive journey for these teams. Empire has been bouncing back since yesterday, second half yesterday. They have been doing well since then. And it seems the momentum has carried forward today as well. TWM, they've been consistent, not really in a position with too much to worry about. I think TWM can easily qualify. CS Esports as well. Enigma Gaming, 9 points from this match, moving up the rankings ever slowly, slightly. And I think they do need a massive leap. They need that chicken dinner. 1 win from Enigma, and I think they will be able to break into the top 16 by the end of the day today itself.
But the win actually looks very far-fetched at this point. And it's not just Enigma as well. Even God's Reign, as a matter of fact. Something is wrong with God's Reign, which I just don't understand. I mean, their rotations were fine. Initially, in the previous rounds, you witnessed how ruthless this team was in their attacking play as well. They were one of the teams who could actually breach past the 100-point mark as well inside of round 3, if I'm not mistaken. So that aggressive nature somewhat is gone. And I just don't understand where is it going from.
I am actually with you on that, because even I don't understand what's happening to God's Reign. Aquanox, he was doing so well. Ninja Jord was doing so well during the previous round. I mean, me and Necro, again, we were having this conversation before game number 2 began, wherein we were talking about how impressive this team was. They set the record for, I believe, one of the highest points secured in the previous rounds. Round number 3, if I'm not wrong, is when it happened. And it was so phenomenal watching this team in action. But now all of that momentum, all of that confidence is slowly slipping out of their hands. I mean, underperformances back to back, not being able to keep up with the rest of the competition in the semifinals. The struggles are clearly visible.
It's been starting right from the point where they're dropping to how they're actually making their way inside of the circle. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the 2 groups that are going to play in this one. Group B and Group D. Of course, a lot of the teams from Group D, they have their points of concern. We talked about God's Reign. We talked about Team Enigma Gaming. Of course, Blood Rose Esports is also a part of the conversation. A great team who has performed not just in BGIS, but also the grind. And now they're here. They were the ones who were sort of the aggressors inside of the lobby, but all of a sudden that aggression has vanished and they are wiping into thin air as well.
And again, they are in a similar position as God's Reign, where you can't really explain what is happening to them. But, I mean, it's rules of the competition, right? If good teams all of a sudden start performing bad, that means the teams that were not really performing that well in the previous rounds have, in fact, started to step things up. And just to give you a context of how difficult it was to get there, in the previous rounds, you either had to be in the top 3 or the top 4 to qualify to the next one. And these teams were some of the best teams in their group. So even a slight difference, even a slight improvement in yourself, in your performance, in either in the gunfights or your rotations, your understanding of the other team, your ability to just survive to the late game stages, your survival instincts, you improve even slightly in one aspect, it's going to give you massive improvement in results in the overall ranking, because now it is about that overall leaderboard that is there. Qualification criteria has all of a sudden shifted from being just worried about being at the top of your group to being in the top in the overall.
Exactly, but still, again, I don't think the difficulty level of the entire competition has reduced by any chance, of course.
It's gone up, in fact.
It's gone up, right? The round-robin format just includes more variables inside it. You have different lobbies that you're playing every single time. And the fact that you have to be consistent over a period of 4 days, that's not really easy to actually pull through. Speaking of consistency, one prime example, Brave Esports. They've been very dicey throughout the competition so far. One good game on the map of Miramar was something which propelled themselves forward. But the rest of the other games, they only could get about 20 points from the 5 games, which is not really a Brave Esports standard which they have set for themselves.
Exactly, and I think earlier even the stats would have been skewed because they were playing just 6 matches every single round, and one massive performance would have actually gotten them to the qualification marker. But that is not how the semi-finals are going to work. This is just a little bit of taste how deadly the finals are actually in fact going to be. They're going to be much worse than this, by the way. Much more tougher competition in the finals, because of course, I mean, 2 crore rupees on the line on that grand stage. But now coming back to Brave Esports, yes, their win yesterday was very impressive, but today I think they have to make sure that they step into the game with a similar sort of mindset, play for survival till the late game, protect your numbers, and in the late game, even if it's just a few finishes, make sure you're getting those numbers. Even if it's just 5-6 eliminations every single game and you make it to the top 3 of every single game, that means you're securing 16 points per match. And that is the average you're going to see the top teams sitting in the podium have.
Exactly, and I think that is something which Gladiators have done as well. They have an average of 15 points per game. If you also look at Team Revenant Esports as well, something of a similar number. Team TMZ, as a matter of fact, has actually been able to do that, just steering away from all the fight, just stressing all on the position points, and they have maintained that average of 10 points, but still they're in the struggling shoes. Hopefully they will be able to come back. But again, coming back to the conversation of Brave Esports, I think this is the game where they have to excel. Sanhok is a map, and yeah, dude, it actually is like a map where they should prefer. Just stay away from the competition, stay away from all the aggression, but when it's actually time, Simple and Dude might actually do it.
Let's see how this game of Sanhok is going to turn out for this entire team, and of course all the other 15 teams that are going to be joining them, ladies and gentlemen, on this beautiful map of Sanhok. The trajectory of the plane starting from the southwestern edge of the map all the way from Bantai, and it is going to stick towards the western side this time, heading towards that Camp Alpha Island.
It's not really going to be a big problem, to be honest, because it's a tropical landscape and every part of this map is extremely pretty, and I'm pretty sure the teams are also going to enjoy their fair share of tourist spots all across the map. Paradise Resort might actually be one of them, but it's going to be a little bit of a glide for a majority of the teams who want to actually go in that direction. But look at the entire cluster forming on that Camp Charlie Island.
Well, that island is always going to be cluttered up, but Blind Esports, you have to be worried about them if you're dropping anywhere on the Camp Alpha Island. But look at this, a drop clash in the city of Painan to start things off, and we have Blood Rose taking on the players from the side of Team Mayavi. This is going to be an interesting fight. Team Mayavi hailed as one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby and have in fact picked up the pace in the last few days, but Blood Rose, they have been on the down low in terms of performance, but this time they do find the opening. Thunder has been dropped and finished, and Blood Rose, even though they were supposed to be at a man advantage, Harshu has been traded out instantly.
But they still haven't lost him yet, and it seems like that is something which they might actually turn to play in their favor. Majority of Blood Rose is all cluttered up together. The revival did come through as well, and now Cypher has actually managed to find a knock.
Well, the second knock for the side of Blood Rose. They have picked off Cypher. Team Mayavi down to their last 2 players. Blacks, I believe his position is compromised as well. Pasha OP listening to the footsteps, making sure he tracks the player properly, relays the information to his team, but he needs to relay information about what he is planning to do as well, because Pasha OP is looking to go for a push, and his team is following him up as well. Black Sea's pinned out in a corner, Nate being cooked, but if he is not able to connect it perfectly, then he will have to face the brunt of the force from the side of Blood Rose, and that is exactly what happens. He was waiting on the first floor, gets gunned down in a brutal manner. 3 players picked off, just the last man remaining in the back lines. And I think Legit, there's just one option for him on the board now. Play for survival, abandon your teammates, and just hide within the grass for as long as possible.
Oh my god. Elsewhere, it's actually Marcus Gaming as well who's taken a hit. Now, this is extremely uncharacteristic for this particular team to just struggle in the early phases. But TWM, it seems like they have pinned them from multiple directions. Destiny will have the opportunity to go in for the flank, try and from wraparound. But so far, it seems like even TWM, they're holding back. Siam will try and find an angle for himself, but that's not happening. Team TWM extremely calm and extremely composed in this situation.
Oh, plus the Lobster. He has the DBS on him. Can actually cause a lot of harm to the players of Marcus Gaming with this. This is an early fight, so not a lot of these players will have the ammunition to actually sustain the aggression. But Sams, he went for a wide flank on the players of Marcus, and TWM, they just wiped the floor with one of the top contenders. Marcus Gaming, things not looking good in the semi-finals. They won't get any better after the Sanhok as well.
2 of the strongest team inside of this particular lobby, Team Mayavi and Marcus Gaming, hailed to be one of the best in terms of taking their 4v4 fights, but they have been pinned down. One by Blood Rose Esports, one by TWM. And this is the wrath of the undergods. It's not always the wrath which actually gives you results. Sometimes just being one with the nature, and just exactly what Chris OP is doing. This man has the support of his teammates, but he knew that Jelly was lurking around in the corner, was just waiting for his opportunity to pounce, but it seems like Jelly sensed those snakes slithering around.
And this is one of the reasons for Growing Strong being so consistent. Look at that. They heard the footsteps of one guy, and the entire team's call was, hide. Don't take a fight. We know we are 4-man strong, but we still won't do it, because you never know. There's another team in the backlines, because Enigma Gaming was there. Luckily for them, they read the game plan, and they were just cautious enough to protect themselves that they instinctively just hit their presence. OR Mac, he was caught now. Enigma is going to go on a hunt for OR Mac. He did abandon those compounds because he was the only man present for him for his team in that shack area. And as soon as he makes the run, he's going to lure ORE's Enigma Gaming towards the rest of the players of OR Esports. And Growing Strong will actually make a safer getaway. But let's see how far they're going to actually go with this game plan, because they are present on that northeastern quadrant of the map, and there's an extremely big cluster of teams along with them in a similar position.
I mean, Enigma Gaming, with the kind of confidence that they have right now, I kind of doubt if they are going to be on the hunting shoes, but I think if they have to actually pick up their socks, the time is right now. They don't really have a lot more opportunities, and like we always said, even yesterday as well, semi-finals is basically like a ticking time bomb. You will have to perform right now, otherwise you're basically done and dusted. But again, let's just talk about those initial fights, right? Team Mayavi just dropping in on Painan, and almost instantly, you see the bloodthirsty eyes of Blood Rose Esports. Exactly the point that we were mentioning during the pre-game, expecting this team to just go in aggressive. And it seems like they have these moments of brilliances, right? They have these moments where they sometimes go back to their old form, but all of a sudden, when they start overthinking, it seems like Blood Rose Esports, they lose their entire momentum. Now look at this, Glitch X Reborn Ralph from the backlines has been hit really hard by Sekiro, and seems like his finish will be confirmed. One easy point for Nest Esports to work with.
Catching the opposition completely out in the open, no room for error. And Nest Esports, they capitalize quite nicely as well. Brilliant position for them to work in, smack in the center of the zone. With Glitch Reborn now, they're going to be aware about this threat that lies ahead of them. You're going to have to go back and come forward again with a lot more speed.
Yeah, that's called momentum.
That's it, buddy. You got it. You got it.
That's physics, actually. That's called momentum. You come in with a little bit more velocity, and that's how you actually make it work. But not really important. That was not necessary to actually park with the garage, the bike.
They just picked off one of the players from the side of Glitch Reborn, they don't want to get charged upon still in the same position. They want to showcase, like, hey, yeah, we have moved on, we are not here. But talk about moving on, and System is just going to move on along their merry way as OR Esports Jelly tried to connect a few shots. A few of them did in fact connect on that vehicle, but none of them on the players.
OR Esports, as a matter of fact, right? Their survival game, their perfect balance of finding their entry point inside the circle and also going in for the finishes. It seems like even that has sort of taken downhill curve. They were on the third page of the overall standings when we last witnessed. And I don't think they've sort of held their case in the games they have played so far. Their aggressive front has definitely taken a hit. It seems like the underdog teams sometimes, in certain cases, are actually better than them in the 4v4 fights. And speaking of being better in 4v4 fights, it seems like legit will have first-hand experience of it. Like Blood Rose Esports, how good they were in taking those fights. It wasn't really very technical. It was just sheer firepower and the fact that they stick together, converting those fights into 2v1s and 3v1s.
I think that was the only flaw from Team Mayavi in that fight, because Team Mayavi is not a team you take lightly in terms of firepower themselves. And Blood Rose Esports, the fact that all 4 players were together and they found the weapons to arm all of them, that is what was the thing that separated Mayavi from Blood Rose in that fight. Because Mayavi's players were 1 player in each compound, while Blood Rose had 2 players, 3 players committed to one position. They had 1 man on the outer lines, just watching the flanks, making sure no one from the side of Mayavi was able to move out of their positions. And it just worked out in the end. But talk about things working out. System, it turns out, they just made a U-turn, showed up to actually accept the challenge from OR Esports, and now they have one of their players knocked out.
Well, I think he's going to get back up on his feet, of course, but Bad Boy needs to hold back OR Esports. The distance which kind of separates them, it has to stay for a while, because otherwise problems are going to rise for Team System. We know it. But once again, it seems like Jelly has got another player off guard. Oh my god, the split from OR Esports, it's beautiful. 1 player from the backlines, and they had no clue about Jelly's position.
Yeah, System, they've made a massive mistake of having all their players in the same spot. And OR Esports, they can have them pinned down. Jelly has been holding on to his position all alone, all by himself. The remaining individuals from the side of OR Esports have just shown up from the backlines. And if they have a lot of utility to work with, they can just absolutely annihilate the side of Team System. Look at that, the knock. The advantage that they needed is already there. Admino looking to pick up Storm with the nades being lobbed inside that shack. And System is going to be pinned down in this position for a while, but here comes the third party from the distance by the players of X-Park, in fact.
OR Esports, they need to finish this up quick. The nades utility has to come in insanely fast, but it seems like Insane from the side of Team System actually managed to hit back, and Jelly has been knocked out. But like you said, the influence from the third party is definitely playing a very major role in this particular fight. Even OR Esports, they're hesitating right now to actually charge upon, and that buys time for Team System to get back up on their feet and reset, not just for Team OR Esports, but also for Team X-Park as well.
Yeah, and by the way, it's not just X-Park that now has their eyes on this position, because on the feed, we just noticed Jelly's finish was picked up by Glitch Reborn. That means there are 2 teams that are waiting for OR Esports and System to settle their differences before they eventually try to pick up a few points from either side. But OR Esports, realizing how much bigger this challenge is going to get as time passes by, have decided, in fact, to run up the hill, gain a little bit of a high ground advantage for themselves from where they can watch the rest of the remaining of the opposition as well. In the meanwhile, we have a look at the map, and we do see 3 teams in particular going for that late game rotation stat. We had Blind Esports just crossing over from the Ruins Island to Bootcamp. So they're entering the circle just now along with them. TWM still in the blue. Lucknow Giants almost on Lakavi, which is right at the southeastern edge of the circle. So by stage 3 is when these teams have decided to join the action inside of the safe zone. But still, I believe stage 4 is when they will actually go for the fights.
And since it's Sanhok, the fights are extremely unpredictable. Can happen at any particular moment. You look at Team X-Park as a matter of fact, right? They know that there are 2 teams right up front. They're still deciding to not just engage, just hold their position, try and let them move out of their compounds, and then they will try and converge upon them. But this has been a very mature take from Team X Park as well. I mean, initially inside of the competition, we witnessed Team X Park going on a prowl, going on a hunt. But they know that the stakes are pretty high right now, and mistakes are being punished. It's not like the underdog teams, they're actually complacent in taking these fights. So even Team X Park has had to show that similar amount of respect to the opposition, which is good to see.
Yeah, it is actually. See, they've done this once before as well. Showcased the undergods. This is what the next tier of professional BGMI looks like. And at this point, as you mentioned, the most important thing that has happened is the fact that no one walks away making mistakes in their matches. No one walks away making mistakes anywhere in the game. And that has been there. It's sort of leveled up the competition. Now, at this point, with how these teams are playing, I don't think there's an undergod team. I don't think there's a tier 1 team.
Exactly.
These are just teams that made it to the semi-finals of BGIS.
I mean, you look at the stark difference in Team X Park and their approach inside of round 3 and inside of semi-finals, right? Round 3, Team X Park, they were on a prowl, be it on the map of Vikendi, be it on the map of Erangel. They would just try and hunt down competition. We still remember that one iconic game on the map of Sanhok where Godlike just went out of the circle to hunt for players. That was the level of the competition then.
You want to talk about being on a prowl? Blind and Gladiators have been on a prowl since the game came out. It's been months. They have been unstoppable, but now finally it seems like Blind Esports have been stopped in their tracks.
100%. I mean, certain games you see that similar level of brilliance, but they know, right, that isn't really going to work every single game. And meanwhile, Pokar, this is everyone in real life inside of the game so far. This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen. When I drop down to the game and I get finished off, that's the only excuse which I give to my teammates.
You know how we solved this? We see the video every time we go on an ad break. Just turn your settings down. Smooth extreme, always smooth extreme.
I love the graphics. Sanhok looks pretty. It looks nice on UHD.
Would you rather win the game or have it look pretty? That's the real question.
See, I'm not even sure if I play the game on smooth and extreme, I'll still be able to win. So it doesn't even make sense.
Oh, wow.
I have a lot of faith on my skills that I'm not gonna win.
Oh yeah, you are a rich guy. You have a good phone. Right? See, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys relate to me, smooth extreme. That's the way to go. Smooth graphics, maximum FPS.
I mean, I'm pretty sure these professional players have similar settings as well. They want the maximum FPS out of it because the skills really matter, the information matters. But talk about information, Team X Park have proper information that there are 2 players inside this particular compound. Now I think the invasion comes through, Johnny.
Yeah, they've been watching from the sidelines. They watched the assault that was done on Team System by the players of OR. And they've shown up to actually take advantage of it. Sarang nade after nade, hasn't really been able to connect. He's just after Kalyug all this time. He's been trying to bounce it off that window pane for so long. Has failed and now finally decides, alright, I'll just throw it at him directly. Connects that, gets Pokar to help him with Bad Boy as well. And that's a wrap on that fight. They got both those players in just a matter of seconds and they didn't even have to phase them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel bad for Team System as well, right? They did not really have any sort of option in that situation. When you're stuck in a 4v2 situation, and you know, right, that on the other side it's Team X Park who knows the utility usage, then you basically have had to accept your fate. But look at this, Brave Esports, as a matter of fact, just going in, pulling in their aggressive shoes. One player knocked and finished off, and that finish goes to Can, but there's still 3 more left from the side of Growing Strong.
Dude seems to be pulling off an audition for a Dude Perfect video right there. The jump shot right on Faith. And Faith could, like he said, nothing about it. Simple securing the finish. Brave Esports again looking to build a similar momentum. Just like yesterday. Growing Strong, not looking too strong in this fight. Stuck in that factory. 2 players left, Sparky and Godbot. Not a lot of hope alive for them in this game. What is Can doing?
Just lighting up the rooftop, but it's still fine. I think Brave Esports, as a matter of fact, they know that Growing Strong is pinned down inside this compound, right? And they have more or less the central part of the circle. It should not really be a big problem for them to just wait it out, just try and have information about their surroundings instead of just trying to push up, because on the other side, it's growing strong, man. Godbot just finished off 8 players in the last game.
Oh, but Zod OP will literally have to be the man, Zod himself from Krypton, but seems like X-Pac, they show up with a bunch of kryptonite in the form of the DBS. An easy finish secured, 5 eliminations on the board for Team X-Pac already in this match. And this is what happens when teams take their time, do not necessarily let the other teams control the pace of their fights.
Yeah.
Just play in their own comfort zone with a set mindset in place, a set strategy in place, and stick to that strat throughout the entirety of the game. X-Pac doing extremely comfortable in this match.
This is a very healthy and sustainable way of actually moving across and taking strides towards your goal as well. Team X-Pac, they have the right pace, but look at this. OR Esports up against Lucknow Giants, and it seems like Don will have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. It seems like a nade just dropped right in front, and now barely surviving by a sliver of HP, but thankfully he had like the energy bar up to like 50%. Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
He could have just...
Salty, look at the stage. I know this Sanhok has been slow, but it's the fourth stage of the game.
Put a bandage, put a first kid, do
No,
something.
it doesn't. So, fourth stage, I think, does around 12.5 or 13 damage per second. It chips away that much HP per second.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't even matter because Lucknow Giants, they had to bite the dust in that situation. They could do nothing. Team Enigma Gaming came in as well. They chimed in a couple. Infinity OP has one finish to work with.
My apologies. It was, I think it's around 7 or 8 HP per second. Might have shot a little too much. I'm going to check this and come back.
Inside of stage 4, maybe at that HP, you wouldn't have been able to put a first aid kit. But I was talking about the bandages, dude. Like, just get something. You had the energy bar 50%. Could have just had something to work with, but...
Even with damages, so bandages heal, a chunk of HP instantly, but there's a slight delay before that heal actually kicks in. So that was a done and dusted situation right there. This is actually a mistakes a lot of the players actually make, even in the competitive circuit, where they miscalculate the amount of HP they can heal up and the compared to the damage that's dished out with the blue zone. And we see a lot of heal battle strats actually fail because of this.
Yeah. And not everyone is Sanchit, right?
Not everyone is Sanchit, not everyone is, well, another player who has been very consistent with heal battles. Who else is there?
Sensei?
Sensei as well. But Revenant Esports now, they don't really care about heal battles. They're winning fights.
They certainly are, right? And the shift in pace for Revenant Esports has sort of worked in favor of them. But look at this, Team X-Pac on the prowl. And this time it's Brave Esports right up front. I don't really like the split which is coming in from Brave Esports, as a result of which one player of them has been taken down. Can is knocked out at the distance, and now Simple as well. The flank from Pokar was brilliant, and Sarang is on a different mission altogether. It's still dude who has some responsibility on his shoulders, but I think Brave Esports, they're done and dusted in this one, Johnny.
Yeah, Brave Esports, an uphill battle for him. If he can pull off even one knock, then it will be a favorable position for them, but instantly he's going to be dropped, and dude, he's making a run for his life. X-Pac on a hundo. Can they get all 4? 7 eliminations on Team X-Pac already. They managed to clear out the spot in Paradise Resort, but as soon as they think that they are going to be safe, the zone, another drastic sudden shift. Blood Rose Esports, their prayers to the gods of BGMI have been heard finally. This is a game. This is a dream game for Blood Rose Esports to have for the first time, but X-Pac and a heavy fire all of a sudden by growing strong, but they managed to pick off the last player as well. But there's the instant third party by Revenant now.
Yeah, but for Revenant Esports, I think they have their own priorities as well. They have to enter the circle. God's Reign rotating just next to them. They will be the first ones to make that entry. But Revenant Esports, if they delay this particular rotation, very late because of Team X-Pac, I think they're just digging their own grave in this one. Dreams has no clue that MJ is in the backlines. Now the spray down comes through, the knockout comes through as well. But Pokar just completely caught in that particular shack, and the rest of the players from Team X-Pac. This is just problems escalating for them slowly and steadily.
Well, let's see. Things looking worse and worse by the second for X-Pac. MJ, the nade was lobbed, dishes out a little bit of damage on Puka. And plus, the damage from the blue zone itself is going to be quite immense for the lads of X-Pac to deal with. I think their phenomenal run in this map of Sanhok is about to come to an end. But same can be said for the players of Blind as they run into a trap set by the players of Glitch Reborn. And this was a brilliant way to deal with things. Opening knock secured by Glitch. But now they find themselves on the wrong end of this stick. Duke, the last man remaining, lobs a smoke towards Roman in the hopes of a revive, but it's not really going to happen. Duke, he has the opportunity, in fact, picking up that last point as well, but the third party from the distance actually shutting things down for Blind Esports. Revenant also pinned out in the blue. Late rotation from everyone, resulting in such a frantic rush for the circle by all of these teams. Only one team standing in the zone right now, and that is OR Esports.
Exactly, even Bloodrose is sort of dished out of the circle as well, but now look at this MJ. He's going to fall prey to the gods of BGMI as well, completely electrocuted by the blue zone. Revenant Esports, like I said, they were digging their own grave. They were prioritizing to gatekeep Team X-Pac instead of making that rotation, and now Stage 6 is showing its wrath. But like we said, OR Esports, for them, that decision to actually escape from the fight against Team System and Team X-Pac actually paid off. Now they have the center of the circle. Now they control majority of it. And they have 11 finishes on board. And I think they will have the opportunity of racking up a lot more if, of course, Bloodrose do not show their authority, having the manpower as well.
Numbers advantage and the cover advantage, both things working for Bloodrose Esports, but seems like Max with that cheeky angle has in fact spotted one of the players from the side of Bloodrose, but Duke has done the same for Mac. No utility on Duke, otherwise a nade actually could have helped him out quite a lot in that spot. Still looking for a few more eliminations. Up 6 teams of this match. Brave Esports forced to take an exit. Duke still surviving. Dodges the fire from Admino. But the shots from Admino having given away its position. And Bloodrose Esports instantly all 4 players. They're shooting in the tree. Just based on that sound cue made by OR Esports. Desperate for the chicken dinner. Desperate for the bounce back in the overall rankings. And this is the only game they will have the opportunity to make it all happen.
Like you said, this game was actually handed to them on a silver platter, and it seems like Bloodrose Esports, they're making good use of it. 9 finishes on the board already. Every single player is just stacked up with utility, with inventory as well. And everyone is healed up to the brim. They are prepared for this endgame, ladies and gentlemen. The only big thorn in their way is going to be OR Esports. And OR Esports, they have the experience of using their cheeky position against them. The crossfires have been set up. One of the players inside the circle as well. And Mac might be the prime differentiator if Bloodrose Esports get actually too complacent. But gods, they have been completely wiped off.
Yeah, the gods not really reigning supreme in this matchup. But OR Esports, as you mentioned, the trap that they've laid out for the players of Bloodrose Esports. As soon as Bloodrose gets greedy for the circle, which by the way is down in a dip, OR Esports is going to destroy them, but Duke can change everything. He has dished out enough damage on Mac to secure the knock and the finish as well, and now he does not really care. He has ruined the game, taking the chicken dinner away from the players of OR Esports, because now Bloodrose Esports, they have a 2v4 man advantage. Max can't really do much. Admino as well spotted out in the distance. Damage from the blue for a smidge of a second. Viper, in fact, taking the same. But now the knock is going to be there on Admino, and Bloodrose just wrap things up as quickly as possible. The chicken dinner in the bag. And a lot of points along with that because they had a lot of finishes in this match.
Exactly, 11 finishes right at the end of the game. And Bloodrose Esports, for them, like you said, it was just set up for them right at the start. The circle shifting onto them. The crossroads are right on the south of Paradise Resort. It was so beautiful, and they had compounds to work with. And so many finishes all along the way. This is like the ideal game that we were talking about at the start of the day. One big game, one big chicken dinner. You're back in the race, and welcome back, Bloodrose Esports.
Exactly. Welcome back to the party, but still, one thing we have to check is, can we actually let them through the door? I mean, talking about the door or the top 16, I mean, to the finals, in fact, because Bloodrose Esports, they were quite low in the rankings and they needed massive, massive wins. They have one of them in the bag. It gets them to a position from where they can actually hope to make it to the finals. But they will need to be consistent in the next matches. Not necessarily big games as this one, but they need to have those top 3 finishes every now and then if they play 3 matches every single day. They need to be in the top 5 in all of them.
You know, it's always about playing in your natural habitat, playing in the strategy, in what you are comfortable. And I think the fight against Team Mayavi right at the start gave Blood Rose Esports that confidence boost, that ego boost that you actually desperately needed. They were completely confused in the games prior to it, but now they've seemed like their natural turf in their hometown as well. And this is the Blood Rose that we want in the games going further.
Exactly. This is the Blood Rose we wanted to see, and they have delivered finally. But what about the other team? What about their standing in the overall ranking? We will discuss all of that and more, ladies and gentlemen, but after this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। अच्छा लो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार ये लो भैया हो गई आपकी सेटिंग
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे सब पॉसिबल है बस सेटिंग लगाना
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of the BGIS. This is the penultimate day of the semi-finals, and things are getting heated up, Necro. So far, inside the competition, we were talking about how Newman Gaming, Enigma, and Blood Rose need to step it up. Blood Rose, they've done their job so far.
That is true, and this is why I love the map of Sanhok. Always brings in that variety, and this time we're finally seeing a team that desperately needed to perform actually perform on the map of Sanhok. Now, Blood Rose Esports, this type of game is actually going to bring them back in the fray, but once again, the consistency should not be lost. They need to keep the momentum on the uphill curve on. Cannot slip away from this.
Exactly what Johnny pointed out, right? This one big game is going to set themselves up on a platform. Maybe they are going to be on third page of the overall rankings, which of course we will find out in a very short while where exactly they are. But I completely agree with your point. There has to be a consistent performances up from this particular point. point on. They still have approximately 4 or 5 games left. Maybe they can actually make it through.
That is true, but then in the final few moments of that previous game, Duke just playing this spoiler. I feel so bad for the players of OR Esports. Finally, that passive playstyle, finally that defensive playstyle was actually working out, but then Duke from the back is just knocking on the door. He gets his one, and he gets eliminated by the Blue Zone itself, and Duke is like, all right, I'm going to be completely satisfied. I at least got that elimination point before I got taken down on the 3rd spot.
Exactly. I mean, he completely wanted to spoil the game for OR Esports. OR had sort of a trap going in. They wanted Blood Rose Esports to step into it, but Duke was like, all right, fine. I'm going to destroy every single thing about it. But Team X Spark, again, a sort of a performance which should be encouraging for them once again. They've done decent so far in the semi-finals. They don't really want to be extremely flashy. They just want to preserve their spot inside the top 16.
That is true. Speak of the top 16, even Team X Spark not really having that good of a game, right? Sort of in rough fighting from the side of Team X Spark. Yeah, they were seen in the late game scenario, but still I wanted X Spark to play even more better. But no, that's not the case. The same thing can be said for the likes of Revenant Esports too. Not being able to perform. But one team, which was God's Reign, they at least made inside the top 4.
I mean, God's Reign, as a matter of fact, I kind of wanted this team to actually go further, but all of a sudden, even me and Johnny, we had no clue on how to figure out what is going wrong with God's Reign. But this was the moment. This was exactly the moment. Taking in damage from the blue, OR Esports did not expect that Glitchx Rebound would actually do that, but Duke had other plans. He completely set the game up for Blood Rose Esports on a platter.
That is genuinely true. Now, let's speak about the teams that were not able to perform that well, right? I'm speaking about Enigma Gaming that desperately needed to perform. Team System is another name that desperately needed to perform inside the game. Enigma Gaming, especially considering they've already used their 2 lifelines, they've only got 1 more left over in their hand now, and if they're not able to play perfectly in this final game, then Enigma Gaming will be eliminated pretty much at this point in time out of the tournament. You can just conclude it.
I mean, to be honest, you can actually put a hammer to the table on that, because otherwise it's just too much to ask for. They will have to pull off a CS Esports out of the hat, to be honest. 2 games, they'll have to like get 30 points each, maybe 60 points, they will be able to come back. But that's just extremely far-fetched. Not expecting Enigma Gaming to actually have so much left for the last game, or for the last day, in fact. If they have to perform and they have to come back into the competition, this is the time. And not just Enigma Gaming, even Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact, as well. Newman Gaming just nowhere to be found. It's just been the duos that they're taking. It's something weird about them, and they're not winning anything.
Not just that, it's a little bit weird considering all the teams that have got gaming in their name, they're not able to perform that well. WSB Gaming, then you've also got Marcos Gaming, Newman Gaming, Enigma Gaming, all the teams that have got gaming in their name, they're just not able to perform. They're not able to game that well. I think so they need to level up their game for now and just step things up even better in the upcoming fields. I do not exactly know how many more lifelines they've got left over, but Enigma Gaming, they've only got 1. They need to make it happen. They need to make the most out of that 1 lifeline. The same thing can be said for the entirety Marcos Gaming. One thing that has surprised me so far inside the entire semifinals is Marcos Gaming's performance. I do not know what's going on with them. In the previous game of Sanhok, they got eliminated on the 16th spot.
Exactly, right? And Marcos Gaming, they were taken down. If I'm not mistaken, I'm forgetting the team they're fighting against, but it was an underdog team. If I'm not mistaken, it's team TWM, who completely destroyed Marcos Gaming. Now, Marcos Gaming is one of the strongest teams when it comes to taking those 4v4 battles, but TWM, like how beautifully they actually make it work, it's to be honest, insane. But at the same time, what is going wrong with Marcos Gaming? Why are they not being able to perform? Nobody will understand, because the individual brilliance of Spray God is definitely missing. The individual brilliance of Vexy in the close quarter combats, especially with the DBS, is missing. And since the 2 star players are not really performing, I think the team is actually crumbling from inside.
A lot of teams in general were not able to perform in that previous game that we had so many expectations from. Another team we need to speak about is Team Miyavi. They only had 1 man alive in the early phase of the game, and because of that, Team Miyavi, once again, they were not really able to survive till the late game scenario. The same thing can also be said for Brave Esports too. Even this team was not able to perform that well. So many teams that have the caliber to perform, they're not able to step up to the occasion, and this is now starting to be a big point of concern. And also, as the time and the game keeps on passing by, the pressures is going to keep on building up.
I mean, to be honest, Team Miyavi, we talked about it at the start of the day. They were barely at the edge of the qualification marker, like at the 15th spot. Now, I'm not really sure. I think they've certainly dropped down places because the other teams have done pretty well. With Team Miyavi, it's been the initial combats which they're always losing, right? We saw Team Miyavi throughout the competition. They would just have one particular strategy. Drop in, get yourself some loot, and throughout the mid-game, they would try and take those fights. comprehensively just winning them every single time. But once they start changing their strategy, it just seems like it's not working out.
That is true. I just want to find out how OR Esports is actually playing now in the overall standings, where they are, where they position themselves after a decent game, considering they ended things on the second spot in the previous game. So I just want to know where exactly OR Esports is going to be standing. I am pretty sure it's not going to be that good of a stand for themselves. Once again, the consistency needs to be followed up with that performance, but still, that should be something that can propel them in a decent spot, right?
I mean, I think so as well, right? They were in the third spot, quite low on the third spot actually, but this game sort of set themselves up. I think they're still on the third page because the second page is still very dicey. But maybe since Team Mayavi is one of the teams that we are considering have dropped down, maybe that position has been taken up.
That is true, but let's move forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Blood Rose Pasha OP with 5 finishes wrapped up and 45.4 finish contribution. A decent amount of contribution being put up by this man all by himself for the entire team. He's done a lot of sacrifices.
I mean, he certainly has done, right? I mean, Pasha OP, we're always talking about it. Blood Rose Esports, if they are performing, Pasha OP is the man who is always leading the charge. And 5 finishes just absolutely does justice to what Blood Rose did. But look at this, right? He also has his comrade inside of the top 5 rebels. He's got Viper OP right next to him.
That is true. Then we've got Aditya as well from Team X Park, and then Admino chimes in the action. Now, the funny part about OR Esports is Admino is usually the man who goes for the med strat in the game of Sanhok. If you've noticed this all the time, if it is the map of Sanhok, OR Esports knows that things are not really going the ideal way they want to. Admino will always be the backup plan with a lot of first aids in his backpack and just going for the med strat.
I mean, Admino is one of those mature players whom you can actually give all these tough decisions to actually make, whether to actually push in and actually try to fight, or do you have to fall back and do the heal strat. So his maturity is one of the reasons why he's been tasked with those big responsibility on his shoulders. But OR Esports, their transition inside of this game was pretty brilliant. They kind of avoided fight, but still managed to get 11 finish points on the board. 23 points in total, not bad at all.
Blood Rose Esports in front of us with 15 positioning points and, of course, 11 finish points. That's going to give them 26 points in total. Now, if you remember, at the start of the day, we had a conversation about this entire point structure. We mentioned this. If the teams on the 3rd page or the 4th page of the overall standings, if they do want to make a comeback in the top 16, they need a game at least more than 25 points with it. And that's what the players of Blood Rose Esports have done. Now, this is going to propel them so high in the overall standings that will at least be somewhere closer to that top 16.
I mean, they certainly have to do that, right? Team X Park, once again, a consistent performances, constantly diving, dwindling between the 10 and the 15-point mark. GlitchX Reborn as well, very consistent. Godrain as well, pretty consistent. But we knew, as a matter of fact, Godrain were not inside the top 16. So maybe this performance might actually propel themselves inside. But ladies and gentlemen, we will find that out right now, because the overall standings are going to be coming in front of our screens.
That is true. Let's move on forward and take a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. The top 5 is, as usual, the usual suspects. Nothing taken away from them. Metal Esports, they moved down a little bit, growing strong. Once again, they make that leap on the first half of the board. That's a good one. Team X Park 2 on the 8th spot. They're looking pretty decent.
They're looking pretty decent, but look at the very top. CS Esports is the one who is at the very top. They've played a game extra. Gladiator Esports, they've played 7 games. CS Esports have played 8 matches. But this is so good to watch. There are 5, in fact 3 undergod teams inside of the top 5. This is just brilliant to watch.
Oh, GlitchX Reborn, they've got one more game to go. Metal Esports 2, they've got one more game to go to match up with the other teams. So there's a chance these teams can find themselves in a really big advantage spot soon enough in the upcoming game of Vikendi. And we know usually Vikendi is supposed to be the position aspect, and then in the final few moments, everything just breaks loose. It's just all hell breaking loose as we move on forward to the 2nd page of the overall standings. Blind Esports on the 9th spot, pretty uncharacteristic. OR Esports on 12th. I told you, this will be a good leap for the side of OR Esports.
But they have to be consistent from this point on. The points difference is not massive. And to be honest, Necro, every single team on the 2nd page, they have to be extremely cautious. Look at this. Night Owls dropped in from the 10th or the 11th spot to right at the 16-point mark. 53 points for them. Autobots Esports, as a matter of fact, couldn't really do much, but they still have a game in hand.
That is true. Speak of MICI Esports, even they're dropping down slowly and steadily. This is not a good news. MICI Esports needs to step things up in the upcoming games. Now let's move on forward and take a look at the 3rd page of the overall standings. This is where the upsets will be seen, ladies and gentlemen. And speak of the upsets, Midwave Esports on the 17th, 4 Aggressive Men on 18th, Team Empire on 19th, Brave Esports on 20th spot. I did not expect this at all.
I mean, to be honest, one good thing about Team Empire is that they came in from the last page to the third page, inside of the top 3 of the third page. So this is certainly a climb, but they have to climb a lot more.
Yeah.
I think they're 5 points away from going inside the top 16 as well. Midwave Esports, of course, they've got a tie at 53 points as well. So these are the teams who can still make it through. But look at Team Soul, right? Look at the points difference in total. You've got 5 teams having 47 points.
This is some crazy stuff. The third page is a bit too close for comfort, and now teams will need to start gaining that lead. They will start needing to gain that advantage in the overall standings. As let's move on forward towards the last page of the overall standings, and Team Mayavi has moved down to the 25th spot in the overall standings. Blood Rose Esports, after that big of a game, they get themselves just to the 26th spot. This is a bit of an underperformance. Not exactly the underperformance in the previous game, but I would say it's just the underperformance in the semifinals in general that has put him in that spot.
It's not entirely anticlimactic, to be honest. But for Team Mayavi, as a matter of fact, dropping in from the second page to the last page, this definitely is going to hurt them a lot. They need to buckle up and they need to get those good performances going. But for Blood Rose Esports, it's not entirely bad, to be honest. They had like about 18 or 15 points at the start of the day. They have almost 40 points right now. They're still 13 points away from breaching inside the top 16. But I think they might be just able to do it.
Yeah, but the one thing that's really bad for Blood Rose Esports is because they have played all their 8 games.
Yeah.
So that just blows for them. They've only got one more chance, Salty, in today's day.
Yeah.
And if Blood Rose Esports isn't able to capitalize on that one single chance left over, Blood Rose Esports might just be eliminated, might just be taken away by the Grim Reapers.
Absolutely, they might just be. And you know, the surprising factor is we witnessed the entirety of the third page. The points difference from the top of the third page to the bottom of the third page was just 5 or 6 points at max, right? There were 5 teams at 47 points, and the only differentiating factor was the position points.
Yep.
And I think it's time for teams to think about that aspect as well, to try and get themselves as many position points, because it just extremely hurts. Because if there's a tie and you win on the basis of position points and finish points,
I mean, in general, there's not a lot of points separating these teams, right? They'll need to start building up a lead as quick as possible. It's supposed to be a wake-up call for the teams that are on the third page in the overall standings. They need to wake up as quick as possible. Team Mayavi being pushed all the way down on the 4th page of the overall standings. That is a bit of an unfortunate circumstance that now they will need to deal with. But hey, it is what it is. Team Mayavi, they need to wake up to the occasion. It's the 3rd day already. After 3rd day, it's going to be the 4th day. And well, on 4th day, only the 3rd page will have a chance to make the comeback.
Absolutely. But hopefully they come back in this match as well. Hopefully they wake up on the cold, icy lands of Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a match between group number B and group number C. And of course, we've just witnessed, right? Brave Esports, Team Mayavi, even Midwave Esports somewhat of a troubled waters right now.
I mean, you're speaking about Midwave. I'm speaking about WSB over here. Even they're not looking too good in the overall standings. A lot of these teams that are not in the red hot form, and that's a big of a problem. They need to be in the form when they really need to be, especially in the semifinals of the BGIS. Now, before, all these teams have performed phenomenally well, especially in round 4. WSB, this team was hammering down nails left, right, and center, and now when they really need to perform, they're not able to perform. This is what the real problem is.
Exactly, right? And it's also like WSB, as a matter of fact, they tried to be consistent throughout, but then just not getting the big chicken dinners. Even Marcos Gaming, as a matter of fact, in certain games, you will see them inside the top 3. You will see them having good position points, but that's just it. They are not being able to get those 30 bombs or the 20 bombs, which we're used to seeing Marcos Gaming, and this is just so uncharacteristic of them.
Not just that, Brave Esports too should be a part of this conversation now. Even they have been slipping down when it comes to the performance. And Brave Esports, they need to wake up as quick as possible because the time's slipping away now. And Brave Esports is one of those teams that I really want to see in the grand finals. We know they've got so much potential. Speak about Simple, speak about Dude, the entire lineup in general. They've just got so much potential. And I really want to see these guys perform the same way on the land too. But so far in the semifinals for a lot of these teams, it just seems like it's an off day for them.
It certainly is. I mean, me and Johnny, we were having this conversation about Brave Esports, that Brave Esports only had that one big game which still took them in a position where they can still fight back from. But otherwise, the inconsistencies have been very heavy. It has completely laden the team. And at this point, I'm not even sure if they have the mental strength to actually fight back.
I think so they do. Brave Esports, they're supposed to be brave inside the lobbies. We know all it takes is one solid game to make it inside the top 16.
Yep.
They're not that far away from the overall standings to make it inside the top 16 as well. So for Brave Esports, all it's going to take is one big leap or one big catapult in the top 16. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming game of Vikendi is going to be in front of our screens as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Cosmodrome towards Dino Park.
Now this is pretty interesting. Like the flight path sort of does majority focus on the left-hand part on the left-hand side of the map, but still teams can still travel towards Cement Factory, maybe even Hot Springs as well. We know, as a matter of fact, on the map of Vikendi there might be a couple of initial skirmishes, there might be a couple of drop collisions as well, but after that it's going to be a very slow-paced game right at the start of the game itself to the 4th circle.
Yeah, speak of the 4th circle, I mean, it's a while till we go there. So it's better if you do not talk about it, because then you're just going to make me an action-hungry person.
I mean, everyone is an action-hungry person, Necro, especially when you're talking about the semi-finals of the BGIS. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. It's just how Vikendi functions. Look at the circle as well, right on top of Villa. You've got Castle as well. You've got Abbey. You've got Volnova. Majority of the big cities towards the south of the map are being covered. But where are the teams preferring, though? You've got certain teams on the northern hemisphere, but it's Titan.
A Scorpion versus a DBS. Imagine how lucky you can be to find a DBS off the bat inside the game. Ryzen right now, this man has dropped in paradise. He's dropped in heaven, considering he's got his hands on the DBS instantly, but now even his opponent has got his hands on the DBS, and what a perfect connection that was from Sparky. Pushes up, instantly takes his opponent down, and now he's punching him to death. Nice one.
I mean, Sparky turned into Conor McGregor for a second, but look at this, right? Once again, just trying to go in with the DBS. This man has confidence. He does not have any helmet or vest, but he still does not mind actually taking these fights. And once again, strikes at point-blank range. How beautiful is that to watch?
DBS is now clicking into action. This man is swinging back in the fray. And Tyne FTW, they're making some quick and light work, especially Sparky all by himself against the foes. And those two leftover players, they're going to take an exit from the fray. They do not want anything to be done against this team. Nest Esports, they've learned their lesson. And now they're pretty much just scared of the players of Tyne FTW. Nest Esports just playing for that survival game. It's better to do so.
I mean, Sparky was all by himself in that particular position. His teammates and reinforcements basically are just arriving right now. But they could not really time it. Nest Esports, it was just decision-making, poor decision-making from them. We witnessed how Ryzen was just cooking up the nade when he should have just focused on having or holding the angle with the DBS. Instead, the man had a grenade equipped in his hand itself, which Sparky capitalized on. So these are the silly mistakes which he shouldn't really have been doing. But look at that, on the finish feed, it seems like Nest Esports have sort of head back.
You love to see it. The action continues once again, and Nano Boy's out in the open. They would really want to go for the confirmation, though, but still, Nest Esports, wait, they're not actually going to go for it. It is a big mistake. This should be a free elimination point wrapped up, but then Nest Esports, they decide not to spoil their game, but hey, it's done. Anyways, Nano Boy's going to be claimed for Tyne FTW. The damage has been done.
It certainly is, right? I mean, Nest Esports, for them, they had two objectives or two factors in mind in that position. Number one is, of course, they kind of understood that Titan FTW and the rest of their comrades will be in the vicinity. So if they try and go in for the confirmation, maybe Punk and his lads will try and shoot them down. Maybe even wipe off the entire squad. Secondly, they knew that enough damage was done. Like, by the time somebody would come in and revive, maybe the other person who was knocked down would actually bleed to death. But look at this. This is a wonderful 1v2 in this position. Sparky just having better precise movement with his feet and also with his crosser as well. And this shot was so precise. It was so accurate.
He was quick to react. And because of that, it just came out on top. And that's why you really need to be quick to react in these type of moments, especially when you've got the DBS in hand. You need to be quick. You need to be precise. And that's what Sparky was doing. Especially the first knock that he found.
Yeah.
He pushed up on top of stairs so quickly and then instantly peeked on the other side of that wall, shut the first man down within that first shot. All it took was 2 shots in the chamber to knock down 2 players.
It feels like Sparky didn't actually have to work a lot, but It actually takes a lot of skill to pull that off, to have that confidence in the early stages, to be completely surrounded by an enemy team but still coming out on top in that position. But look at this, Clutch gone all by himself. Newman Gaming, in totality, their journey inside of the competition has been dismal inside of the semi-finals. All that domination throughout multiple rounds just came crashing down like a house of cards.
And I've been saying this time and time again, I saw this coming. Somewhere down the line, I knew this was going to be the outcome in the semifinals. And this is what is exactly happening. The confidence is clearly lacking in these players. And because of the confidence lacking, even the team play is sort of lacking now.
Yeah.
They're really not able to communicate that better amongst themselves in the 4v4 fights. They're just not able to win them.
Exactly. I mean, Team Newman Gaming, from being a force to watch out for, they've suddenly become like the Robin Hood, where they just distribute points to the teams who actually need them. For finish points, especially what I'm talking about. Nest Esports, once again, just trying to spray down the opposition. But that's not really going to help them. But on the finish feed, it seems like Lucknow Giants are taking up a fight. One of the players from Team Empire has been taken down. Now, Team Empire is a very big conversation, of course. We witnessed their jump from the last page to the third page was massive. They have about like 48 points on board right now. Very possible to actually breach inside the top 16.
Yeah, it is really possible, right? And speak about breaching inside the top 16. For that, a team like Marcos Gaming will need to do a lot of heavy climbing. Before now, they're getting peppered down. The players from Newman Gaming, some good shots being taken against them. They managed to find out one knockout. Sayum gets confirmed instantly. Nicely done by the players of Newman Gaming, huh?
At least they have one finish on board.
Yeah, that's going to give them a little bit of confidence booster.
But again, Marcus Gaming, mid-rotation fight, awkward collision, and an important player in the form of Sayum is down.
That's too on Vikendi.
That too on Vikendi, right? Marcus Gaming did not really have that big of a business to actually try out, but we'll talk about that a little later. But look at this, Glitch X Reborn. It seems like they are in trouble.
Yeah.
And from the hands of CS Esports.
Oh no, Roman OG gets knocked out. And CS Esports already off to a great start inside this fight. Glitch X Reborn in a world of trouble. And now the players of CS Esports, it's just inflicting so much pain and hurt against any team that stands against them.
They have 150 points on the overall standings, Necro. CS Esports. From 8 games, they've accumulated so many points. They are the table toppers. They know, as a matter of fact, that whatever they do right now will be right. And that influx of confidence is making them trouble every other team out there. Look at this. Glitch X Reborn, especially Duke, quite close to the players of CS Esports. He still wants to hold them back with the nade itself, but it's not going to connect.
Yeah, and now CS Esports, they're like the Alpha Titans inside the lobby, just asserting dominance. CS Esports Para BTC is softened up a little bit, no issues though. All the players are still going to be in a good condition. Leo YT taking that aggressive stance inside the fight, going for the patch up. Everything should be good to go. All good in the hood, at least up till now. Nothing to worry about just yet. And that player from Glitch X Reborn, he's on a move. Duke does not really want to do anything with this fight. He's moved away from this compound. Leo YT knows exactly where Duke is too. This nade might just be tossed to perfection. Duke gets knocked out. CS Esports, a great way to open the fray up.
I mean, this is a battle for the very top, to be honest. CS Esports, how beautifully they landed the nade right at the exact spot. And Glitch X Reborn, of course, this game was pretty important for them if they actually wanted to push in for that #1 position. It's still fine. And that is the conversation that we should actually have, Necro. I think CS Esports, teams like Glitch X Reborn, even TWM Gaming, as a matter of fact, the undergods inside of the top 5 teams right now. Do you think they know already that they're going to Mumbai for the grand finals?
I think so, they do. Gladiator Esports, they should definitely know that.
Yeah.
CS Esports, they should definitely know that as well. You know what? I'd really want to meet the players of CS Esports in person.
We will be able to.
Yeah, we will be able to. It'll be fun, right? Talk to him about the game, talk to him about the life.
I just want Ranadeep to teach me a little bit of his aim.
Yeah, this man is insane at the game. Leo YT is like the star performing
Yeah.
And then you've got Rana deep in the back lines, who's just gunning down the players easily. And then Leo YT's in the front lines, just always taking care of business. He's like the star performer, right, as I said.
You forgot about Para BTC.
Para BTC is a man who only chimes in the trouble when he really needs to. That's the only time when he steps in the trouble.
Clutch master.
Yeah, you can call him sort of that, but he doesn't really have a lot of clutches on his name, though.
I mean, that's true. But again, like especially when CS Esports are in trouble, when they have to survive for long, maybe as a two-man unit, that's when Para BTC and his services are being called for. But this nade was so precise. It was so beautiful to watch. CS Esports just being very confident in every step they take. But we have a very interesting fight in our hands right now. Minwave Esports up close against Brave Esports. And both of these two teams are in struggling shoes, Necro.
Yeah. Midwave Esports. Oh, they've got the compound locked in the sights. And Midwave Esports still just moving around. Look at the center of the map. It's just a massive cluster, a big splash of colors. Castle is completely up for grabs. I would go in Castle.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? It's a very good position, but the only problem is...
Oh, speak of the problem, and the problem arrives. WSB getting knocked on by the players of Team Insane, and Team Insane, they're quite desperate to get these elimination points in their hands. WSB 2 on the same page, but what a good return from the opponent, and the entirety of WSB within a flash, they get eliminated from the game.
I don't really understand what happened. Team Insane. That is WSB Gaming. They're one of the best teams. One of the best teams, of course, but I don't think you can actually call them anymore because Team Insane just made child's work out of the other opposition.
Oh, wow. Child's work.
The jump shot, did you see how he connected that out of the window?
Man, these guys are really pulling off some weird shenanigans with that DBS.
That was... I don't know. That was... Superman moves.
Look at this. This was the shot that you're talking about. Oh, what
oh my
flick.
God.
That was quite a far-fetched flick.
Exactly right. That is why I'm saying that was a Superman shot. Man was flying midair, but still connected with such precise accuracy. This is Team Insane. This is what we expect from Team Insane.
There's a reason why their name is Team Insane. And they are actually insane in the game. Level 3 vest, level 2 helmet. Everything's looking pretty good. Team Insane on a solid move so far. Nothing can deter them just yet. CS Esports, once again, they do realize, yeah, we are the Alpha Tines, but you do not really need to go aggressive for no reason on the map of Vikendi. So, the Alpha Tines right now are hibernating.
Yeah, they're like a dormant volcano at this point of the game so far, but you have to agree with me, Necro, that this game of Vikendi did present us with some early action, which I love absolutely. One of the teams has already left the competition, WSB Gaming. And with that being said, I think WSB Gaming, their case is also starting to get rested. Like their qualification is at stake at this point.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, players from Marcos Gaming as well as Titan FTW, GlitchX Reborn, they've been chipped in as well. Multiple finishes, random finishes having left, just going on left, right, and center.
Especially Marcos Gaming, though. I keep on saying this over and over again, but this is not a team that I expected to see on the last page in the overall standings. It just always upsets me, considering we know how much caliber this team has. They're pretty good at the game, too, but there's just something that's holding them back.
I have a theory. If Marcos Gaming do end up on the right side of the bed tomorrow in the morning, did you think they still will be able to come back? It's going to be extremely tough.
3 games in your hands.
Yeah.
And all 3 games needs to be a nuclear performance.
Yeah.
You think, is it possible?
Doable, but is it practical? I'm not really sure.
Now, we need to have realistic expectations, right? As commentators, as analysts.
Yeah.
And the realistic way to think about this entire scenario or this entire situation is a no. You cannot make that happen. 3 games back-to-back nuclear performance, it sounds a bit too much considering a team that's not been able to perform throughout this entire semifinals. Out and over, you cannot expect them to pop off like that unless there's some sort of a magical moment inside the game.
I mean, A 3 out of 3, maybe even a 2 out of 3 can also do the job. I mean, much like CS Esports, right? They were not inside of the top 16 when they make that big jump. But after they make that big jump with the 60 points,
Yeah.
2 30-point games, all of a sudden the entire approach sort of shifted. Of course, for Marcos Gaming, they need like at least one big game right at the start of tomorrow or at the end of the day by now.
Oh, Blind Esports, shots taken. Adi chipped out. Another man has been taken down solo. Hirsch barely alive on a sliver of HP. Knuckle looking for to toss the nade inside that little ridge. Or inside that little opening. But still, holds himself back a little bit. Look at the return nades from Team Insane. They know there's someone on top of the roof, and that's why Knuckle now instantly just moves down. He knows if he stays over there for a bit longer, he can be potentially taken out of the game. Blind Esports on a move too.
Blind Esports is one of the teams who has presented a lot of concerns to me, honestly. This team is definitely not looking very bright, at least at the moment. We did see one game where they actually popped off yesterday with 18 finishes to work with, but that was it. That was a one-off moment. Things which were usual for Blind Esports are now becoming rare. That definitely is a point of concern. And now look at this, right? The shots were taken, but nothing really in return.
Remember, Salty, what I told you? The boss before the final boss is always the toughest to beat. Trust me, that's how it is in every single video game. That's how it is in every single stage that you play inside a tournament. The semifinals are always the toughest. And if you want to make it inside the finals, you will really need to work hard. Hard is an understatement. You will need to work insanely hard.
Now, one good thing which is working in for Blind Esports is that when they actually get their big games, they extract massive amount of points out of it, right? They have more than 30 points in games where they actually play well. Not just a chicken dinner, but sometimes they even crack 20 plus finishes on board as well, which sort of helped them stick inside the top 16. But the inconsistency is what actually worries me, because if this is the stage of Blind Esports, if this is the performance of Blind Esports, maybe even if they qualify for the finals, will they be able to get back into their natural form where they are always aggressive?
Oh, Simple knocked out. Trying to crawl back to safety. Brave Esports Simple, he isn't really having the time of his life today. He's been struggling. And wow, some good connections from Sevi Place. Perfectly finds the connections through the smoke, but then now is getting shot at from the sidelines. Sevi Place, too much to worry about at this point in time. CS Esports, the Alpha Tines, once again, now they're out of that hibernation state, and now they really do want to conquer a bit more land around them.
Not really essential, right? They do have Brave Esports in very close proximity, as the map did pop out in front of our screens. CS Esports, the zone is massive. This is just stage 3. Even until stage 5, it's not really important for CS Esports to extract or ask for that much attention from the fellow oppositions. They can just hold their ground and try and be a little less cautious inside of the circle itself. But look at this. Someone who is being very cautious is going to be Aladdin from the side of Marcos Gaming, landing those nades, not really connecting, but still the attempt was there to try and damage the opposition.
GlitchX Reborn right in the smack center. Looking pretty solid. Marcos Gaming in front of us too, Spray God. Now look, for Marcos Gaming, they've only got 3 players left alive. They did lose out on one of their players a while ago. But these 3 players, they've got so much to live up to. One single mistake inside the lobby and everything will be taken away from them. He has some shots taken blindly against the players of Midwave. Marcos Gaming at this point in time just trying to get their hands on anything that they can. And inside of Vikendi, you will see this often. Teams taking shots against other teams for no reason. Now, if you're just a casual viewer that's watching this esports stream, you would be wondering, why does that happen? Well, the only reason is because you're trying to burn through the enemy meds.
Yeah. Not just the med as well, also the vehicles. Like, you want to try and take the tires out of commission, want to try and destroy the vehicle as well, which restricts mobility of the other team, prevents them from rotating quicker inside the zone as well. But Titan FTW in a very precarious spot. I mean, they're caught right underneath that big hill, right on the right-hand side of Dino Park. But
Oh,
right
no.
up top, there is GlitchX Reborn. And now look at this, Newman Gaming. What are they up to exactly?
Avi's in the water lines. Midway, Varu gets knocked out. This time, Aru's not going to be able to be the superhero that Midwave really needs. And Aru instead gets neutralized instantly, and Midwave Esports now, they're left unsettled inside the game. These initial fights happening, these little solo duels that are happening, it's just putting these teams in a big disadvantage. It's giving these teams a bit of a handicap situation inside the game.
Yeah, I mean, multiple teams are actually without their full strength right now. So many teams with just 3 players standing inside of this lobby. And this is surprising, but this is also entertaining at one point as well, because at times Vikendi in the initial stage, it just becomes so stable. But look at this, the circle, in fact, moving towards Castle. Necro, it seems like your position, your take onto Castle is actually pretty interesting. Now it is inside the circle, and the hard shift might actually cause a lot of problems for the other teams coming in from the open end of the circle.
Okay, look, Midway, if they have a decent position, if they have vehicles to rotate quickly,
Yeah.
this can be a really solid position, but I highly doubt Midwave has any type of vehicles, so that's a bit of a problem. They are also spotting out a couple of rotations. This is a good thing. They've at least got some information to play with. And Midwave Esports now, Avi's in the front lines. If they do lay their eyes on top of Avi, it might just be it for the side of Newman Gaming. Let's see. Avi's so far away from the rest of the squad, it's a little bit weird. CS Esports getting pushed on by the players of Night Owls. Let's see, both of these teams are supposed to be the Sixth Sense, but now, as Night Owls is going to kick things off on a fantastic note, on an aggressive note, Night Owls starting to scratch these Tines. It's not a good news. Sevi plays knocked out. The Tines now are feeling a little bit weaker.
Of course, Kira is there in their lines as well. Deathman himself has been written, and it seems like Sevi plays is definitely not in a position who is going to fight CS Esports. They're falling back pretty drastically, and they have no business against the likes of Night Owls. And this is the wrath of Night Owls, right? This is the fear which they instill in their opposition. But Brave Esports in the mix as well. Now they come in from the backlines. This is problems for CS Esports. Completely sandwiched. So many teams in the vicinity. Seems like the fighting times are back up live, Necro.
Oh, look at Tine FTW out in the open. Punk and his teammate Sparky OP not at all in a good spot. The only thing that's saving him for now are the smoke grenades that are lobbed around them. And then even Team Ivy now starting to chime inside the action. Tine FTW, another man gets knocked out. 6 cents out of the fray. Team Ivy, they're dealing with a lot of problems at the same time. And hopefully these problems are not going to end up eating them. Team Ivy got all the 4 players up and alive, so that's a good thing. Now, once again, scratching up against the players of Lucknow Giants. The nade was so perfect. It's going to scratch up Rage God a bit too low. Rage God now needs to back out from that spot. Cypher is so close to Austin Bot. Austin Bot goes for that peek. Instead, gets dealt with by the entirety of Team Ivy. Flax is a bit too low, but once again, the pass-up should be there soon enough. Cypher peeks out, scratches up that man too low once again, and Lucknow Giants in a bit of a trouble. They're down to just a 3-man squad, and those 3 players are quite softened up. Team Miyavi in a world of trouble, and eventually Team Miyavi get eliminated from the game, but then a third party comes into picture.
Yes, and it's Team Insane. Adi from the backlines was just listening to this entire commotion. He could sense it that Team Mavi has been eliminated and Team Lucknow joins in, definitely not in the proper position to fight back. Look at this, Austin just barely surviving over there, and Don is the other player. The only player who is a little healthy from the side of Lucknow joins, but Austin Bot has been eaten up alive. Team Insane, such a wonderful third party in this situation. They wiped the floor with Lucknow joins, Necro.
Without any issues. Not even breaking his sweat in that scenario. Lucknow Giants just getting eliminated like that. Pounced on like that, but Team Insane. And look at Adi. He's got 6 elimination points on the board so far. This man is single-handedly just carrying the torch for Team Insane in the front. And look at Newman Gaming versus Midway. Vikendi, they know exactly where OB is too. Vikendi barely alive on a sliver of HP. Now backs out a little bit. But unfortunately, Vikendi does not even have a lot of HP to back himself up. What can Vikendi do to get out of this tricky spot?
Absolutely nothing. Just give up on his dear life because now Newman Gaming, they've called for reinforcements as well. I I mean, Midwave do they have that too, but I'm not really sure if they can actually help him. Dinosis and others, they're back into the firing lines as well. But the Circle Necro is actually on top of the bridge. Both Midwave and Newman have a massive advantage because they are the early ones, but they're completely out in the open.
I told you, Midwave Esports, they've got a solid position to play with. But then from the backlines now, even Blind Esports, they've got a really good position to play with. Night Owls versus the players of Brave Esports. Both of them are supposed to be the heavy hitters inside the lobby, but this time, Brave Esports is going to be the one to outshine Night Owls.
It was a 1v1 at the end, but can actually reign supreme once again. Simple is down and out, but Dude and Himu are still alive, and Brave Esports can potentially make this work. Have to make that last-ditch entry inside the circle, but they will be marked by GlitchX Reborn as well as Marcos Gaming. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, Cad's going for that vehicle. Is it really worth it? It's taking so much damage. Midway Vikendi now trying to crawl back to safety. Does not really have a lot of HP to back him up, but eventually it is going to be successful. Vikendi will be able to patch himself up. Newman Gaming with all the 4 players alive in a decent spot inside the circle too. They can't dominate this circle if they play this one nicely. Just make sure there's not a lot of bees attracted towards you.
Yeah, this game is actually well set up for them. They have complete control of the bridge. I hope they have a little bit of cover to actually play out with it as well. And once again, the circle just shifts right on top of them. And the rest of the circle is in no man's land. It's completely out in the open.
Oh, look at Blind Esports, that split. One guy's in castle, the rest 2 guys are on the opposite lines. Or the rest 3 guys are on the opposite lines. I think so Blind Esports can close this game.
It's going to be difficult, especially with Midwave and their presence. Mania will have to work really hard to actually get inside the circle, but look at this. From the backlines, nobody expecting his position. Team Empire was completely eaten up alive. Blind Esports, just like you mentioned, the split did work out in the last fight, but you still have to make it work against Midwave to actually enter the final circle. Look at this, Team X-Spark on the firing lines.
Even CS Esports has been eliminated completely from the game. Team X-Spark, they've got the man advantage inside the fight, but both of these teams do not really have the position advantage. They need to make it inside the circle. Marcos Gaming, they give out a free pick. Spray God peeks out, one of the biggest mistakes that he can make in this scenario, and Team X-Spark getting the exact opening they needed, and now it's going to be a utility bombardment in that same side. So many nades being tossed on the other side, just hoping for a connection. Aladin, a nade's going to crawl right next to him, but unfortunately does not really find the connection. Marcos Gaming, Aladin should be safe, at least for now. And Team X-Spark, they did find that opening, but now Spray God's back up on his feet. He's looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, the timing on that push, not really perfect, but I think this is time for X-Spark to actually have, or rather move on their bigger priorities, and that is exactly what they're doing, disengaging from this particular fight and just going in for the rotation. But look at this, Blind and Newman actually collide and knocks traded on either sides. From the backlines as well, Midwave Esports wanted to chime in, but Knuckle holding them back. Dinosis is going to find the knock on Knuckle.
What a knock that was. The bullets just whizzing past him, but some of them connect, and now Manya on top of the bridge lines. It's got the high ground advantage inside the fight. Does not really need to overpeak in these scenarios. Blind Esports, they've got so much advantage to look back on. Savitar underneath them, being knocked out. Avi and Rex, everything on their back. Newman Gaming, they can feel so much pressure. They can feel their nerves rattling. And Blind Esports, that nade was tossed in so nicely. Gonna chip out a bit more damage. Joker tosses another nade in the clotheslines. At this point in time, this man is looking forward to make an artillery strike on top of the players of Newman Gaming. Another nade tossed in, still not able to find that sweet connection. From the backlines, it's going to be the players of Midwave Esports trying to close on up. OV is in the clotheslines too. Newman Gaming and Midwave in such an uncomfortable spot.
Midwave and their presence will be very distracting for Blind Esports, to be honest, and that is one of the reasons why they can't actually step out in the open. The smokes will try and disguise their presence, but Joker with the shotgun will find the connection, but Avi's gonna hit back Necro.
Yeah, Mania is still there though. He's standing on his feet, so nothing to worry about just yet for Blind Esports. Even Ronnie's there. Everything's looking pretty good for Blind Esports. That nade was nice. It finds Avi. And now it's all down to Rex and Savitar. Savitar still knocked out though, so you can't count him out for now. Team X Spark 2, they close on up. They try to go for the main zone control. And Blind Esports, the smoke's in the front. They're starting to fade away. Manya knocked out. Ronnie, he's got such a big responsibility to get the fallen man back up. But Team X Spark, they're now looking the strongest teams out of all of them. And this nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Sarang tips out a bit of a damage against the players in Human Gaming, but not enough to take him out of the game.
Yeah, Aditya's going to find the knock onto Ronnie as well, and Blind Esports on top of the bridge, certainly the most disadvantaged position. Sarang as well has been punished for trying to overextend. Team X-Spark, they need to play this out actually perfectly. They can't give away their lead. They know, as a matter of fact, that their revival is happening and Aditya wants to capitalize on it. But it seems like Sarang needs to get back up on his feet, but he has been finished off.
X-Spark still got the man number. Blind Esports completely eliminated from the game, but still a decent performance. So Blind Esports, they're going to have a happy ending. Team X-Spark, though, still looking forward to find these openings, still looking forward to find these elimination points. Midwave Esports, they're just playing this so passively. They're letting all the action roll in. Human Gaming right now, they're showing the real struggles inside the lobby. Team X Spark, they're not even going for a full commitment because they know there's 3 teams alive, there's 2 more players somewhere, and that's why the players of Team X Spark were a little bit hesitant on making that push happen. But finally they peek out, Rex gets dealt with, and now it's the final 2 teams alive. And Team X Spark, they've already got all the advantage they could have asked for. Vikendi knocked out, it's all down to Dionysus in the back lines, and he's gonna give his life away to the wall of death. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Team X Spark who bounced back once again in the overall standings, but the bounce back wasn't really needed because they were there in the top 16 anyways.
I mean, they certainly were, but who doesn't like a big old winner chicken dinner, Necro? I mean, it took them 3 days inside of the semifinals to find one, but I think when they have one, they're going to be extremely happy about it.
The final engagement was just so awkward towards that bridge lines, the water lines. Newman Gaming, the one guy just kept on getting knocked out over and over again. Just feels so bad for him. So many nades just kept on sailing in that same direction. But Team X Spark, they played that phenomenally well, eliminating Marcos Gaming, then taking that time to rotate inside the circle perfectly, and then eliminating the entirety of Blind Esports first, and then focusing on Newman Gaming.
Yeah, to be honest, I felt like there were 3 real contenders inside that circle initially. It was Midwave, it was Blind Esports, and it was Team Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact. These were the only 3 teams inside. Team X-Spark were rotating from the distance. I did not even imagine that X-Spark would play such a massive role inside of the final circle, especially the stronghold was there. But the fact that these 3 teams were constantly jabbing and knocking out each other, Team X-Spark found a massive bit of advantage, and Blind Esports caught in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, in general, it was just one of the most crappy fights that I've witnessed so far, but I just hope in the future lines things can be ironed out in a better way.
Yeah.
And Newman Gaming, they really needed this performance. They have it, but it's not enough at all. They need to keep on performing on the same note in the upcoming games in the future lines too. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back within a couple of minutes.
Push, left, ठीक है हम
अरे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC. And don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग। समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
सर ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go ahead and check out the new Battle Pass, because the Royal Pass, just make sure to not be a default. Get some good skin for yourself, and Royal Pass is something that's going to provide you that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get back inside the conversation once again of that previous game. Now, Johnny, we know with how things have been looking like inside the entire competition, they're getting tightened up ever so before. Now, speak of the previous game, Newman Gaming, they were seen somewhere in the top three. The players that really do needed to perform, it was from the side of Midwave too. They were able to perform. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Midwave, things are still a little bit better for them if you compare them to Newman Gaming, because Midwave was a little bit higher in the rankings.
Yeah.
For Newman specifically, I think it's too little too late, because this was their last game, and even that ended in a top 3 finish. I don't think, I mean, they won't have enough points to even breach in the top 16 at this point. I think that will be the thing we'll witness at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't think so. They even had a lot of elimination points to back him up in the first place, right? So even that third finish is not going to give them the most amount of points. But Midwave Esports, for them, there's still a big chance to make it inside the top 16. I think so they were somewhere in the third page.
Yeah.
There's a chance the bounce back can be seen in the overall standings in the top 16.
I mean, we started the day with them being them on the third page. But after that, since a lot of matches have gone, and Midwave, they were a little bit inconsistent throughout the day. I think this one, again, gets them in a position from where they're going to be right on the edge of that qualification barrier. So it will be a little bit more important for them to be consistent in the upcoming games. But then again, I mean, you still have tomorrow left. Tomorrow, win a game, and maybe that will push you through to the other side.
I mean, speak of pushing yourself to the other side. I mean, this was how the action really clicked off, especially Tyne FTW Sparky OP getting these 2 elimination points off the bat against the opponent, something I did not even expect. Sparky OP just dismantling the players in Nest Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive. And Nest, actually, their decision to just make a getaway to just play for safety was actually the wise choice in that. In a situation like that, when you know one man from the opposing side is just absolutely on fire. But talk about being on fire, and CS Esports, they've just been incredible throughout the day.
CS Esports indeed have been quite incredible. Then one team came rolling in that sort of put a bit of a full stop on CS Esports' momentum. But once again, is that full stop really needed? CS Esports are already on the first spot in the overall standings anyways. They have pretty much made it in the grand finals. No one's going to be taking that spot away.
True, I mean, no one is actually taking that spot away, apart from Gladiators, if they actually show up with just the fire in their eyes and the hopes and dreams of just, well, making things a little bit uncomfortable for CS Esports in the overall ranking. But we know topping the leaderboard actually does nothing at this point for you as long as you're in the top 16. I think both these teams we talk about, Gladiators and CS, have gained a little bit of safety cushion for themselves. So I think they're going to be happy with where they are right now, not really too much going for them. Blind Esports actually was quite interested in seeing them win this match, but wasn't really the case, was it?
Yeah, it was not. I mean, Team X Park just came in out of nowhere, scooped up every single final team in the end moment.
Yeah.
And Team X Park, once again, they should make that bounce back in the top 5 easily now. Team X Park should be somewhere in the top 3 or either in the top 5 without a doubt. And they should be sitting in with a nice cushion. They should be there sitting in a pretty much comfortable spot. And even Team X Park at this point in time, we can count them as the grand finalists.
Yeah, I mean, Xbox, anyone right now, after this game, in fact, after this day is done, anyone in the top 5 bracket is guaranteed moving on to the grand finals, because differences, I mean, were clearly visible already within the top 4, within the top 3 compared to the rest of the lobby. You would see with these brackets where you would have 3 teams close to each other, then you would have next 6 teams close to each other, but quite far away from the other 3 teams. And those sort of brackets is where you see those changes. For teams to actually leap beyond these tiers, it does take a massive win from one of the sides, or the other teams just constantly blundering their matches back to back. But that really hasn't been the case for the teams specifically in the top 8. They make one mistake in the next game, they just make sure they're in the top 5 of the match.
That is true. And speak of the top 5 of the match, right? In general, even Blind Esports, I generally thought they had the big share of the entire land to play with. They had the higher ground to play with in that final few moments. But then the players of Team X Park just wiped out Marco's Gaming without any issues, moved inside the circle, and just started scooping away the players of Blind Esports too. I generally do not know what went wrong with the players of Blind Esports, but when I laid my eyes on them, they already had 2 players knocked out. So at that point in time, I knew that Blind Esports, there's no way they can bounce back once again.
I think Blind will be just relying on those finish points for this match at least, but we'll have to see how much have they accumulated when we have a look at the rankings. But Adi, I mean, he was on fire. We talked about players having that individual flow, and this man contributing 75% of the finishes for his team, which amounts for 6 eliminations, was absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Insane Adi with 75% of that contribution. It was quite nice. But now let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 rebels of that previous game. Dreams is over there with 5. Aditya over there with 5 too. Manya from the side of Blind Esports as well, getting decent amount of elimination points. And now, speaking about all the teams, right? We haven't really spoke about Brave Esports. We need to speak about Brave Esports, and the Brave Esports is one of those teams that I genuinely thought will be in the top 16 no matter what as soon as the semifinals started. But no, even for them, the qualification is literally on the line.
Yeah, I mean, they are right there hanging with the players of Midwave on the third page of the rankings. And Brave Esports, I think, was on that 17th position at the start of the day, but now they might have just taken a little bit of a tumble because they will need that one big game to cross the barrier.
Yep.
But we do have the rankings of this match in front of us. X-Pac lighting things up in an impressive manner on this map of Vikendi. 26 points secured. Blind Esports following up quite nicely with 16 on the board.
Yeah, Midwave 2 with 14, Newman Gaming with 13. At this point in time, Newman Gaming needs to have a small steps. Is not going to work out. They've only got 3 more games, as you mentioned, left over in their hands. And that, too, that is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Newman Gaming, last day, there's going to be so much pressure on you. Only 3 games to be able to accumulate more than 40 or 50 points. That just sounds a bit too much.
Sounds a bit too much, but 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, it is doable. But once again, I had the same conversation with Salty, right?
Have to be,
I mentioned this.
Yeah, and a Newman performance needs to be on the table then.
I mean, Newman needs to give an inhuman performance, and that just sounds a little bit too much. Considering I had the same conversation with Salty as well, is that as analysts, we need to stick to the stats. We need to give our realistic expectations, and the realistic expectation is that Newman Gaming will not be qualifying to the grand finals.
Right now, that seems to be the case unless they can pull off a miracle tomorrow. I mean, we have seen those turnarounds happen in the semifinals, and if it actually happens, I mean, if Newman pulls this off, if they qualify with just 3 matches in hand, then going into the finals, Newman is going to be the scariest team of the bunch.
That is true. That would be like the comeback of the century, without a doubt. Newman Gaming would be written down in the books of the history all over the place in esports. But now, speaking about Newman Gaming, that's an interesting conversation. What's going on with Enigma Gaming, man? I mean, yeah, the previous game, they were not really there, but I just want to have a general conversation with you. They have been deactivated throughout the entire tourney.
Yeah, it seems like they were there for just 1 game yesterday. And before that, even on day 1, Enigma Gaming was facing a massive struggle. Yesterday, they had 1 good performance that helped them get on that 3rd page of the rankings. But that wasn't enough. Things are not going to cut if you perform 1 game in 2 days. And I think for Enigma, even their journey is about to come to an end. But they're going to play the last game of the day. For now, we're going to be jumping into the match on Miramar Group A versus Group B.
Yeah, and Team Ivy back once again in the action. Team X Spark 2 is going to be over there. Glitch X, Reborn, Blind Esports, Marcos Gaming, a chance for them to redeem themselves. Brave Esports, a chance for them to make it inside the top 16, because even for them, the qualification sword is hanging right on top of their throats. Now, a team that I had so many expectations from, it is an underdog team. It's supposed to be Autobots Esports. They haven't been able to perform recently. I really want to see them back inside the fray.
But Autobots still have showed a lot of confidence in their matches. I mean, they have been running into fights. This is again another team with a new team that we are seeing in the competitive scene for the first time, and they have been on an incredible journey throughout this BGIS as well. I mean, it wasn't an easy one, but still, over the time, over the stages, I mean, where in the early stages we would see Autobots just balance themselves nicely in the game.
Yeah.
Focus on placement, survival in the early stages. Late game was when they were picking up those fights. Now things have changed. They've realized, like, all right, we need to get those finish points as quickly as possible so that the mid game is a little bit easier for us. In order to do that, they go for those early fights. They go for those early finishes. They've done that quite phenomenally. They've been able to deal with the pressure as well. But sometimes, every now and then, it does happen that they take a massive hit and the risk does not really work out.
That's like a reminder to all of us, hey, it's an underdog team. They do not really have a lot of experience anyway. So yeah, these type of hits are needed for them to sort of force themselves in a better version. And this is what I always keep on saying, right, Johnny? Pressure is needed for you to bring out your better version. And if the pressure is never going to be there, you're just going to be complacent.
Yeah, but in the same group, we have two teams who are crumbling under pressure right now, MICI and TMZ. I mean, TMZ was my pick of the teams that would eventually make it to the finals, but now it seems like their struggles are also taking a toll upon the team.
Yeah, MICI especially, I mean, they started things off on a decent spot in the overall standings, I think. So they were on 12th or 11th spot.
Yeah.
But now they're not really doing that great. They were somewhere on the 14th spot when we last saw the overall standing. So there's a chance MICI Esports now will need to buckle up.
This happened yesterday as well. When they played their matches, they were just in the middle of the pack. That allowed them to barely inch inside the top 16. But then, when they weren't playing their matches, which I believe were just the last two matches of yesterday, the drop was quite drastic for them. And today, they recovered again, but then again, not playing the future matches.
Yeah.
Well, MICU will be playing, in fact, the last two games of the day. So there is an opportunity for them to actually recover. Hopefully they can pull it off.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about these underdog names, right? We have been saying the performance really hasn't been there since how we've been expecting them to perform inside the semifinals. But then you look at another big name in the lobby that's not been able to perform that well so far. Team Soul is the name that I'm speaking about. Now, you remember in the round 4, these guys like to play so passively, so defensively. They were supposed to be like the zone magnets in the semifinals as well. But no, that play style has been completely vanished away.
Yeah, their secret weapon, Akshat Go finish, is not working out in this semi-finals. I mean, he was the man responsible for accumulating so many finishes. He dragged out the team from so many fights where we thought, all right, Team Soul is going to be done. They are absolutely pinned down. Imagine, I mean, their journey during the previous round started off with a brilliant 1v4 clutch by this man.
Yeah.
And then now all of that aggression, all of that firepower seems to have faded away for a few minutes, and it has definitely taken a toll on their performance. But here's the thing about this team. I mean, every single individual is like one of the best players you could have come across in the last year, and they have been putting in the work as well. So I think there's still going to be signs of hope. You never know. Maybe they're just trying to get the fans all riled up. Oh, what's going to happen to the Team Soul? And on the last day, 3 chicken dinners, they end up qualifying in the top 8. And then you think, all right, they actually might be one of the top contenders for the trophy.
I mean, this is the second last day, right? As you rightfully mentioned, there's still one more day left over for the comebacks. And that is, of course, going to be like the final last ditch on an effort where the teams on the third page will try to make that climb in the top 16. Will that happen or not? That's still a big question, right, Johnny? And at this point in time, we've been having this conversation since such a long time. We've been speaking about teams in such a long time. And now we've been making so much of an eye contact that I'm falling in love with you.
Why, though?
Because eye contact is something that really grabs a human's attention.
Yeah, but how does it make you fall in love?
I don't know, man. You're a good-looking human being. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Soon enough, the upcoming game in Miramar is also going to be on the board. Johnny, I really want to know your prediction for this game.
I'm going to root for TMZ. It seems like I haven't really rooted for them for a long time, and I believe in these guys. I want to see them have that fun of theirs again in this match.
Hey, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming map of Miramar is on our way. And as the plane's going to hit the skies, the plane flat path starts all the way from Torre Amuda towards down south, which is Minas del Valle. Now, this plane flat path is quite nice, actually.
Yeah, it's better than what we saw in the previous Miramar. Still dissecting the map. in a diagonal but goes close to the center, you will have drop options over the entirety of the map. In fact, even from Campo Militar, La Cobriera, you can go all the way towards Los Leones. Porto Palacio will be accessible. You'll have to drop to Los Leones, pick up a vehicle and then rotate from there. A much safer rotation for Porto Palacio would be actually dropping down on that southern highway and picking up a vehicle from there and traversing towards the terrain. But let's see. A massive cluster of teams towards the northeastern quadrant actually. Already we see Marcos Gaming heading towards Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca. Big Brothers have taken that northern drop as well. For Angry Men, I think El Azhar is where they are headed. And for Gladiators, we know their home ground, Impala.
That's a good switch up from Marcos Gaming, considering they like to go towards Impala, if I'm not wrong. So now Marcos Gaming is dropping all the way towards Campo Militar, considering the plane flat path was nowhere close to Impala anyway, so it's better to just adjust on the fly.
More than the plain flight path, it's the presence of Gladiators in this lobby. Gladiators, again, it's a team that's in the top 3 right now, and you are struggling. You do not want to take a risk getting wiped out just because of a drop clash that was there. And I think Campo Militar, that's a calculated drop in Miramar. You know for a fact there's not a lot of teams that drop in that position. It's a massive area as well. So even if there is a drop clash, you can sort of drop a few inches away from the opposition, or just a few inches, like a couple of meters away from them, pick up a vehicle, try and pick up an early fight, or look to make a getaway. It will be an open run, but that is also an option that's on the board then.
Okay, Nest Esports is quite close to the players of Team Soul. When we saw Nest Esports for the first time inside the entire tournament, these guys sort of created like a weird mark in our hearts, right?
Yeah.
Nest Esports came in out of nowhere. They started dominating the competition. We did not even see Nest Esports coming anywhere from a far fray. But then they just came in and started dominating all the other teams.
Yeah, they were incredible, especially during the previous round. I mean, it was a nice run of theirs in the losers bracket, but now things are not really working out. And this, so me and Salty were talking about this a few moments ago. Just small little changes made by a team. The impact of those small changes is just more than I think everyone else anticipated, and that is because of how high of a level of competition there is in the semifinals. Gladiators found some vehicles, and I think it's going to be not a long journey, but Impala is quite close. You just have to keep moving south from El Azhar. You know exactly where they're going. We know exactly where they're going.
Yeah.
And it is like a pretty decent spot in the circle as well right now.
I mean, they could have just stayed in El Azhar if they wanted to.
They never do that.
Yeah. It's a good place, a lot of loot, of course, but I guess Gladiators, at the end of the day, they're supposed to be like the masculine people, right? Gladiators.
Yeah.
That's what they're known for. 6-packs, good physique, good abs. Everything's just good. And they like to assert dominance. They like to do what they want to do. And that's what they're doing over here as well.
Gladiators were warriors in the Roman Empire that were made to fight just for entertainment, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I've seen a whole series about them.
You don't get to do what you want to do in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but once again, like the masculine ones, right?
True. Warriors. Elite warriors.
If gladiators existed in this era, they would, of course, be like the ones that assert dominance.
I mean, these guys have been asserting dominance.
Yeah, I mean, they do exist. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they're in the top 3, Necro.
Exactly. They are asserting dominance on the lobby, yeah. Nothing taken away from that. Marcos Gaming towards Campo Militar, 4 a.m. towards Cruz del Valle, BB towards Torre Muda. Then you've got Blind Esports towards La Cobreria, GlitchX Reborn towards El Pozo. The only reason why I'm dropping out these teams is just because you guys do not really have the map feed. You guys need to know where these teams have dropped, and it's a standard circle. So yeah, everyone's going to be chilling for a while.
Exactly. For at least like the next 15 minutes, we're hardly going to witness any action. I mean, the only possibility was of Nest Esports trying to take a fight against Team Soul. But here's the thing. That has happened before. Nest has actually tried to challenge Soul and Picardo, and did not work out too well for them, because Team Soul, they're used to this Miramar drop clash specifically. There used to be a main rivalry that used to happen. Teams from Hasi and then San Martin would just rotate down south towards Picardo to take that fight, and it never worked out for them. Both of them got used to each other, and now they are used to those early fights so much that they know how to deal with drop clashes. But Glitch Reborn on our screens. This is one of those undergod team that has been very impressive today. Not just today, like in the semifinals specifically.
Yeah, I mean, they qualified directly from the round 4, right? So these guys have been performing pretty well. And GlitchX Reborn, up till now, the consistency hasn't left for them at all. Consistently on the first half of the board, just doing a really great job when it comes to the positioning aspect of the game, or be it the elimination aspect of the game. These guys have been performing up to the mark.
Yeah, but now we have Blind Esports on a screen, a journey filled with a lot of struggles for Blind in the semi-finals. Hoping to secure a lot of points, secure a spot in the top 16. Place where they will be comfortable, which, if you're Blind, and if you have the history that these four players have, is definitely a podium.
Manya, Nakul, Joker. These guys have been playing phenomenally well. Team X Park. This team is just performing consistently. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're going to be inside top 16, you should be good to go. Team X Park, they have booked their ticket to Mumbai.
I mean, the ticket is there. It's right within their grasp. They just have to make sure that they're not outside of their reach.
Yeah, they don't screw up at the last moment.
Yeah, because it can still happen. X-Park is still on that second page, I believe. But today was quite incredible for them, so maybe they've taken a leap.
Yeah. Especially after winning that previous game. It's going to give them such a massive leap. Team Mayavi, though. An interesting conversation to have, Johnny. Considering Team Mayavi is one of those teams that we thought at least on day 2 they can dominate. Then day 3 comes along, you'd think that, okay, at least on day 3 they can dominate. But no, the dominance is not visible.
I think yesterday they almost did. I mean, they were almost able to kick things off on that map of Vikendi, but after that, out of nowhere on Vikendi, Blind Esports shows up, destroys Team Mayavi, and I think that just broke the morale of these players.
Yeah, that's a really good memory that you brought up, though.
I mean, not if you're a player of Team Mayavi, that's not a good memory.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, all the viewers and even us, we're just here for the entertainment. We're here for the drama.
Yeah, look at the drama develop. Nest Esports spotted out by Team Soul. And it's going to be Goblin starting things off. A nice little headshot.
Yeah.
Connected on the players of Nest.
Some laser beams coming out of his gun. M416 with 3x. That spray was so perfect. And these type of players, I like to call them Beamerson.
Beamerson.
It's a cool name, right?
Yeah, but does that have any significance?
Yeah, like, you're just beaming down players. If you're one of the most accurate players inside the lobby, then you're the Beamerson.
All right.
But then, if you speak about the old players, I call them the Boomerson.
All right. You're going to have to watch yourself on LAN. You know that, right?
Oh, look, still the early phase of the games. Nothing really happening on the board. Might as well make something happen.
We expected nothing to happen. I mean, nothing's going to happen for the next 10 minutes as well.
Yeah.
Not 10, like at least 5-6 minutes more inside the game. Nothing. Look at this. Almost 80% of the teams are inside the zone. 4 teams left outside. And Glitch is so close. I'm going to count them as in. Already, Blind, Big Brothers. What is Marco's Gaming still doing there?
Now, speak about morals actually being broken. I think some Marcos Gaming, they have been broken inside the lobby.
Yeah.
This is not the type of confidence you see from a team like Marcos Gaming. No, not at all.
It's a protest right now against everyone. Not letting them win the game. Finally, they've
Especially,
moved.
I just remembered that entire Sanhok game, and in the end, he was Duke from GlitchX Reborn, and he just takes down one guy from OR Esports and just spoils their hopes and dreams of winning that game.
Yeah, what a spoil sport, right?
Yeah.
Just let them win. Let them have it.
No, but it's fun, though.
Such a brilliant trap. They were all set to deal with the team from the other side, the opposing players, but out of nowhere, Duke just shows up.
Speak of Duke, and now we've got Dude. Brave Esports. A name that is to be feared, but so far in the lobby, they haven't been able to instill that terror and fear. Let's hope that maybe in this game, Brave Esports, they can regain that glory. They can regain that form that they're known for.
As of now, it looks like the stage is being set for them as well. I mean, they're smack in the center of the circle. They have teams surrounding them, but it is Miramar. You can always be hopeful for a third party. A lot of possibility of that happening. And Brave Esports, there is a cluster of teams forming around them. So as long as they're able to protect their position, they should be safe. But talk about being safe, Glitch Reborn, we were talking about them closing in from that western edge of the circle. Do find an easy entry, but now they're scrambling to find that cover for themselves, and they don't really have a lot to work with.
Oh, Roman OG. Glitch X Reborn moving in like a pack in the safe zone, trying to be as close as possible to the centric side. Marcos Gaming finally breaching in the safe lines. They should be okay. Big Brothers. Now, this is a team we haven't even spoken about at all, Johnny. Big Brother Esports. Speak of them, doing quite decent in the overall standings. Yeah. And once again, they're just over here to pin that spot down.
I think they already have pinned that spot down for the finals. I mean, they've been incredible and consistent, in fact, on the other side. Yeah, it's understandable. You can't really... It is going to take them a while to be at the same level as the Gladiators themselves, but still the improvement displayed by the squad of Big Brothers have been impressive. And they have been one of those teams that adapt very quickly. One bad game of theirs, one game they take an early exit, and the next game you're not going to see them run towards those fights.
Oh.
They will play extremely passive. What a nice save from Siam.
Yeah, what was that buggy doing?
Just went over the ridge at too much speed. Just flipped.
But I guess Marcos Gaming, they should be back on track soon. Lucknow Giants all the way into southern side. Now, speak of Lucknow Giants, even this is another one of those teams that we need to speak about, right? So for them, the conversation's been quite weird, right? At the start, we witnessed them on a downslope. Then out of nowhere, they come in the online games that were happening on the screens, and we see them perform exceptionally well. Then the performance goes up. And now, in the semifinals, once again, the performance comes down.
Look at this. What has happened in front of us? A massive shift of the circle towards the eastern side. But even before that, Blind Esports, who just a few seconds ago were in the safe zone, found themselves up against the players of Medal. And Medal, their mindset today has just been of avoiding fights, at least for the first 21, 22 minutes. So they do fall back down south. I think they're going to try and rotate wide, try and enter the zone from that southeastern edge, but that is going to be a massive challenge for them. Lucknow Giants, the team that you were just talking about, can actually stand there, gatekeeping the opposition.
Indeed they can. Team Seoul on a move. And considering we thought Team Seoul could have actually had a really good position.
Yeah.
Now it's been shifted away. Imagine from being the zone magnet to the zone repellent.
I think the zone has just favored to them. Their quota of favors from the BGMI gods is up. And now it's just challenges up ahead. Skrills, look at him. He was hiding in his truck behind that rock because I think he spotted out the players of Team Mayavi in the distance. And now, since he was able to check with a third-person perspective that the players of Team Mayavi have gone away from him, he takes his truck out from behind that cover, joins his teammate in these shacks right on that northwestern edge of the circle. And I think in a few moments, we're going to have Team Seoul closing in on this position. So Autobots, they better be prepared for a fight.
Autobots going for the compound clear. Nicely done. Whenever you get a compound control, always make sure that you're clearing the compounds. And that's what the players of Autobots are now showcasing. Look at them. Nicely done, right? This is what you call a well-coordinated team play. Before now, Nest Esports in a decent spot inside the circle. Team Seoul, they try to knock on the doors for a while, but Team Seoul now they need to reroute once again, considering Nest Esports, they're quite comfy in that spot.
Nest is quite comfortable, and even on the radar, as soon as Team Seoul went to close to the players of Nest, we noticed Autobots, they weren't too far away from that position. Although being a part of this fight and third-partying it is going to be a challenge because they will have to make that journey uphill without any information at hand. But Team Seoul, Omega on our screens, rotates wide and does find an entry into the circle, although now he finds himself surrounded. There's a team at the high ground, team at the low ground, team up front. And his teammates following him up from the back.
Oh no, Brave is in the front. This is not a good spot at all. Omega, just move away right now. You've got the time to do so. Brave Esports is right on the opposite side. And yep, Omega is screwed. He's gonna get knocked out. There's no way he's gonna get out alive from this spot. Omega screwed up so massively, I told you. Oh no, it's not the way. Omega should get taken down. And yes, here we go. Team Soul, one of the biggest blunders Omega could make. Okay, now that was a rookie mistake.
Yeah, I mean, no information. I think he trusted his teammates to follow him up very quickly, but they were delayed by the players of Nest and MICI in tandem. But now we have another fight breaking out. This time it's going to be the players of Xbox starting things off, taking on the players of Autobots, and they have secured an impressive knock as well. Sarang looking for the finish. Should not be too difficult for him to actually tap away on the opposition, but they need to be careful, because if you notice where the players of Xbox are, they have big brothers. They are unfriendly neighbors right next to them.
Gladiators out in the open, GlitchX Reborn in a solid spot, Brave Esports 2 in a really good spot, and then this battle breaks out. Team X-Spark up against their opponents of Big Brothers. Both of these teams are in a really comfortable spot in the overall standings. They've got nothing to lose anyways, so you might as well just try and duke it out. Big Brother Esports, they've taken a bit of a hit, but the same thing goes with the players of Team X-Spark. This nade might just find the opening the players of X-Spark need, but no, instead, it's a return nade from Rishi, who finds the opening, and now Rishi is going to put the trigger. And once again, he strikes down another man from the side of Team X-Spark. Big Brother Esports, Rishi pulls that trigger, shuts down another guy. Team X-Spark down to just a two-man squad. On the verge of losing this fight, another nade sails in. Safe goes down. Big Brother Esports single-handedly just manhandling Team X-Spark without any issues. And now Pukar, he's on a run. He does not really want anything to do against the players of Big Brothers. One more shot, and that's it. Rishi finds the confirmation.
What an impressive job by the players of X-Spark, but they did not take into account that Big Brothers, they have been the top contenders for this leaderboard for a while now, and there's a reason behind this. Rishi and Seth, a brilliant 2v4 by these lads. They've lost two players, Sarvit and Uzumaki were picked up, but now Big Brothers, there is a challenge, a massive challenge lying up ahead in their journey as well. That fight with X-Spark has delayed their rotation by quite a lot, and it's going to be a struggle for them to make it into the zone. But look at this. A massive cluster of teams colliding against each other on that northwestern edge. You have Autobots in this position along with the players of Nest and Team Mayavi as well. Team Soul in the back on the radar. Look at that.
Skrills right next to him. Autobots now inching slowly and steadily against the players of Brave, but Orsi gets caught. This is not a good news at all. Nest Esports, they were on a run completely. They did not want to be engaged in this fight. Team Soul now starting to sandwich them from the back lines. Team Soul, but instead they themselves get caught in a big sandwich. And now Goblin's all by himself to try and deal with the entirety of Autobots. But that was a really good opening. Nade finds the connection. And now Goblin would try to go for the resurrection.
Quite a brilliant opportunity lying ahead of Team Soul to rack up a lot of finishes for themselves, but they don't have the numbers to make it work. Down to the last two players. Autobot sandwich between Soul and the players of Nest. Not really a position from where they can think about making a getaway. Especially it's just the last player from the side of Autobots. Skrills under heavy fire. The high ground is compromised.
Even Marco's Gaming is now taking shots against them. So many teams to deal with. It's done. I don't think the Team Soul can survive for any longer. Ryzen 2 taking shots against the players of Marco's Gaming. It's next to impossible to survive at this point in time if you're Soul. You're just done for in this game. Even Blind Esports, the same thing can be said for them. But Goblin has got the anonymous aura in the back lines. I guess the players of Nest Esports, they've got no clue that Goblin's still up and alive. The nade sails in so close, but not the exact mark Goblin wanted to hit.
Let's see. There's no way of surviving from here on out. Nest Esports, this is a desperate move. And this actually leads them in a trap, because Marcos Gaming were also moving along with them. If Ryzen can secure a knock from this moving vehicle, then they might actually make it. But no! What a brilliant move! Look at this! A brilliant outplay coming in from those players. Nest Esports, they go down, but they make sure that Marcos Gaming also pays for it.
Marcos Gaming, they screw up massively. Sam's knocked out still, but Spray God's confirmed. Metal Esports now trying to close on up against the players in the front lines as the players are troublemakers. The spray is there, finds so many bullets, but unfortunately, no knockouts. They did manage to deal a lot of damage against him. And now Metal Esports, they're going to be desperate to press the charges against the players or troublemakers. But Metal Esports, they need to be a little bit more safe and sound. Ronnie found this man was just trying to play so safe. He was the cheeky assassin, but then gets eliminated from out of nowhere.
I mean, last player from Team Blind couldn't really do much. Metal Esports as well, looking extremely phenomenal, or at least they were a few moments ago before they were absolutely destroyed by troublemakers. Still causing trouble like always. 4 eliminations wrapped up for this team. But a few moments ago, we witnessed that fight on that eastern edge. There was one team sitting and waiting in the corner. That was Team Mayavi, who finally decided to make a move towards the circle. We will be causing a lot of ruckus in the zone.
They will be. Troublemakers, Ranjot. And now he does know there's a couple of teams even in the sidelines. So much to worry about at this point in time. The circle shifted out in the open. Nowhere to go. Not a lot of cover to play around with. MICI Surya is knocked out. 3 more players on the right lines. It's a little bit weird. Considering GlitchX Reborn 2, they're still in the front lines. TMZ now, they're finally getting chipped out a little bit. Man's knocked out. The resurrection's going to be there. No issues over there.
An open zone just a little bit north of Los Leones. Gladiators smack in the center. Hopes rising high for the Gladiators to win this game. And again, even the next shift is just right on top of their heads. A perfect opportunity to secure a lot of finishes as well. Team Mayavi, their move towards the zone as well. An open push not really working out for them. Lucknow Giants, they could be the next in line to take an early exit in this matchup.
Troublemakers, Optimus. He's softened up. 2 elimination points have been gathered. Now they'll draw it. Going for the shots. Troublemakers in a decent spot, but they still now need to cause a bit more trouble and make it inside the circle. And that's where Troublemakers might just be dismantled, might just be proven wrong. And now the wall of death, it starts to close in. Troublemakers, the go call's being made for them. And as Troublemakers, they leave that compound. There's a chance they can be completely eliminated from the game. A lot of teams are now starting to get so desperate. MICI Esports, they make that go call happen against Brave Esports. And within a flash, the entirety of Brave, they just come crumbling down.
Well, they had them prepped. MICI, that was absolutely brilliant. They lobbed a nade before they went in, made sure the players were going to be low, and it was going to be a quick 1-2. A jab and a hook to finish off the opposition. We're down to the 6 teams of this match. Top 6 teams, top 16 players remaining. Lucknow Giants, Austin Bot getting kicked out by the Gladiators themselves, who have still managed to hold on to their fortress in this endgame.
Lucknow Giants with these 2 players. A solid spot to play with. 4 a.m. in the front. King Kale still alive, Johnny. And we know what this player's capable of. Recently, he wasn't really able to play that wall, but there's a chance King Kale can wake up now. Turns knocked out, but it's next to impossible to get that knocked player back up on his feet. Gladiator Esports in a really good spot. They have the high ground to play with, and they have the only hard cover that's available in these moments.
It's like a shooting range target practice for the Gladiators from this position. Now the question is, how long will the circle favor them? Because if they are forced to move out in the open, there is no more cover left for them to take. MICI, oh, Justin, from his perspective, we've seen a few individuals out in the open. Aladdin as well. Just a few pixels in the distance, but finally, oh, it's going to be Muddat who actually ends up getting that finish.
Oh, no.
But still, 9 for Gladiators. They are still going to be quite happy.
But how do MICI Esports always manage to survive till the top 5? That's my question. Once again, MICI Esports is right over here. This is the 2nd game of the day for them. And Big Brother Esports safe gets claimed. At least they got eliminated on the 5th spot in this game. 4 a.m. 2 getting eliminated on 4th. As you mentioned, indeed, it is a target practice for them.
But now the big one, the big fight that the Gladiators have been waiting for is about to break out. Top 3 teams, 9 players alive. It's a 4v4 between the Gladiators and MICI. And then there's that one last individual surviving. Smack in the center of the zone. No one knows where he is. Both of these teams, Lucknow Giants still present on the podium of this game.
Lucknow Giants, Prajwal, all by himself. MICI on the right side. Kunal, Sanchit, Mudit. Even MICI, they're quite desperate to make it inside the circle. And look at this replay. This is how the entirety of TMZ just got eliminated. As I mentioned, as soon as TMZ, they step out of that cover, TMZ will be screwed up massively.
Rajwal, I mean, there's the weight of the world about to befall his shoulders now. Because both these teams, Gladiators and MICI, will look to take control of this particular haystack, which is on the edge of the zone. Gladiators looking to go for a push, but they've lost bodies in the process. Justin and Delta have taken a lot of damage as well. Prajwal waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and he might just find it now, as Delta has been dropped as well. MICI looking to turn the table, turn the tides against the players of Gladiators. Here comes the push.
Johnny Prajwal can be the Duke in this situation. He can't play the spoiler if he wants to. He can't take down the players of Gladiator Esports and their numbers. But MICI Esports, they're just applying that constant pressure. A good return from Gladiators, though. But then it's all down to Justin. And once again, Prajwal now is just doing a phenomenal job. He shuts down the last guy from Gladiators. As I mentioned, he has a chance to play the spoiler. And now he's going to go for the patch-up. Lucknow Giants versus MICI Esports. A 1v2. Can he pull it off? It sounds next to impossible. But even the third man's going to be back upon his feet, Johnny.
Oh.
Prajwal screwed.
Head spotted behind that haystack. Look at Sanchit going for the peak. Was it, although did go for a revive onto Surya. MICI, I mean, this chicken dinner is secured for them. They don't really have to work too hard for this, but they want to guarantee this. They want to play with the advantage. 3 versus 1 is better odds than a 1v2. And MICI, they want to guarantee this chicken dinner of theirs. And now with Surya on his feet, all heat up, all ready to take this challenge, take this push, I think the result is quite clear in front of our eyes. MICI have finally gotten the win they were looking for so long in the semi-finals.
MICI is a team that likes to play completely on the position aspects of the game. But now they're about to get that chicken dinner for the first time inside the semifinals. And the only man that's standing in the way of their chicken dinner is Prajwal from Lucknow Giants. Lucknow Giants desperately needed this type of a game. But once again, considering they've only got that 1 elimination point secured, that's a bit of a point of concern for them. Prajwal wanted to go for the med strat. It's next to impossible to pull it off at this point in time. And yes, MICI Esports is the one to get that chicken dinner.
I mean, it was bound to happen as long as they were able to beat Gladiators. It was pretty much there. When whoever won that 4v4 was eventually going to end up winning the game. And Gladiators, I think they could have actually recovered. They desperately need to back off as soon as they ran towards the slope. And they got a little too overheated as well. Because we saw them rack up all of those finishes just from that one fortress on the top of the hill. But still, as soon as they saw MIC, I think they got a little too greedy. But still, Gladiators, I think we can't really critique them much. They were already in the top 3. This game just pushed them even closer to the players of CS Esports. But it was an important game for MICI to win, and they have won it.
It's true. I mean, speaking about the fights, they were quite irrelevant. Even another fight that we went and witnessed was Big Brother Esports and Team X-Park. And both of these teams were just doing so comfortable inside the overall standings anyways.
Yep.
Big Brother Esports, they managed to pick off the players of X-Park without any issues, without any trouble. Especially Rishi was a big MVP in that fight.
Yeah, Rishi and Seth, both of them did a brilliant job. But coming back to MICI, we talked about them before the game. This was an important match. They have 1 more match remaining. They can propel themselves even further in the top 16 and, in fact, get a little bit of a safety cushion to work with for tomorrow.
MICI, they were already in the top 16 when we last saw the overall standings, right? And after this game, they're now going to be in a much more better spot. Maybe in the first page, there's a chance.
Yeah, there is a possibility of them being on the first page. We're going to have to wait for the end of the day to see exactly where they have dropped.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of these questions, and I'm pretty sure they will be answered soon enough, because even Marco's Gaming, they needed to perform. Even Team Soul, they needed to perform. But once again, the failure hits them harder than ever before in the game of Miramar as well. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
Push, left, PKM use
अरे पीछे आ पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अरे तकिन तकड़म भगड़ी
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Just witnessed an amazing win from MICI Esports on that map of Miramar. Salty, were you impressed with that?
I certainly was impressed. Like for MICI, their position on the overall standings was sort of feeling a little shaky,
Yeah.
but now they've sort of restabilized that situation once again. Did not really expect that, honestly, especially with Gladiators inside that final circle, but all of a sudden MICI and the way they held their position, phenomenal.
Gladiators, I mean, they've done their homework. They've done the hard work on day 1 and day 2. So they have that safety cushion to work with. But MICI, with this win, I think they have gained that safety cushion for themselves as well. And now for the last game of the day, even if they finish in the middle pack, the middle of the rankings, they should be good. But there was another team present in the top 3 in the previous match, Lucknow Giants. Your thoughts on them and their run?
I mean, to be honest, a top 3 finish isn't really going to do them justice.
Yeah.
They were at the bottom of the third page the last time I remember. Their jump or their previous performances haven't really been that great of a comeback as well. So if they want to kind of hold on to this third position or the podium finish thingy, maybe they'll need to have to do it every single game. Otherwise, one mammoth game is still required. Grand finals seems to be very shaky for Lucknow Giants. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these big names, it seems like that is the case, where the qualification is definitely looking like a massive point of concern. But we'll have a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for now to get rejuvenated and re-enjoy the action that took place on Miramar. And, I mean, all of that did happen in the late game stages, because you do see stage 4 and you see 61 players.
Yeah, I mean, this is very surprising, but considering that this is the semi-finals and majority of the teams have been playing it very safe,
yeah,
it does kind of come as not as a surprise as well, right? You kind of expect it. It's been very disciplined throughout the initial stages of the game, but Big Brother Esports, they definitely are doing themselves justice. They definitely have the run of form inside the grand final. They have one foot inside the grand finals qualification bracket already. Maybe when they actually get to the grand finals, hopefully this run of form helps them.
Yeah, I mean, if they show up in the grand finals with a similar form, then I think Big Brothers can definitely be one of the top contenders. At least for me, they'll be one of the top contenders to lift the trophy. They have been quite incredible. The firefights, the 4v4s look good. Their rotations. Today wasn't that great for them, I'm going to be honest, but yesterday and day before was quite decent. So even in the last game to go, I think we can expect Big Brothers to actually take a step up. But then there was this moment where every single team, everyone at least who was on that western edge during the 5th stage of the game, decided it was a good idea to make an all-committed push towards the center of the zone, towards those haystacks, and all of them got picked off. Started off with Marcos Gaming, ended with Mayavi.
I mean, even that push, right, by MICI onto Brave Esports, that was extremely important as well. That gave them that particular position where they held on for a very long time. I still remember this was the position where Kunal and Surya were still fighting against Gladiators. Now, we know Gladiators were out in the open, but the numbers advantage and the fact that they were holding multiple angles, it really felt like MIC were completely pinned, but that was not the case. Surya and his composure in the final moments were brilliant.
Yeah, the communication from MIC actually looks quite clean, and it does allow them to secure those 4v4s. They have been struggling with their mid-game rotations, but at this point, I think after this win, MICI will comparatively, as we keep talking about it, be in a safer position on the overall ranking, and that is all they wanted.
I mean, MICI at this point, they're sort of transitioning to a one-game wonder. I'm not really sure why I say that, because consistency is there, but they do get these big games, which just keeps them afloat inside of the top 16 somehow or the other. And it's not entirely bad, to be honest. Every single game isn't going to be yours. Every single game, you wouldn't be able to assert your domination. But a good team is defined by the way they handle bad situations. And if situations go their way, they make the most of it. And it seems like MICI have checked all those boxes.
Exactly. Now they've started to check all of those boxes. And it is good to see this team evolve in particular from the losers bracket to the semi-finals, and how they're getting better even in the semi-finals itself, getting themselves ready for the finals. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the LAN event that will happen in Mumbai in a few short days. But let's talk about the other teams that are present in this group. A lot of the heavy hitters have been shut down. Blind Esports shut down early. Mayavi shut down super early.
I mean, Mayavi, I don't really know why, but things have just been on a downward curve for them. All of a sudden, they're just playing completely out of character, and they've never been able to kind of regain that form which was there in the initial phase of the tournament once again. We will talk about this team Mayavi specifically after a while, but let's just talk about Mudit for a second. 6 finishes from the side of Mudit on MICI Esports. It has been a fabulous game, and Mudit, every single time, is just showing up that he is one of the key players of MICI.
Exactly. I mean, he has been phenomenal. You talk about survival, he's got it. You talk about getting finishes, aggression inside of the match, he's got that as well. This man covers every single box that you would want your players to check off as well, and he has been so important for this team. I mean, but props to his teammates as well, because Kunal, Surya, along with their last teammate, they do a lot of heavy lifting to be able to enable him basically to pull off all of those brilliant moves inside of the game. And we do have the top 5 Rebels on our screens as well. We have Aladdin following up Mudit on that second position. Justin from the side of Gladiators. It seems like he's regaining that old form that we were talking about was missing from Gladiators. Justin is stepping back slowly and steadily. Skrills from Autobots was quite brilliant in this matchup. 3 eliminations secured, 100% finish contribution. Why? Because Autobots did take an early exit in the match.
Yeah. But speaking of Justin, there is that one line, Johnny, that form is temporary, class is permanent. Seems like this guy just absolutely personifies it. Once again, just being inside the top 5 Rebels. But ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the match scorecard, we have MICI Esports. Once again, a very big game. 13 finishes, 15 position points, 20 total points is not at all shabby. This once again sort of sets themselves up in a very good spot, gives them that buffer that, all right, fine. If things don't go their way, they still have that little bit of a position secured inside the top 16. But as we look downwards, Gladiator Esports, Lucknow Giants. For Lucknow Giants, 13 points, it isn't really going to make the cut.
Exactly. That won't be as helpful as they think. It will be 13 points, as you mentioned. It won't do anything to the overall, to the ranking on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah.
I think gonna have to drop a 20 bomb at least in order to actually put a dent in the rankings and improve their standings by many-fold. But apart from them, Big Brother and Marcos Gaming were a decent match for them. For Marcos, at least 10 points, same as Lucknow Giants. 10 points does nothing. Big Brothers 11 points. They don't really care about 11 points. They just want to be in the top 8. go into the into the finals from the semi-finals with a strong momentum in hand. But we have to focus on the second page of the rankings. I mean, we see Team Maya, we Autobots medal, we see Team Soul with just 1 point on the leaderboard. A lot of these big names that were already struggling on the overall ranking, qualification nowhere in sight. Looks like after this match, things are going to be much worse.
Exactly. I mean, the storyline for the day was that the third place teams, or even the fourth teams on the fourth page of the overall rankings, they will have an opportunity to kind of bounce back today. If not make it inside the top 16, to just at least bounce back. But after the end of the day, I think majority of the teams on the fourth page, for them, the journey is going to be over. Tomorrow, qualification or a comeback is mostly on the cards for the teams on the third position of on the third page of the overall standings. Now, speaking of the third page, Team Soul, they're not really doing justice for themselves.
Salty, here's a tough question though. Take one name and one name, just one name. Give me one name of a team that you think, all right, there is no way they make it to the finals.
Newman, very obvious at this point. I mean, I know, right? A lot of the fans are not really going to like this response, but Newman Gaming haven't really showed the intensity or the intention of actually making a comeback. It seems like they're not trying that hard to actually gain that old form back.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering, I mean, today wasn't really the day they were hoping for. Best finish they had was a top 3.
Yeah.
And even there, that game, they had barely any points. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all about the past. We're going to talk about the future next. And that is the map of Erangel, which will be on our screens in a few short moments. We have the teams in front of us. And we will have Group D returning back into the action in this match, in particular Group A. They will have the teams, at least, that did well for themselves, will have the momentum to hold on to. But as we look at the teams, it seems like only Gladiators from this particular group did well for themselves. Everyone else was either pretty low in the top 8 or on the second page of the rankings entirely.
I mean, from this group, Group A specifically, I think Gladiators, just like you mentioned, Metal Esports and MICI are going to be the other teams. Big Brother as well. These are the teams who are sort of solidifying their position inside the top 16 or the top 8. Autobots, troublemakers are in troubled waters, basically.
Yes.
Autobots, I think they were at the 16 pot the last time we saw. They might just have dwindled down further as well. So is the case for TMZ. Now, how do they make that comeback? Just trying to capitalize on this particular game of the day, because this is going to give them a good night's sleep at least.
Exactly.
And tomorrow they might come back with reinforced vigor.
This game can either relieve a lot of pressure for these teams or just build it up to a whole another level. Because tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? It will be the last day of the semi-finals. Every single team will get 3 matches to get as many points as they possibly can to decide whether they make it through to the finals or not.
Absolutely. Tomorrow is going to be the day of destruction, and I am sort of geared up for it. But the fact that this game is so quintessential for so many teams out there, especially for the groups that they are playing. I mean, even for Team System, as a matter of fact, we saw them that they were trying to crawl their way back up, but it's not the crawling which is going to do the job right now. You have to actually take the leap of faith. Maybe just one game where they actually go all guns blazing, because at this point they have nothing to lose.
Exactly. And I mean, at this point, as you said, at this point, they have nothing to lose. Just go absolutely YOLO, berserk in the matches. We saw Team Blind take that form yesterday on Vikendi.
Yeah.
It worked out quite nicely for them. They tried to do it again in today, but it was a little bit difficult to pull it off. They were in a worse position in that game of Sanhok, and it did not really work out too well for them. But at least it was a top 4 finish in that particular map. So at least there were some points headed their way on the board. But still, I mean, opportunities have run out for Blind Esports. 4 teams from Group A and D, specifically growing strong from this group, was doing so well. Today was a bit of a shutdown. So in this last game, I think even they can look to build up some momentum for tomorrow.
I mean, growing strong, especially that first game performance was kind of good, which again uplifted them. But after that, again, we've talked about it. Consistency has just been a sine curve for them as they reach the peak up top. They just managed to hit the rock bottom once again. But it's still fine as long as they are inside the top 16. But big names, just like you mentioned, who are still in that question mark. I still remember when we saw the overall standings, the gap on the top and the bottom of the third page was barely like 5 and 6 points, and Team Soul was somewhere lurking in that particular position at 47 points. I'm not sure how many points they have right now, but hopefully that they end today's day inside of the top 16, because I'm pretty sure enormous amount of people are supporting and rooting for this team right now.
I think almost half the nation that watches BGMI is rooting for Team Soul at this point. It should be fair to say that as well, but again, the performance that has been there in the semifinals till now would have given all of these all of these fans of theirs a lot to be concerned about, like what has happened all of a sudden, why are things going wrong, because Team Soul was dominating for such a long time in BGIS. It feels like nothing has gone wrong for them up until the semifinals, but let's see if they can recover in this last match. We do have the match trajectory, the plane trajectory starting from Lipovka going all the way towards Hospital.
Yeah, very horizontal fight path, which just basically cuts the map like a cake, dissecting it into two halves, ladies and gentlemen. But it does alienate majority of the military base, does alienate Nova Upnoya as well. So a little concern about the teams who go to that location. But we were talking about Team Soul right at the start of the game, and it seems like Gatka is very probable for them. At least gives them a good head start to start with.
Yeah, Gatka has been their lucky charm in the matches of Erangel. I mean, even if they get drop clashed, it does become like a trap that they've laid out for themselves, because you do not really have a lot of hiding positions in Gatka for an early drop fight. But as long as they are unboarded, they have a lot of positions to take control of. They like to play slow if it's an eastern circle. They like to play extremely quickly, take control of the center if it's a western circle. For the northern circle, it's the same thing. For southern, they rotate quickly. But let's see how this game is going to go. They're looking to go towards their standard drop again. And we might see a little bit of an early collision though. Salty. Medal Esports dropping towards Farm and Revenant in the Milta City.
Yeah, Medal Esports couldn't actually reach their drop location of Nova Upnoya. They had to get those intermediate vehicles, especially with Revenant dropping in that Milta region. I kind of felt that an early bridge camp, not a bridge camp of sorts, but some sort of a weaponry marking the bridge could have been a possibility, and Medal Esports could have been caught in that crossfire. But from the map feed that we have, it seems like they have managed to take to the bridge quite safely. They will be able to rotate back towards Nova Upnoya as well, and they should do it. The circle has popped out. It does include majority of the military base, and that means that for Medal Esports, things are looking fine for now though.
Yeah, but now on our screens, we have the players of God's Reign in the city of Yasnaya Poliana. And as always, whenever there's God's Reign growing strong, both present in the same map of Erangel, we know Yasnaya will be like an interesting place to start the game from. And even this time, the drop clash committing, but it seems like there has been a peace treaty signed by the two teams. Growing strong, taking the compounds on the northern side of Yasnaya Road, and God's Reign sticking to the southern apartments.
The script of a Yasnaya fight basically goes like this, right? Teams just have so many compounds that they know, as a matter of fact, there is going to be safety, and there is going to be that illusion of a peace treaty happening in the early stages. But as soon as these teams start taking an exit from this particular location, that is when problems do manage to arise, especially with another team being in the mix as well. We have 4 AM towards that Kameshki region as well. Now, if these three teams time their rotation in a way where they converge upon the same place, maybe there is a chance that multiple teams get caught in a mid-rotation battle. But on our screens right now, we have got gladiators who are trying to run their way a marathon towards military base.
I think it was a race for the buggy within the players themselves, and Justin and Delta have won the competition.
Justin technically should be winning as well. At least looks very athletic. Seems very athletic as well. Might as well run a marathon.
He can. Fitness has been a big thing for esports athletes over the last few years as well.
Oh yeah.
Every single professional player I know like trains in the game and outside the game.
What about commentators though?
And a few of us do.
I wish you were actually coming regularly to the gym with me as well. Could have actually trained our physicality, gone for marathons together, as well as commentating BGMI.
I don't go for aesthetics, I go for functional strength.
Yeah, I know. That's where the endurance comes from.
Yes.
And speaking of endurance, the only team that comes to my mind is Revenant Esports, who have endured everything all along their way. I mean,
in the semifinals, what are they enduring? Suffering from success?
Not in the semifinals, Johnny. Look at the entire trajectory for this team, right? Initially, they were struggling inside of round 2 and round 3. But once they made that shift in playstyle, it seems like Revenant Esports has been a smooth sailing for them.
I mean, these players are decorated players from the side of Revenant. And I remember watching them in a tournament a few months ago.
Oh, yeah.
And they were not looking good at all. It looked like an amateur team playing in a professional circuit. And back then, everyone was concerned, like, what is going on? Even their competition was concerned about them, like, what has happened? And all of a sudden, you see Revenant in BGIS, they've improved so much. I think this the turnaround, the switch of play style is just working out for them, and teams did not expect this from them. So I think a nice little recovery from Revenant. Revenant literally means, I mean, someone who has come back from the dead.
Yeah.
And this team is living up to that name.
Since we're talking about comebacks, let's just talk about a little about downfalls as well. Right, we just, even at the start of the show, we were talking about Team Soul. A little bit of a conversation which still remains is that Team Soul, it's not entirely the fact that their form is down. They've been winning stuff left, right, and center, even in recent days.
That is why I was just about to say, can I be honest, I don't trust them. I think they're just going to qualify tomorrow.
I mean, if you actually ask their coach, Amit specifically, anything about it, I think he has just one response to it. Just wait and watch. We are prepared.
Yeah.
Everything is going according to the plan. That is his usual response. So I think it's not really a point of concern. The alarm isn't ringing for Team Soul as of now, though.
There is no alarm ringing. I mean, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. It's a massive prank on every single one of us watching them right now. I think that is what this team is up to. But I'm on to their notorious ideas.
I still wonder. I mean, since we are talking about Team Soul on over-exaggerated point, I still remember Team Soul just crossed the 100-point mark in a particular round without even breaking a sweat. Like, they didn't even look like they were going to cross 100 points, but the end of the round, at the end of 6 games, they just had so many points to work with.
Yeah, I think it was round 3.
Round 3, yeah. Top the group. Have no troubles at all.
And they did that in a brilliant fashion as well. If I remember correctly, the first day they just had 9 finishes, out of which it involved a brilliant 1v4 by Akshat to close out the win for that particular match. And back in those days, they were playing just 6 matches per round, right?
Yeah.
6 matches over 2 days, and Team Soul in 3 matches, 9 finishes were there. Majority of them were from 1 game, 5 of them from 1 game, 4 in the next 2. And even in terms of placement points, I think they were somewhere in the mid-20s. The next day they show up, they just like blow the place off the roof. 2 amazing performances. In fact, all 3 games they were in the top 3, just racking up those finish numbers again and again and again and again. And they just destroyed the lobby entirely.
Something which was also working it for them in those situations was also their circle prediction. Like, Team Soul just became the zone magnets out of nowhere. And always would end up in the central spots, always would end up in the prime spots every single time. Doesn't really matter if there's a hard shift or no. Team Soul is just always there.
And they found easy ways to control the center as well. They would get to the center of the circle completely unharmed back then. But again, it was back in those days. We're talking about right now, the present, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where we find the players of Team Soul up against the players of Team System. System looking to back off. We do see Yash's teammates on the radar. They're trying to get into a position from where they can actually provide some support to their teammates hiding in this barn. But Team Soul going for an all-in push. Look at Hector, Omega and Akshat, in fact, entering the indoors. The DBS, the shotguns, in fact, working in tandem with the AKM, securing the opening knock. But now it's time for System to react.
And they certainly are reacting pretty well. I mean, from the outside, there is some sort of a trade back happening. It's insane from Team System, who's providing all that cover fire. But it's not really going to work, especially with Bad Boy being stuck on the second floor, on the first floor rather, all by himself. Still trying to lay it up with some nades, possibly to just delay the ambush. But look at this, Omega has been knocked out. Another knockout could have been a possibility, Nani.
Yeah, it could have actually been a possibility, but a brilliant nade from Kaliok just destroys the hopes and dreams of Soul. 1 man left standing. 2, in fact, Goblin and Hector is still there. System on the other side, though, looking to go for a revive. They have brought Insane back in. Kaliok with another nade can change everything for his team. Lines it up, could be quite close, but no, it falls a bit short, bounces off the wall. And now it's going to be trouble in paradise for the players of Team System. Team Soul back at full firepower. Omega is going to be brought back into the game as well. Hector lining up the nades from the first floor, looking to cause a lot of trouble. This next one is going to connect, and that's going to be a knock on one of these players at least. But no, Insane, just barely a sliver of HP on him, still managed to survive.
The breathing room which was given to Team System, that absolutely changed the entire course of this fight. And now look at this, Insane just explodes, Khalid explodes as well into the face, and Team Soul finished things off in style without losing a player. From a point where they were looking very shaky, they just come back in style.
What a move by Team Soul. Without losing a single player, just absolutely destroy the entirety of Team System. I was a little bit worried about Autobots when I saw them in the distance, but Autobots, we see them on the radar now, have decided to just keep moving along the merry way. They're headed towards that military island. There's going to be a challenge waiting for them as soon as they reach the bridge, in the form of the players of Gladiators, in fact, who have decided to hold on to that hill.
Yeah.
Just a little bit southeast of that military bridge.
Something which is very interesting is that multiple teams, in fact 3 teams, are taking it to the waterways from the Milta Power region. Now this is pretty exciting because you've got God's Reign, you've got Growing Strong, you've got Blood Rose as well, and Blood Rose were actually hit. Speaking of being hit, Autobots, you were right, being concerned about this team, especially with Team Soul position being caught out in the open. Omega is the only one, and he barely has like a tree to use as cover. Does lay down the smokes to deny any sort of lines of sight, but...
And it's not just Autobots that Team Soul needs to be concerned about, because the other players of Team Soul have been caught off guard by the players of TWM. The timing of the rotation from the players of Team Soul was completely off, and they will have to pay a very hefty price for this.
The buggy spins. Hector quietly on HP. The knockout is still not there, but Omega has been finished off. And now finally, Hector has been found. Even Goblin has been finished off as well. Team Soul, things are not looking fine for them. TWM and Autobots just coming together to take the revenge, which Team System could not actually do it.
Well, Autobots, they are not done yet. They don't really care about revenge. They just care about points. Their points for the elimination of Team Soul were in fact stolen from them by the players of TWM, so they are looking to recover. But TWM, what a brilliant spray by Lobster. Mr. Spray has been knocked out and will be finished off. TWM with a massive advantage in this fight. Autobots down to their last 2 players. Can they pull off a great escape?
I don't think so. TWM looking extremely strong in this situation. But again, the priority has to be simple.
A look at the circle and a miss. Team 7 Shore. There, ladies and gentlemen, a story from the previous round, the losers bracket. 7 Shore. We have a military circle. Teams blocking the shoreline. 7 Shore. They carry their cycles in their backpacks.
Yeah.
Swim across to the military base. Take out the cycles and then just rotate all the way to the southern edge of a similar circle like this. And they managed to rack up so many points from that game.
I mean, I still remember Hyderabad Hydras were guarding the shorelines, right? As soon as Hyderabad Hydras turn around, that is when 7 Shores reach the shore of the military base.
Yeah, bicycles. The decision to use bicycles in a position like this, what was brilliant about it, because it's so risky to be on 2-wheelers, especially when you know that the zone is taking you into an open position. But Gladiator's opening fire on TWM now.
They've done a very good job stopping them dead on their tracks. Team TWM had to change their route to try and survive. Justin is still looking for more targets. Sams is already out of the picture, but it seems like one of the players from TWM has actually been caught at the bridge. He hasn't managed to escape as of yet, Johnny.
Hit the brakes at the wrong time, but instead of crashing... Oh, I think he's been finished off.
Some other collision happening at the bridge as well, and this time it's MICI versus Big Brother Esports, and Saf from the back lines. It's Kunal, but even Kunal is going to bite the dust, the play zone. It's so chaotic.
This is so chaotic, but chaos is not done yet. I mean, chaos is still brewing up. This is still the mid-chaos stages, because 4 AM was closing in from the back lines. There's the first, there's the second from Mudit. Can he get 2 players in the same vehicle? He has the DBS. The first comes his way. The second, oh, he won't get the last lad over there. Pulls off a brilliant 1v3, but King KO delivering the knockout to MICI. Mudit falls, and along with them, the hopes and dreams of his team are going to fall as well.
MICI, you had to be present in that situation. Surya had to be present in that situation to double down on that player from MICI in that situation. This
Yeah.
is so unfortunate. A 1v3 in that situation, but now look at this. The nade is perfect, and Destiny is going to find that perfect finish. Team TWM, they survived 10 finishes already racked up from this team. This is so brilliant.
So Mudit did not actually secure the finishes even from the players of Big Brother Esports. He just had the knocks. Destiny with this one nade has converted so many of them that I'm going to have to go back during the replays and count.
I mean, so much action just happening on the bridge that we actually will have to go back to the replay and count. Look at this. Revenant Esports have also found their merry way as well. This is on the other bridge, the Novorupnaya bridge, where they've caught a player from Troublemakers off guard. And with that being said, Troublemakers and their journey is barely over. It seems like there will not be a lot of chances for them to make a comeback for the grand finals.
It was an incredible journey, but I think with this early exit, Troublemakers, their run, their hopes for the finals are going to be done. But we still have a few teams remaining that do stand a chance of making it with a win in this match. Or Esports will definitely be one of those teams, along with the players of Enigma Gaming and Autobots, of course. Gladiators on our screens now, close to the players of Revenant. They see those vehicles. Fingers itching to pull the trigger.
That's what patience is, Gladiator Esports. But it seems like that patience sort of backfired because they are being returned fire by the lads of Revenant Esports. Sensi is quite close and MJ is closed up as well. Now this fight is breaking up and the first knock and finish is there, Johnny.
First knock and finish confirmed by Revenant. As you mentioned, they see the other players out in the open as well. Oh no, that's the worst possible time to get out of that buggy. And Justin, he pays for that with his life. MJ, a brilliant job by this man, but now he needs to get out of there because they are also getting surrounded. Revenant Esports, they realize threats, in fact, lurking all around them. Teams swarming this hill like vultures. Gladiators, though. Now, this was a massive blunder from them. They've lost 2 players, the other 2 remaining. They have just 1 finish on the board till now.
Yeah, Shogun though. Still going to find a player from TWM. 1 more still remained. It's going to be Ninze. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but I think Shogun will pull this off. He does have the support of Delta as well with him.
It says that this is a hospital, but the players of Gladiators are looking to turn this into a morgue for Ninze. Jump shots not connecting. Ninze still fighting and standing strong with M4 and the UMP, but won't be able to stand for long. But he has delayed the players of Gladiators for a while now. His teammate Destiny is showing up now from the backlines. Shogun lines up the nade, looks to be quite close to Destiny, misses the mark. Just by a smidge.
Does have the shotgun to actually work with and does find Delta a connection through the smoke, and now it's a 1v1. Once again, Shogun will have the opportunity for a 1v4, but that has been denied. Revenant Esports from the backlines. They capitalize on the situation, and that is a lifeline for Gladiators. Shogun could have potentially won that, but it seems like Revenant Esports won that piece of the pie. Delta will be revived, but at what cost?
Revenant Esports giving false hope to the players of Gladiators and then just instantly snatching it away from them. It's going to be an easy squad wipe in the hands of Revenant. They have all 4 finishes of the Gladiators, by the way, now. But the zone, oh my goodness. This is going to be such a fun end game, especially if you are the players of growing strong now, because you have the opportunity of moving west ever so slightly, gaining that hilltop for yourself from where you can see all the way to where the players of Metal Esports are.
Yeah.
A perfect opportunity to rack up those finishes, and looks like they're moving in that direction as well.
But I'm very positive about Enigma Gaming. Might actually challenge growing strong in that position. And if they win that battle, this game is theirs and they desperately need it. They absolutely need this particular game in their bag. But look at this fight though. This is topography at its absolute brilliance. God's Reign, they will find one of the players from Metal Esports just caught in the middle of nowhere, and Kyoya is going to be punished for it.
Staring at the sky right now, waiting for Paradox to reveal himself. Metal Esports, that 2-2 split not really working out for them. They went for the control of the observatory, but have to understand this. this is also one of the toughest spots to escape in this map.
Oh.
It's a scene out of Mission Impossible. Paradox just dropping that Lamborghini from the hill.
Wow. I mean, that's one way to ride a Lamborghini.
Yeah, Vin Diesel would be proud.
I don't think he would be proud. He'd be pretty pissed. That's a very expensive vehicle.
Yeah, he did with the car that was much more expensive.
Well, at least that landed properly, but this time
Yeah.
around, that took quite many tumbles down the line. But look at this, Revenant Esports. Sensei whiffing a lot of the shots onto Max and OR Esports. Certainly in a bad position right now.
What do you mean bad position? They were in hell. They just did not know that yet. And well, OR Esports just wrapped up by Revenant in a matter of seconds. But over here, this is a chaotic fight growing strong against the players of Enigma. Shots from Sparky Eye do connect, dishing out the damage on Max Cash of base. He is on a mission to rescue his teammates. 1v2 against the players of Growing Strong. Has the UMP to work with and the M4 in the back. But fails to connect the shot. Aim not really working out for the man. And Growing Strong, they've survived with all 4 players. And as we were talking about that fight, even before it happened, Enigma versus Growing Strong, I wanted to say this, that at this point I feel like Growing Strong can easily take on Enigma Gaming and come out on top. Just because of how this team has been playing in this match.
Exactly.
And not just this match, the semifinals itself.
I just had a flash of 2 different eras. Godbot versus Oasis in a 1v1. Both of them out in the open. A man who is holding the mantle for all the young guns. A man who has been at the top of the era for a very long time. And the young blood survives. That's how life sort of progresses as well, right?
Yeah. And I mean, while Oasis might have given the mantle away to the players of Growing Strong, it seems like God's Reign are going to give that Groza away. Because they're running into a 2v4.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. But Ninja Jord, armed with the DBS, needs to lob the Molotov to actually dish out a little bit of extra damage. But look at this, Aquanox finds the opening for his team.
Yeah, he actually does. Now, Ninja Jord, the job will be simple to actually take down Sparky in the process. And then, of course, the nade comes through. It's the explosions that actually causing all the death. Singing the songs of death, God's Reign, still a 2-man lineup, but causing so much damage, almost dominating this particular fight.
They ran into a 2v4 with just a Groza that they had to rely upon, and of course the DBS. And they were able to secure their first 2 finishes of this game. I mean, God's Reign. Now, this is what you talk about confidence, ladies and gentlemen. But Revenant Esports looking so strong in this match. It's going to be very difficult to shut this team down. They have 11 eliminations on the board. Growing Strong in the meanwhile down to their last player. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the end game of this match of Erangel. We're down to the top 4 teams. 10 players still alive.
The awareness on Faith is also pretty nice, right?
Yeah.
He understands that Revenant Esports is coming in from the back lines. His front lines are pretty covered as well. But the smokes aren't really going to deny any sort of bullets coming in their way. Apollo, an easy finish for them. Growing Strong, it was a decent performance, but they will have to bow out. And that brings us to our top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Metal, it's going to be God's Reign, and it's going to be Revenant Esports.
Well, Revenant relying on that numbers advantage and of course the strong momentum they have built for themselves in this match. Looking to end things on a high note for the second last day. God's Reign taken care of, and now all that remains between Revenant and their win, their massive win, is Medal Esports. Not even the whole team, just 3 players.
It's still a good spot, honestly.
Yeah.
And it kind of felt like Medal Esports, since they were absent from all of this action, God's Reign had no idea that they were going to come in from the blind side, from the blind spot. Nobody from God's Reign was actually checking Medal Esports and their angles. But now Revenant Esports, they know what the positions of the opposition are. It's just the lines of sight which are denied. Shots being taken, and it connects. 1 knock, and of course from the back lines is MJ already. This is game over.
Yeah, this is game over indeed. Revenant Esports have managed to cause a massive distraction from the side of Medal, and well, this will lead to the destruction of Medal as well. Last player left standing, Paradox, does manage to secure a trade that will give him an additional point for his team, but it is still a 1v3 that he needs to deal with. They will throw everything in the kitchen sink to harm him, and in fact, they finish him off. Revenant Esports, ladies and gentlemen, an impressive, a massive chicken dinner. I believe 16 eliminations, 31 points racked up from this match.
I mean, to be honest, Revenant Esports, they have been smooth sailing throughout the semi-finals, throughout the later stage of the competition.
Yeah.
No surprises. I think they were kind of hurt. Their feelings were hurt, especially when they saw that CS Esports and Gladiator Esports took that top position from the overall standings. They're like, how dare you do that?
Yeah, I mean, Revenant Esports, I think their objective yesterday was to actually take the first position away from Gladiators. Did not really work out too well for them. And today, toppled over by CS Esports, Glitz Reborn moving ahead of us. That did hurt their egos a little bit. And, well, I think Revenant Esports, they've had this in them from the start. We noticed this during the round 4 run, if you remember. The amount of aggression they were able to bring in all of a sudden, just as a snap, showcase that yes, this team can adapt on the fly and they can change things around for themselves. And that was the X factor for this team. They've put it on display quite nicely. And now all that remains to be seen at the end of the day is what will the overall rankings look like.
Exactly. And to be honest, Revenant Esports, they've always had that good balance of positioning as well. They isolate the 4v4s pretty nicely. They don't really get third-partied all that much, and that has been a complementary factor working out for them as well. And I think that should propel them very much at the top.
But will it be enough to propel them on the second position or even in the first position, ladies and we'll find out the answer to this question, but after this very short break.
Push. Left.
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो, इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार ये लो भैया हो गई आपकी सेटिंग
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे सब पॉसिबल है बस सेटिंग लगाना
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. I understand you guys have a lot of questions. Who is where on the overall rankings? Don't worry, all of them will be answered. Because now Salty, 6 matches are done for today. Second last day, the penultimate day of the semi-finals. What do you think is going to happen in the overall rankings? What is the turmoil going to look like?
Wait, let me just check on my heart rate at this point. It's a little too high. I'm not really sure why. I'm feeling for a lot of the teams, especially the ones who've played so well throughout this tournament, coming in from round 1, round 2, round 3, through the lower brackets into the semi-finals. And for them, it kind of looks a little bleak.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually be... I feel the opposite way exactly. Because I feel bad for the teams that showed up with so many expectations on their shoulders because they made their way through the grind. They had the added advantage given to them as well, wherein they directly made it to either round 3 or round 2 because that is what happened to the top 32 teams from the grind. Right? But after that, they did so well in the round 4. A few of them did take an exit in round 4 and the lower bracket as well, but a few of them made it, right? For example, Team Soul is one of those teams. Enigma Gaming is one of those teams. Revenant is one of those teams.
Why are you attacking Marcos Gaming as well in this picture?
I didn't even take Marcos's name. You took their name. Wasn't me.
I mean, it does happen, right? I mean, it does happen. You understand, right? These teams coming in with huge expectations, huge fan bases. A lot of decorated players in the lineups as well, but still, it's the young generation at this point, Johnny, and some youngsters have just taken over.
Exactly. As you mentioned during the match itself, I mean, it was the mantle of the future of BGMI being passed on to these young athletes. I think that is what is happening in this BGIS. But let's look at the recap of this last match of the day, Erangel on our screens. Now, this was a very scrappy fight from both these teams, systems specifically. So there was this one moment where you saw 2 of the players from the side of Team Soul open the door and run in the barn, and 2 players went inside from windows on the other side. That looked like they had rehearsed that, practiced so much. And they were able to take control of that ground floor because of that push. But then the third party, or in fact, the third party that came in a few seconds later by the players of Autobots just ruined their game entirely.
It's not just Autobots as well, TWM. TWM managed to not just third-party Team Soul, but also take down Autobots in the process as well.
Salty, important job coming for us right now. We have to count how many finishes does Destiny secure from that bridge fiasco. We see 3 bodies out in the open. There's a 4th man right there. He got 2 finishes.
He got 2. I remember after this fight, he had 7 finishes all by himself. He had 5 before that, then Nate confirmed 2 of them, 7 finishes overall. But still a very decent number considering he had no business in that particular fight. He did not really work hard for it.
I mean, majority of the work was done by the other player from another team. MICI, yeah. Mudar just waiting on that bridge, did all the hard work, and Destiny was there just to reap all the rewards. But hey, as long as the points are coming to your team, right, it does not really matter. Plus, from the flank, he did dish out quite a bit of damage. So this was another hilarious moment. Not this well, in fact, the one that happened after this, the great escape from Paradox. Look at this, Revenant Esports. They were so confident today, right?
They certainly were confident, at least on this game, right? And even in spite of that confidence, right, they're very calm and they have channelized their aggression in a wonderful, organized manner.
Yeah.
That is how they kind of isolate the fights, isolate the teams, and take them down one by one. You would never really find Revenant Esports getting multiple teams third-partying Revenant Esports. They're always in a better position. Even God's Reign tried to kind of pull some shenanigans in this game, not on the aggressive front, but trying to survive.
Yeah.
And I think they did a pretty good job. And that might just be able to kind of put themselves inside the top 16, at least for now, though.
I mean, it can, but I think it's going to be barely inside the top 16.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm waiting for the most is to see what the actual difference is in terms of points between the top 16 and the teams on the third page. Because I think teams on the 4th page, majority of the teams on the 4th page are basically outside the qualification bracket. I mean, it won't be even a concern for the other teams. They don't have to worry about them competing with them. The only thing those teams can do is ruin the game plans for the teams at the just on the barrier, or maybe just cause some trouble for the teams at the top. You have won enough. Just destroy their game plans and ruin the momentum before the finals. I think that's the best they can do at this point. But still, teams on the 3rd page, a few wins tomorrow, a few good games tomorrow, you can push through.
There is definitely a possibility, but the only question lies, if the teams in the 3rd page are pushing through, then who's falling down, right? And that is a heartbreak and a half, to be honest, because a comeback is definitely a very good scenario for every single team, for the neutral fans as well. For us, we love to see comebacks, but a downfall, that's like heartbreaking.
All right, now since all 6 matches are done, which team has impressed you the most today? What would you say was the comeback of the day?
That's a very difficult question. The comeback of the day, I think, has to be growing strong. Because, specifically saying, because number one, Godbot personally has impressed me quite a lot, especially that individual performance on that first game. But more so because me and Necro were having this conversation, even off broadcast as well, that growing strong were constantly tumbling down on the overall rankings. They were inside the top 5 on the first day, but after that, they got completely toppled down towards like the second page or the third page. To come from there on, have a great game right at the start of the day, reassure your position, and then have decent performances all along the way. That is the blueprint. That is the ball game on how to sort of progress in a semi-final situation like this.
Exactly. I mean, they've recovered quite nicely and they've gotten themselves into a position where I think there won't be a lot of trouble for them tomorrow in order to qualify for the finals. I mean, growing strong should be in a safer position, but we'll confirm that once we have the overall ranking in front of us. You're going to have to wait for that a bit. We will have to go through the match stats before that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the match stats is going to be there. But if you do ask me about the entire semi-finals, a team which has actually impressed me quite a lot, it has to be TWM. Like, they have been phenomenal in their 4v4s.
What about CS Esports, though? I mean, CS Esports, their story has been quite incredible. This was a team that was invited to the grind, and they made it from the grind to round 3 of BGIS. They were second in the grind. And by the way, grind had the best teams in the country as part of the tournament. And they were second overall in the finals. From there, they just, I don't know what happened in round 3. They fumbled the ball, dropped the ball very hard, and they weren't able to recover in round 3. They barely made it through to the other side in round 4. From there, they went to the losers bracket directly. From round 3, they went to the losers bracket. In the losers bracket, they were trying to pick up the pace, and they finally figured out how to make things work, qualified for the semifinals, and now in the semifinals, they're doing a brilliant job.
I mean, for CS Esports, even this is a conversation we have had. CS Esports, they needed that one big game, and that one big game sort of changed everything for them. But speaking of the rebel of the match, for Destiny, it's been TWM, and 7 finishes. It's fabulous, honestly, the way TWM just third-partied multiple teams at once. They had like 10 finishes in like, the second and the third stage already. This team is looking ruthless.
Yeah, they have been ruthless, in fact, in the entirety of the semifinals. But Revenant, they were even more ruthless, and more players from their side. 3 players, MJ, Apollo, and Fierce. We see them in the top 5. Rebels, 14 eliminations on these 3 individuals combined. We're going to have to see what the total tally looks like. I think it was 16 or 17.
Yeah.
We just confirm that, ladies and gentlemen. But we have Shogun from the side of Gladiators on this list as well. 3 eliminations, and that's all his team has.
I mean, 3 eliminations, and that too from just one single team. Gladiator Esports did not really look comfortable inside of this game, but I mean, they don't really have to be comfortable. They are way comfortable inside the overall standings, so that's still fine. But talking about the match scorecard, 17 finish points from Team Revenant, 32 points in total. Look at that massive drop, Johnny.
Medal Esports, look at them. Just 1 finish, but they still make it into the top 3 because finishes in this match were, well, majority of them were picked up by just 2 teams.
Yeah.
Revenant or TWM. The third highest finish counter in the game goes to Team Soul with 6 eliminations.
Yeah.
And other than that, eliminations were quite evenly divided. So this game was evenly matched because of how the zone worked, pushing the teams towards that southern part of the map, towards the military island, and of course, the fiasco at the military bridge.
Yeah.
itself.
I mean, military bridge as well as the Novorupnava bridge, I think both the bridges were absolutely occupied throughout the game. But 2 teams who sort of could not really show up, but we expected them to. Number 1 was obviously Enigma Gaming.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like, especially after Infinity managed to find that heel battle 3rd position or 2nd position yesterday, I felt like Enigma Gaming was starting to breathe life back into their game. And a comeback maybe was on the cards, but that never happened. Another team, of course, has to be Blood Rose Esports. They got a very nice chicken dinner for themselves, but even that could not really propel into something brilliant.
Yeah, and even Brave Esports can join the same list because Brave Esports, after their win, today at the start of the day, Brave Esports was sitting on that 17th position. They were the team that was lowest in terms of ranking with a chicken dinner in hand.
Yeah.
And today we expected them to bounce back. Did not happen. In fact, their performance went in the opposite direction. And even though they did try to pick up the pace, pick up the aggression inside of the matches a little bit, but the momentum wasn't really favoring them. Today was just quite unfortunate. Tomorrow being the last day of the semifinals, do you think it's going to be possible? I mean, I will ask you the same question, but after you have the information as well about the points.
To be honest, just from a player perspective, just from a mentality perspective, I think all the teams in the third page will have a chance, because we did witness one thing, that the points difference was barely any.
Yeah.
Right? There was a tie happening at the 16th and the 17th spot. The difference between the 16th and the 24th spot maybe was like, what, 5 points, bare minimum. Multiple teams just tied at different parts of the overall standings. And me and Necro, while looking at the overall standings, we had just one conversation going, and that is the position points at this stage of the tournament, or at this stage of the semi-finals, is really going to matter. It's not just going to be your overalls, but you have to be prepared for a tie as well. So get as many position points as you can. Even if you think your case is done inside this particular game, you have to go in for the heel battle. Try and get at least one position point, because every single point matters.
Exactly. Every single point is going to matter tomorrow. And I think because of that, there's going to be so much pressure in the games. We're going to see an even slower pace in every single map compared to today and compared to yesterday. Not yesterday, day number one. Yesterday, still, the teams that did had momentum with them, they went berserk in the lobbies. We had a few big games yesterday, especially one from Blind Esports on Vikendi. That is going to go down in the history books as one of the most impressive matches in BGIS this time around. Although, guess who won that game? MICI was the winner in this game. I still remember it. The heel battle from Sanchit.
MICI has actually pulled off multiple shenanigans.
They pull off miracles.
They pull off miracles, and all of a sudden it feels like troublemakers. They've sort of passed on to their mantle to MICI at this point. Like, all right, guys, we are going to look for consistency right now. Troublemakers avoid all the troubles.
Yeah.
Neither do they participate in making life difficult for others, nor do they make life difficult for themselves. Whenever they play, actually, and whenever they make it inside the top 3, they barely trouble the scorers on the finish department. But MICI, look at them. I mean, bridge camping, heel battling to actually get a chicken dinner, just going in for 1v4s, 1v3s when you actually least expect. This team, you've got to give it to them. This came in as an underdog team, but suddenly I wouldn't be surprised if they are a fan favorite team at this point.
I agree with you. I mean, the shenanigans are going to be loved by a lot of these people, especially from MIC. I mean, the kind of moves they've been able to pull off, but you have to give them props. They realize when they are in trouble, they just vanish from the map completely. They're going to sit in a corner with all first aids racked up for one guy, and who's going to just go for the heel battles, because points are important. Why? Because they help you move up the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen. And overall rankings are going to be on our screens right about, well, in a few seconds they're going to be on our screens. And we're going to have a look at where the teams have moved. Have they gone up or have they fallen down? But here they are. We're going to start off with the top 8. Any changes that catch your eye, Salty?
Yes, MICI in that first page in the 5th spot. This has been a massive climb for them, just barely touching that 100 mark. But let's just come down from the tippity top, right? CS Esports sacrificing their first position. Gladiator Esports exactly back where they actually belong. 124 points. CS Esports 120. Revenant Esports with 117. Kind of have to climb a little bit further if they want that number 1 spot for themselves. But TWM, a team that has surprised me the most, 100 points exactly.
And at this point, all of these teams have been quite consistent. Even MICI, they're closing in on that century. I think the top 8 is pretty much moving forward to that grand finals, but we're going to move to the next page of the rankings. So from the 90s, we dropped to 88 points. Oh no, there's a massive difference now building up. Look at this. There's 88, you have 83 on Blind Esports, who find themselves on the 10th position. Finally, at least in the top 16. Big Brothers, they've taken a massive drop to that 11th spot. Team Insane as well on that 12th. But now you have 67 points on Midwave, 62 points on OR Esports, and then Brave Esports barely on that 16th position with 60 points. Simple question that we have to ask ourselves is, what about teams on the next page? How far will they be?
I think everybody after Blind Esports, like practically everybody from Big Brothers to Brave Esports, will have to be extremely cautious, because these are the teams who are the most vulnerable of just dropping down. Look at the points difference. We saw Brave Esports on 60 points. 4 Aggressive Men on 59, Autobots on 58, Night Owls on 57, Team Soul on 54. It's like multiple teams are just hot on their tails. The difference between Brave Esports and Lucknow Giants right now is a bare minimum 13 points. And it's very easy to come back from a trail of 13 points.
13 points are easily recoverable, and if they win that game, if Lucknow Giants win one game tomorrow with 10 finishes on the board, they will have a safety cushion to work with as well. Things are definitely getting heated up. As we mentioned, I mean, the top 8 is safe, but everyone else on that second page in the rankings, their position is going to be up for grabs. And as we move to the last page, let's see what the difference is on the last page as well. We have 47 points on Lucknow Giants, but what about the team on the 25th position in the overall ranking? We're going to find that out right about now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short seconds. And here we go. It is Team System with 47 points. WSB with 47 points. So up until WSB, it's a 13-point difference. You add 5 to that. That's 18 points for Troublemakers.
I mean, I have nothing to say at this point, right? Even Troublemakers, even Marcos Gaming, for all that actually matters, can actually make it inside. I mean, if CS Esports can actually pull down 60 points from just 2 games, then why not Marcos Gaming? Why not Troublemakers? Possibly they will have the opportunity, but like Necro loves to say it, you just have to be a little practical in those situations. Blood Rose Esports, they're the only team inside this last page who have a chicken dinner to work with, but that just goes to show that they've been consistent, or they haven't been consistent at all, basically.
Consistently inconsistent. That is what Blood Rose Esports have been. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you get 15 points for a chicken dinner. Their total position points after 9 games is just a mere 17. That just goes to showcase how difficult of a time Blood Rose Esports is having. But it's not just them. Enigma Gaming, Newman, and Nest Esports as well on the 30th, 31st, and the 32nd position. But we have looked at the team. Let's look at the individual. Well, one thing I'm going to say right now, if you are TMZ tomorrow, last 3 matches, 2 wins, or at least in 3 games, all 3 matches, 3 top 3 finishes with 10 plus eliminations in each match, that should be enough to push them through.
That should be enough. Like, mathematically, a lot of things are certainly possible. But, of course, in practicality, I have no clue what's going to happen. Tomorrow it's going to be destruction, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, though, top 10 Rebels, we've got Ninja Jod, who is still leading the charts, consistently performing at the very top of his competition. 53 finishes is all he has got.
Yeah, 53 finishes with 40% finish contribution. Then we have Blind Esports' Knuckle on the second with 51 eliminations to his name. Godbot, at least his finish contribution has been brought down a little bit, because when we saw it yesterday, it was quite high. I think it was in the 60s. And his teammates have done a phenomenal job today, bringing the team back into a spot from where they can actually qualify and make it to the other side. But moving on to the next page, we do see Cleo from the side of Night Owls, 45 finishes for him. Zeref is going to be there. MJ from Revenant Esports. And I think Revenant, they've picked up the ball quite nicely today.
They definitely have. I mean, they weren't really into this top 10 Rebel situation, but MJ, of course, getting involved in the mix as well. 44 finishes for him. You've got Aditya from Team X-Park right now, and Destro, of course, still being into this mix. It's a good sign, but one big jump that we've noticed is Godbot from his 40s to the 50s, closing in onto Ninja Jod. Do you think it's possible for him to actually overtake him?
I think he can. I mean, he's going to have to go berserk in those matches. I mean, up until now, I think there was a record set by Lynch, which was 15 or 16 eliminations by a single individual in a game. He's going to have to do that on the last day of the semi-finals.
I mean,
let that sink in. Yeah.
That's like a very difficult ask. That is a performance of a lifetime, to be honest. Getting like 15 finishes at a stage like this of an official tournament. Yeah, like if you consider that an entire team, maybe you will be able to get 15 finishes as an entire team. But as an individual, like to replicate what Lynch did for ORB in that game, that's not really happening, to be honest. But again, just diving deep into the overall standings once again, Johnny, because that was just a very interesting situation. We saw the teams inside the top 16, right?
Yeah.
And we also saw the teams in the bottom part of the overall standings, the bottom 16. If things stand the way it is right now, we are going to be missing some massive, massive faces.
Yeah, some of the biggest names. Basically, teams that were ranked as the top 10 in the country are going to be kicked out if this goes on. But, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is going to be the last day of the semi-finals. A huge turnaround is expected. Salty, one team that you think, all right, this team will not miss out on the finals. They will definitely make it through. I'll give you 3 names, okay?
I'm not really sure about Brave Esports, but I'm pretty sure about Midwave. They will be able to hold on to their position.
All right.
This is something which actually comes from within. I think Team Soul is actually going to make it because they look pretty comfortable. And the last name, that's pretty interesting. Let me just go with a blind one. Let me just go with Marcos Gaming.
All right.
Very difficult, but is still possible.
Marcos Gaming actually can push through. I mean, we've seen them put up decent numbers on the board, and especially when they are in a pressurable situation. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys need more information about BGIS or how to get to the LAN event, in fact, the arena in Mumbai, Do make sure you're following Crafton India Esports on their social media handle. All the information is going to be out on the social media soon. But again, ladies and gentlemen, last day of the semi-finals to go. We have a clearer picture of the teams that are guaranteed a spot in the finals now, but still things are looking blurry for the teams on the second page of the ranking, and of course teams on the last two page of the rankings as well. It's going to be quite an intense set of 6 matches for us to face tomorrow, and of course you guys can let us know which teams do you think will make it through on the other side. All of that will happen in the intense 7th circle of hell. That will be the last day of the semi-finals tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Until then, take care. Good night.
है